And welcome to today's coverage from the Hoiana Golf Resort here in Hoi An, Vietnam of the 2023 Triton Super High Roller Festival. Ali Najad alongside Henry Kilbane. We've got a day two on our hands, just moments away from that. But of course, as is standard and customary, we'll be recapping yesterday's action. It was the fifth event 5 rather, I should say, not the fifth. We all know about our numerology around here on the Triton Tour. A 30K no limit, where once Stephen Chidwick was relegated to the rail, 9 players would remain. Of the 171 original entries, 31 came into the day. And of course, the payday was an elusive one. But at the top, it was quite lucrative. Let's get right to the highlights from yesterday's action. First-timer to Triton from Norway, Kehan Mokri found his way into the middle with pocket kings against an ace-king suited for Jonathan Jaffe, the American. They played for 4.1, and it was peculiar because I do remember, Henry, someone requesting a flop that had 2 aces on it, which, of course, would leave Mokri drawing all but dead. On the turn, the backdoor Broadway for the chop would not be available to Mokri as he would cash for $119,000. Then Seth Davies, in the hunt for the Ivan Liao Player of the Year award with Ace-Queen, would open, and Dan DeVoris would take his remaining chips and decide to spin the wheel with a King-Jack suited. Just 100K with the blinds where they were. Wasn't a ton to begin with, and on the turn, DeVoris did pick up the spade draw, but was unable to complete it as fist bumps were provided. 149,000, his payday. Then it was the turn of Oscar Bodkin, who really gave us some tremendously exciting moments.
10's good.
This time he had King-Jack suited and was behind the Ace-Deuce suited of Jans Arends, the
That's not good.
first-timer playing under the Dutch flag. Flopped deuces, picked up massive equity on the turn, and Bodkin, unable to hit a king or a jack on the river, would collect $203,000. Then it was Biao Ding. Faced with a jam from Jans Arends, he had him in a bad way. King-8 suited against King-3. And suddenly the King-Queen 3 board. Left straights dire for Biao. Turn card gave him some outs to the chop. But the 4 on the river would seal his fate as our 6th place finisher, collecting $275,000. Seth Davies was forced to put it all in by Jonathan Jaffe's King-Queen suited. His jacks looked like they were in good shape. And then suddenly, on the turn, the arrival of the Queen was something that you would never have known had a big impact to those 2 stacks. Consummate pros kept it even keel as Davies was denied his first ever Triton title, but given a share of points toward the Player of the Year award. $353,000 went home with him. 4 then remained. And the steely Brian Kim. King Deuce. Take a whirl. Just 575 in front of him. Forced to make a decision up against the 2 10s. He did flop a deuce, but was unable to improve beyond that, as he would collect $441,000. Then a deal was done. 3-way chop. They played for 90K. Jaffe and Jans would get it in. Jaffe's deuces down by the ace-high flop.
And that was then. Ooh.
Turn card did give him a wheel gut shot. A deuce or a tray would have done it. The pot of the tournament, $20.7 million. And Jaffe dispatched in 3rd, which would leave us to crown a new champ. One who had never had a title, Kiat Lee. Multiple 2nd place finishes, had pocket 7s up against an ace-4 preceding this hand, and was unable to close it out. Then he decided 2 9s against ace-king, and yet again, the flop was to the advantage of Arends. He did have the diamond draw, however, working. Didn't come home in the end, as Kiat Lee would take home $852K, but it was Jans Arends who would take home the lion's share of the pay. $921,000 when we did the math and all of the dust settles. And you guys were in the booth for that, Henry. At what point did you think this is Kiat's time?
honestly, four-handed, five-handed. There was a situation before the departure of Seth Davies, actually, where he was the shortest stack by quite some margin, then found a double, and it was like, okay, now he's pulled back into the main pack. There was a cluster of players, I think 3 or 4 of them sat on 23, 24 big blinds. And then he started kind of pulling away. There was another three-handed situation where we had... So I'm drawing a blank. We had Jans and Jaffe with the chip lead, and Kat was the shortest, and he doubled through Jans with ace-9 against pocket sixes, and it was like, okay, showtime, like three-handed. Let's see how this one plays out. They then decided to look at the numbers for the ICM deal, and he got it in with sevens. He had Jans all in with the worst of it, with 30% ace-4 against pocket sevens. That's actually what left Kiat Lee as short as he was in that final video there.
Where he took the best of it again, by the way, with the nines against the ace-king. So it was really a 1-2 punch where one could not fault him whatsoever. It was just the way the cookie crumbled, regrettably. But that elusive Triton trophy. He had a second place in the 15K.
Fourth place.
Fourth place, sorry. Second was Jans for 406,000. But Kiat, man, could this be his time? He's just scratching at the surface, knocking at the door. It's almost not fair because this is Jan's first ever Triton. Kiat's an OG. He comes in, he binks. And Kiat right there, taking the best of it on 2 separate occasions, unable to close it out. Why do you think they did the ICM deal, by the way? When I interviewed him, Jans that is, I was like, this is kind of a show of respect to a newcomer to do an ICM chop instead of go for the gusto as we expect our pros to do.
Yeah, I mean, he did allude to the fact that, you know, he wasn't 100% sure whether it was the most plus EV decision at the stack depth and whatnot, but given the payout difference between third and first, the better part of 700,000 in, you know, a sub 30 big blind average three-handed affair, you know, that's a lot of bread up top, and the guy is just opting to reduce the variance, leaving some money to play for, and obviously taking it seriously, by the way. You know, more often than not, you see these 3-way, 4-way deals get made with no money up top, and then everyone's just like, oh, let's just all go all in, you know, who cares about, you know, what's to play for. But the trophies here, you know, the Triton, the coveted Triton trophies, those guys want those on their resumes.
Well, listen, it's also a spot on the banners up around the room. Obviously, 1, 2, 3, 4-time champions. It gets you a place in the halls of fame here as the Triton Tour continues. Of course, Seth Davies, another story with the Ivan Leal Player of the Year award implications, yet to have a title. He's got 1,886 points, though, up against Chidwick at the top.
Yeah, I mean, Seth Davies just showing up to Vietnam and final tabling 3 of 3 events played, I believe. Has bust out of the 50K, but look, 3 final tables for Seth. We keep talking about the monkey that had, you know, he had to get off his back in Madrid, but ever since getting that cash in Madrid last year, just, I don't know, maybe call it confidence, call it variance, maybe a mixture of both, but must be feeling really good about his game at the moment and has reduced the gap to less than 300 points in that Ivan Leal Player of the Year award.
A monkey shedding affair for Nick Petrangelo as well, who used to be in that conversation with Seth Davies about big, long, dry spells. Davies, by the way, 3 for 3 here. I believe he's 6 for 7 in his last Cash's final tables. I mean, just a one little hiccup, and it was like a 10th place finish, but really just a fixture at this point at our final tables here in Triton. Now then, let us turn our attention, of course, to today's matter. It is event number 6, the 50K no limit. 49 are through today, 1.67 million. Up top for first place, second 1.135. These big 7-figure scores starting to enter the mix here as our buy-in levels go up. We did have a healthy number of buy-ins in this particular event. Stevie maybe looking to stamp his authority. He's at the top of the leaderboard. Producer James was saying he's had enough of Seth Davies nipping on his heels, second in chips.
Yeah, I mean, it's the first time, not the first time, so I do apologize. We did obviously see Stevie in the 30K, losing a flip late in the day to bust before the final table. But this time, a lot of ammunition coming into day 2. And he's the type of guy that, you know, closing in on the money bubble is really going to leverage that overwhelming, sorry, he's not the chip leader, but that huge stack that he currently has.
Yeah, we do have plenty of runway, though, between now and that money bubble that you speak of. Only 20 places are going to be paid. But I didn't give you the number, 139 entries. For me, I thought that was more than we might have expected typically, but given the enthusiasm for this particular festival here in Vietnam, that's a solid, healthy number for a 50K.
Yeah, I mean, that's a record broken prior to coming to this series, right, in a 50K buy-in. So, we were speaking with Paul Brewer last night, and these numbers are going to continue to grow. The work that the guys are putting in behind the scenes in the form of just taking care of the players. And also, we've seen this series that we've got more and more of the online enigmas actually venturing out of the home offices, the grindhouses, to come to these series. And I think that's just a byproduct of what we've been putting out over the last couple of years post-COVID. And I personally think that these numbers are going to get smashed next time round as well.
Careful what we wish for, perhaps, is obviously that sense of exclusivity in this little club we call the Triton Super High Roller Series could be compromised a touch, but Lord knows we are never going to let the player experience suffer at all, no matter how big these fields get. All right, Henrik Eklund, spied him, talked about the Nordic Warrior mane has been shed. My understanding was it was a night of imbibery that led to that move there, but also, and perhaps more worth conversation, Bryn Kenny has entered the mix here. Let's talk about him, Henry.
Yeah, I mean, first showing, right, in the last year or so. Personally, haven't seen him at a Triton series since I've been with you guys since Madrid. So looking forward to see, what he's been up to in terms of study, game theory. Doesn't just show up to these events unprepared, that's for sure. He knows all too well that he can't, disrespect the players here. He's going to have to have put the work in. And I think showing up here for the higher buy and stuff sends a big message. Let's see what he's got.
Well, listen, in terms of Bryn Kenny, we're talking about a guy that's flip-flopping for, most winning player all time in the all-time money list. I mean, right there, courtesy, of course, in part to that London performance. The Triton Helping Hand, £1 million buy in the richest poker tournament ever played. And for the rest of the field here, when a guy like that walks into the room, we're not talking about amateurs, but still there is an aura, is there not? In particular, perhaps with Bryn, who did get himself into some controversy out there, something that I'm sure that he's hoping to have put behind him and now come in, refocus, and be able to play the game. You think he's trying to leverage any of that? My reputation precedes me. Do you know who I am? I'm the guy that binked the big number over in London.
Yeah, I mean, he did bink the big number, and, maybe his reputation does precede him, but he's coming in with 33 bigs, and I think more often than not, these guys that maybe do get a bit of the spotlight in the wrong way are just happy to get on with it, and they just want to kind of come back and show to the world what they're here to do, and that's to play poker, win tournaments, and add to his, you can't take away what he's achieved in poker,
Sure.
And now, I think he just wants to add on to that.
Zeroing in on the term happy, perhaps nobody happier out there than Carl Chapegatien on a regular basis. He's back in the field, but he's got a tough task ahead of him, Henry.
Yeah, I'm just looking now, actually. I mean, look, 53 big blinds, 13th coming into today. Doesn't feel like a tough task for KCG. I mean, he knows how to nurse a stack that big.
Yeah, but just look at the opposition at his table, if you would, which includes the likes of Justin Bonamo, one of the winningest players of all time, Nick Petrangelo, Steve O'Dwyer, Laszlo Boytas, Fedor Holz, Cale Burns. Go on then. You tell me that's what he closed his eyes last night, went to bed thinking he wants to wake up to.
Hey, listen, pal. Look, flashback to the 200K Coin River Invitational. He squared off against Holz. He squared off against Petrangelo, O'Dwyer, these guys. I don't know, man. KCG. See what he's got.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Plenty of excitement still to come our way, of course, just moments away from getting down to that feature table. We will resume the action with, 49 coming through to day two. There it is, 20 players going to make the money. I mean, this is the phase of the tournament. We're not going to expect to see a lot of that ICM pressure applied, right? Still pretty loose.
I mean, there are definitely some ICM implications in effect, right now, but you have 38 big blind stack depth as well, a lot deeper than what we've seen so far this series. 20 places paid. I think we've got a long day of poker ahead of us, and rightly so with the 2 7-figure payouts up top. It's
sure.
A lot of money to play for, and looking at this lineup of players as well, I think we're in for a treat.
Yeah, let's show some respect, by the way, to Tommy Kim, who is at the top of the leaderboard. First time we're mentioning his name, sitting on a healthy 1.345 million. Good for 90 bigs. Looking down toward the bottom of the chip counts, however, we find Laszlo Boytas, 115K, sub 10 bigs, joined by Mario Mosbach with that dubious distinction at 8 bigs unto himself. Jonathan Jaffe down there as well, Tim Adams. But we know these guys are spin-up artists that are going to be able to get the job done as needed. So let's send it back to the arena, to the featured table. And there is a look at the lineup we alluded to, with Petrangelo, Chief at 1.2 million, 10 and 15K are the blinds. 15K Annie, that brought to you by Poker Steak. And there is Boytas's short stack of 8 bigs. Saw him over at the pool. Didn't seem to be too stressed out today, laying out, soaking up some of the sun. Weather has definitely taken a turn for the better.
Yeah, overcast first couple of days, and now there's people walking around with sunburn, Arlie.
Yeah, not least among them our tournament director, Luca Vivaldi, who I rechristened Lobster Vivaldi. Didn't find his way to a proper SPF before going out there. Apparently the guys have been playing some volleyball as well. Ran into Tim Adams. Mentioned that most folks, now that the weather has gotten a little better, are making their pregame down at the beach. And what with your height, I would have thought you'd be a real asset out there on the volleyball court. Did you not make your way out today?
Hey, listen, I'd love to, but for some reason there's someone here that won't let me go to bed after we conclude with commentary.
Are we talking about producer James?
Just being kept up late to the early hours of the morning, so just been enjoying my beauty sleep, or lack thereof.
Listen, I know you don't like to go to bed on an empty stomach, Henry, so I figured I'd join you for that 9-course meal that you ate, roughly 2:30 in the morning local time, I believe it was. A natural time to enjoy dinner, by the way.
Thanks to Uncle Paul for that one, by the way.
Oh, yeah, shout out.
Picking up the tab.
No wonder you ordered so much. No, Dwyer. 250 to go. Small blind. King 3. Boytas obviously needs to call off all of it. Jack 5. Is it the 1?
Oh, what's this? 5.66 bigs. Blind v blind. We fold. We're still going to have 8. Oh, it's 85 back. Yeah, it's a fold. That's a go. It's always grim, you know, when you're that capped in terms of what you can actually do with your chip stack.
I noticed an owl card protector
Steve O'Dwyer?
in front of Steve
Amazing,
O'Dwyer.
right? Yeah, emerald green.
And Dan Smith also had an owl card protector. Is there something going on that I don't know about in terms of owl run good or something?
You want something?
What are we missing?
I'm all good for now.
A part of the Bread Owl clan. But no, I just think, you know, people, 2023, different energies and superstitions, you know, who knows what they've been reading, Arlie? Or maybe just a gift.
Chape Gatien looking dapper, by the way.
Do you expect anything less?
Now Boytas
So it's just so much harder to
disappointingly looking down at 8 deuce off.
how deep it is. Like I hate having these like really.
And yeah,
generally,
that's
I like
a little frustrating for the Hungarian.
not giant stacks, but these tables so much better, just so you can like back up. Protect your hand.
Reaching for the phone to say, look, man, we dusted off the big blind Annie and a small blind here early.
Visible to us.
Didn't have much to work with. As you take a look at KCG, really a reputation for putting his opponents in uncomfortable situations, not afraid to put his chips in motion.
The wise old owl. That's the KCG. First Triton trophy. At its first ever stop back in Northern Cyprus. Final tabled 200k Coin River Invitational.
Made it a heck of a final table to watch,
mean,
too, didn't he?
When I say 60% of the highlight hands were a byproduct of KCG's
Sure.
shenanigans. Just absolutely loved it.
Finished third ultimately for 2.6 million in that Coin Rivet Invitational, a 200k buy-in at our last festival, and then won his title in short deck, the 40k one bullet. 2 for 3.
And I
Yeah,
want to say it
previous
was
stop.
Kiat Lee that he beat heads up in that short deck as well. I recall an
That sounds
overpair
right.
v flopped 2-pair situation as Laszlo going to run his Queen 10 into big pocket pair of Justin Bonomo.
Well, didn't take long for Boytas's 8 bigs to work their way into the middle, but fewer than that as it's just 75K. He's got one overcard to the jacks, and now he's got problems. On the jack high flop, Boytas doesn't have a club. Bracketing the jack, needs to pick up a straight draw, and he's done it. 9 on the turn, but it's a 2-piece meal. 8 or a king required.
I'm almost drawing dead, drawing to 8 outs once.
Oh my goodness.
I like how you...
King of hearts, no problem.
Sorry.
I was starting to take off the mic, but then saw the 9.
Look, I don't want to have confirmation bias, but there is something in the water here in Vietnam because the number of these sorts of miraculous runouts that we have seen stands in stark contrast to any other festival we've been a part of.
Yeah, honestly, it feels like we just continued from the feature table of last night. Those final 5 hands, absolute fireworks.
Also what it feels like, not just based on the UV-kissed dermis, but also the attire, that Petrangelo may have taken a twirl on the golf course earlier today. Was it yesterday?
We were meant to go this morning.
Oh, okay. Do tell, Henry. I thought I was setting you up.
I appreciate it. We will get out there for hopefully 18 holes.
Well, what
Plan is to go either tomorrow or the 8th. Really just depends on whether or not Seth and Petrangelo are running deep in these tournaments. They want to get, you know,
well,
as
be
much sleep
prepared.
as possible.
Be prepared to postpone that
right, exactly.
golf
Yeah.
visit, especially with Seth's run so far here. Producer James stepping in to advise that Nick apparently did make his way to that golf date. Sans, you, and Seth played 1 hole and then decided it was so slow he wanted to come home. We really should vet that stuff more.
So slow in the form of
Like not
green?
busy
The
or the
green
greens?
was
I don't
slow?
know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
That's what I want to know.
Nothing slow about KCG. Out of the big here, wagging his finger at this Cale Burns limp. Cale wants to take one. We'll play for 115 for the time being. 10-9-7. How about middle pair and an open ender up against backdoor spades, 2 overs, and a gutty? Okay, we'll check.
Looks like a new man, KCG. Well, how about this for a cooler for Cale Burns? What is in the air, Arlie? Just been a couple of days of hands, big hands crashing in
This
to the
is
nuts.
downright absurd. Cale has the jack high straight up against the nut straight for KCG. Who can blame him for leading out? 40K. As the fuse is lit and Cale Burns' stack smolders.
Yeah, 1/3 turn probe. 155,000 in the middle. KCG looks like he's reaching for raising chips. Arlie wants to go for all of it here, and maybe there's now a world where Burns is able to get away from this.
Well, he's not asking for all of it. The raise 230,000, 255K back for Burns, but effectively, were Burns to put another 90 in here with this holding, we would assume he would get the rest in there if demanded to by showdown.
Burns just going to call. There are some hands that are trying to get to showdown, hand like queens, ace queen, although you could argue that they would just call. Board pairing on the river. SPR less than 0.5. Flashbacks to that king-queen hand of Badziakowski yesterday against the overpair pocket aces of Phil Nagy, where he managed to find a fold. This would be as equally, if not even more, impressive of Burns. As KCG snap jams once checked to.
It was impossible.
You heard him say, I don't think I can fold, it's impossible. Well, we kind of thought, as you mentioned, that the king-queen was a fold that one could never have seen in his future, but he found it against the aces correctly. Can he do it again here today?
Can we just talk about the caliber of player that Burns is, taking time before flicking in the call?
Yeah, but nobody is going to hold him in any measure of contempt for electing to call down here on this river. And yeah, you can see that dejected affect.
For sure.
Just no shame in it, Kale. You know it. We know it.
The fact that he doesn't snap is just maybe a sliver of silver lining.
Right. Yep.
He's unable to get away from what can only be described as a modern-day cooler.
Well, if you had a piece of Stephen Chidwick, who started today's action second in chips, you stand to have some pretty handsome returns if he finishes in the top 7. And you know where to get your piece? PokerStake.com, the official staking partner of the Triton Super High Roller Series. Note the asterisk, by the way, does not reflect any markup.
It's not. Talking of Stevie Chidwick.
One
Chip
would
leader.
imagine he would be worth a little markup.
Well, markup, and also has the chip lead. Off to a big start here. So far today, eliminating Christopher Frank. Separating himself from the rest of the field. Only player with more than 100 bigs.
Christopher Frank, by the way, I spied him in the lobby of the hotel earlier today, and either his luggage was lost or he's really taken a superstitious affinity to the Triton tracksuit, because I believe this is the 3rd consecutive day that he's come with the KGB.
Well, it's either that or he's just getting ready mentally for dad life.
Are you suggesting that once one becomes a father, that added tracksuit frequency enters the fashion equation?
Makes sense, right?
I don't know, does it?
I don't know. I'm not talking from experience, Ali. Just engaging in conversation with you, pal. On we go. Next hand, dealer.
Oh, man.
What the heck do either of us know about parenthood?
I don't know, mate. I'm just trying to give him an out, okay? You're out here putting him on blast for wearing the same tracksuit for 3 days in a row, and I'm trying to, you know, justify his reasons for it.
So you are coming to what you perceive to be the
No,
needed defense.
no, not at all. He doesn't need me to defend. I'm just saying, look,
Repeat that.
yin and yang in the booth as we dive back into this hand of poker, Ali, which is what you're paid for the action on the poker on play here. Jack 9-7. Justin Bonamo picking up a gut shot out of the big blind. Did check through on the Jack 9-7. Bonamo probing this deuce of clubs turn, and now KCG king high.
He did open from the button, but did not elect to follow through. And elects not to contest any further, as the now trademark fuchsia coif of Bonamo taking it down. Interesting bit on Bonamo, by the way, Henry. Was with Phil Nagy yesterday, just having a conversation, catching up on what the experience has been like for him so far here today. Obviously, he had a good time at the feature table during yesterday's coverage, and he said, you know, I don't get intimidated by a lot of people. But at one of the outer tables, I spent a good run to the right of Bonamo directly, and he said he could feel the heat coming off of him, like an aura of intensity.
Yeah, he did.
And I think the read is correct. Bonamo certainly has the sense of someone who is here operating and executing at the highest of levels with no room for anything else, no real desire to be focused on any other aspect of his presence at the table than just stone cold killing to the best of his ability.
The task at hand. You don't get to #1 on the poker all-time money list for no reason. So forced to be reckoned with at the tables. Haven't seen much of him at Triton Super High Roller Series over the last 12 months or so, but here he is in Vietnam.
And here is Patrick Antonius with ace high, following through after opening from the hijack. Standard fanfare as the Dwyer check folds. I think it bears mention, by the way, that just because there are those that maybe are engaging in more banter at the table or willing to have a laugh, that's not to infer in any way that they too are not approaching the affair with the same level of intensity and dedication and commitment that Bonamo does. But the vibe on Bonamo is distinct in the sense of that intensity that Phil could sense.
Yeah, I agree. Fedor is someone that I've always found incredibly intense during hands, but then he's very quick to jump in and get involved in banter and smiling and whatnot. So kind of removes that layer of intensity that you're talking about, where there are a lot of guys out there that I wouldn't want at my table, Arnie.
Well, listen, when Fedor's in the hand, he'll dress you down optically with the best of them. And it's not a menacing thing. You're bearing witness to it here as he's
not
looking
even in
over
the
at
hand.
Boytas. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Just paying attention to everyone.
Suited and connected is Boytas with the 7-8, but unimproved as he draws very lean against Patrick, who flops trip kings. Action checked over to him.
A lot of hand versus the big blind range. Let's see Patrick continue small and wide on these paired boards, especially Broadway high paired boards. So he fires out a continuation bet for just one big. Laszlo, backdoor hearts, backdoor straight draw. Into the muck, are they?
Somewhat predictably. Do you think, by the way, Henry, that there is value to maybe seeming a little bit more, I don't know, casual at the table in terms of your opponents not perceiving you to be as big a threat? Maybe, I don't know, just being willing to not give you credit for hands in certain spots. Just getting more action in spots where you would seek to have it. I don't know. This is
I know exactly
subtle,
what you mean.
but
I know what you mean. I think there's a lot of merit to being casual in certain lineups. Some private games, yellow cash, mixed game kind of environments comes to mind. Not sure here though. I feel like if you do open the door to being overly casual, that these guys are just gonna put a big target on your back. And maybe that's a good thing if you are one of the world's best, to have people underestimate you.
Petrangelo, 35K open as O'Dwyer mulls it over on the button. Ace deuce suited. We talk so often about the solver affinity for the baby suited ace wheel tandem specifically. Oftentimes the kind of hand that likes to 3-bet.
Opting to just flat on the button.
Surprised at all?
Not at all. Not from O'Dwyer.
Fedor allowed to enter the equation from the big. His queen 9 turns into an open-ended straight draw along with Petrangelo, who's got the benefit of an overpair. Let us not overlook the 2 hearts, however, as O'Dwyer's got the nut flush draw.
Yeah, dealer just said, hold my beer. Let me just ping off the most action-inducing flop. That flush draw for Stevie. Nicky P, overpair, open-ender. A lot of hand for his hand in particular, but a board texture against a big blind range. He's going to want to do a lot of checking. You can see Petrangelo checking it on over to Steve. Steve taking a stab, wants check too.
Is this fairly standard for Petrangelo to check the overpair and the open-ender?
I think so, from the hijack and against the button flatting range and big blind defending range. You know, a hand like aces and kings, queens, all of his overpairs. Gonna have a tough time facing any form of resistance on this kind of board texture. Although he is, you know, 1.2 effective, can still have all the sets, all the straights. Maybe not all the straights, but the 10-9 suiteds that are available to him.
He's got his opponents well covered.
Does indeed.
With the bet and the call in front of him, however, he decides he wants to pull things into focus with a check raise to 135,000.
Yeah, Dwyer really hating this now because we can see obviously he does have 43% equity, but still has Fadel behind to worry about. Fadel can certainly have traps from the big. Steve makes the call for 105 and then a brick rolls off. We don't get to realize that 43% equity. Really grim spot. It's deferred to Stevie.
How does this read to you? The hijack open, 3-way pot. You check and then raise your 2 opponents on this board.
Well, it reads as to the hand that Petrangelo is currently holding. Yeah, sets, straights, overpairs.
On.
Well,
Stevie.
yeah, O'Dwyer deciding now is the time. As he jams, was always prepared for Petrangelo as played to be a customer. And 950K worked their way into the middle here in the early going of day 2 of event 6, the 50K.
This is a 63 big blind pot, Holly, with 44 players remaining.
Turn card is a queen of no assistance to O'Dwyer. Now needs an ace or a heart on the river and finds the ace of spades as yet again the deck runs rich for those at risk. And Petrangelo can certainly absorb this blow, but it's rather nasty. 63 big blind pot headed over to Steve O'Dwyer, Henry.
Yeah, it's really grim. Just a setup, to be honest with you. Overpair v flush draw. Finding its way into the middle for sub 25 bigs. See, a certain Linus Love has dethroned Stephen Chidwick at the top of the chip counts. Surprise, surprise.
Yeah, familiar territory for the Swissman.
Eliminating Ape Styles, Mr. Jonathan Van Fleet. Linus's ace queen cracking the queens of Ape.
Other eliminations thus far. You mentioned Christopher Frank and Jonathan Van Fleet. Of course, we saw Cale Burns. Michael Soiza, 49th. Jason Kuhn,
Yeah.
47th. Tim Adams, 46th. And Brian Kim, 43rd. As 42 remain en route to the top 20 who will be paid. Action folded around to Justin Bonamo, 30K min raise open.
I see Jan's Arends nursing a 27 big blind stack in this one. Must have jumped straight in. The conclusion of taking down event number 5, the 30K for 921,000 last night.
Pocket jacks now for Antonius.
90.
3 X's out of the big.
Pretty small 3-bet, all things considered, but against the shallower stack of Bonamo.
Fold.
Patrick taking that one down pre. Up to 90 big blinds, currently sat 5th in chips.
Well, if it was only one hole of golf that Petrangelo played this morning, he must have played it on the surface of the sun.
No.
Or,
I
you
think
know.
that's just Petrangelo on a normal day. No?
That red?
It doesn't seem that insanely red. I think he just has rosy cheeks.
You're no dermatologist, I'll tell you that.
Well, I'm definitely not.
Kilbane.
I'm definitely not. I'm not claiming to be.
You can clearly tell when someone has been in the sun. You think that's factory issue for Petrangelo there? Either he's suffering through the most embarrassing moment of his life, which I don't think he is.
Wow.
We get flush in these spots.
Did just lose a 65 big blind pot.
Yeah, that's it.
Maybe not embarrassing, maybe just piped up.
Yeah.
Understandably so.
He's boiling, and he just can't breathe. He wants to leap across the table and choke the life out of Steve O'Dwyer.
Not Steve O'Dwyer, but the owl that was giving him the side eye as that ace of spades rolled off on the river, you know.
That owl is slightly tilting, if I'm honest. And so Dwyer puts the owl juju to work with King Queen.
Oh, okay, KCG. Let's go.
Flotation.
No. No flotation.
Oh, my goodness, it is a raise. Forgive me. The let's go is even more acute.
Having absolutely none of it. Action back on O'Dwyer. 2 overs, king of spades in hand. A lot of hand
I really want
to
that
hold.
owl to look up at Steve right now and just be like, what are we doing? Oh, was he looking at the owl? No, that was just time bank, I think.
No, he's
Was
just
it a
gonna
flick? Okay.
flick in the call, however. Good luck solving this one, kids. 255 in the middle. King high v king high.
The Queen on the turn smacks O'Dwyer, and we know that he's unlikely to be departing these proceedings, courtesy of that development, which is one that gives KCG the gut shot straight draw. Barreling 125.
Yeah, half pot. Picking up equity in the form of that gut shot. Just continuing to tell the story that he was attempting to convince O'Dwyer of on the flop. So O'Dwyer comes with just keep the bluffs. KCG in just comes with call. Sizable pot brewing here, Ali. Heading to a very big river as well.
O'Dwyer locked on to KCG. who is unimproved now and has bloated this one to a 500,000 plus. 840 back. Has got O'Dwyer covered, but not by a whole lot. Shuts it down. Not to be particularly results-oriented in this spot here, Henry, but I sort of like seeing this from KCG. There was maybe a time at which we would expect just the blast off. And here, recognizing maybe, just maybe, it's time to shut it down against a customer like O'Dwyer.
Yeah, it feels like a board texture that the pre-flop aggressor is going to continue on at a very high frequency. So the check raise I can get behind, picking up equity on the turn as well. Just leaning into some of the floats that O'Dwyer would have, you know, some backdoor clubs, some ace-5s, ace-3s. And then once called, opting to just wave the white flag. But nice awareness being shown there by KCG. Went for it. Sometimes it doesn't work.
1.2 million in chips now for O'Dwyer. Well, don't look now, Henry, but the good staff here at Hoiana, perhaps recognizing our affinity for the local Java of choice, have brought
what, Ali?
something to wake me up. The old Vietnamese iced coffee. Careful what you wish for. Might want to put me back to bed.
If only that were possible.
Antonius with King 4 exploring the possibilities from the button. I'll have you guys know that in the interest of trying to defend his dermal assessments of Nikki P, Henry has spent the better part of the last 5 minutes Googling all manner of photos across a decade's worth of
No, I Googled him once
documentation.
because people in the chat were saying that you should actually listen for once and that he does just have...
I know, he leans toward the redder side of the spectrum, sure.
Okay.
But I'm willing to bet he's found some sunshine. Not on this flop, but some sunshine nevertheless, as Antonius follows through and takes it.
Enjoy your coffee. Ali, top 10 chat for those of you that don't have the Triton Poker Plus app currently open. I'd hope that you all have it downloaded. Linus Love out in front with 128 bigs. Stephen Chidwick, after coming up short in a few spots to Seth Davies, looking to extend his lead at the top of the Ivan Liao Player of the Year leaderboard here with a deep run. Patrick Antonius in third, Steve O'Dwyer in fifth. Henrik Hecklund, who we haven't seen much of so far this series, our Madrid main event champion, sat in ninth, and Chris Brewer, mulletless, on a heater so far already this year.
That should be his new online screen name. In the spirit of Limitless, he should have Mulletless as his screen name. How have we slept on this?
I mean, how has he slept on this?
Chris Brewer, Mulletless. Yes, do it.
Flashbacks to the Everglades.
All right.
Conversation yesterday. And not to sleep on some of the local players. Dao Min Fu, by the way, who, if I recall, on the bubble of, I want to say, was it the 15K? Was just taking a little nap. Luca Vivaldi had to kind of come over and say, hey, listen, you know.
I don't believe it was Dao Min Fu. I think it was another local Vietnamese player, if I'm not mistaken.
You're right, actually. No, you are right now looking at the profile of Dao Min Fu. Hey, 14th in the 30K. Cash for 79,500.
Yeah. KCG opens from the cutoff. Nikki P flats. 10 suited. Turns into top pair as swing and a miss for the Frenchman.
Already lost 1/7 of the field so far today, Ali, and it's interesting, you know, we're talking about how the average stack here seems to be considerably deeper at this stage of the tournament compared to the 20k bounty, the 15k and the 30k, a byproduct of the longer levels. But also just seeing these guys more willing to get in 30 bigs both pre and post.
Lovely turn card here for Petrangelo. As he picks up the spade draw. KCG knuckling. $125 now into 150 from Petrangelo. You just never know what you're going to get with KCG, by the way. In these spots where you think it's a foregone conclusion, man's simply going to check fold. You kind of just have a tension. Now he puts it into the muck and we all exhale.
I remember back in Cyprus feeling that way, although KCG has very quickly just become... I don't really know how to explain it, Ali. You're much better at explaining these kinds of feelings, but I know what you're heading towards. I mean, in Cyprus, it did feel like every hand that was involved and we were on the edge of our seats. You know, are we about to witness 100 big blind pot out of nowhere?
Right.
But seems different this time around, more composed, maybe made some friends. I would like to assume that he certainly did in Cyprus in the form of professional poker players who've maybe taken him under their wing, Ali, and maybe been studying a little bit. We know he takes trading very seriously and expect to see him take a game such as poker seriously. So
the one thing that we know about those who are drawn to the game, the sport, whatever you wish to call it, is they're fans of competition. Just the spirit of taking on others in some sort of discipline, in some sort of contest, and trying to emerge victorious is a fix that they're after. So much overlap between the worlds of finance and trading and poker,
Very
really
true.
well established, to the point where a lot of times hedge funds and finance firms will seek out professional poker players to recruit.
I believe Xuan Lu and Maria He were just at MIT giving a talk to some traders, if I'm not mistaken, or wannabe traders, studying finance at MIT, and just
No kidding.
talking about some of the things you can learn as a professional poker player that transfer over into the trading world as Laszlo runs into top of range.
Yeah, Boytas off of the short stack here with KCG's money involved. Happy to jam from the big blind. Will be unhappy to be shown this ace-king at whatever stage that might happen. Did Fedor rejam? Yes, he did. So KCG speculating with the deuce-5 suited. Exits, and Boytas might be looking for an exit of his own shortly. Obviously involuntary. Did just order the salmon with rice, by the way. We may have to cancel that. Or I guess at least send it to a different table.
You're a savage, Ali.
28% equity. It's not a foregone conclusion. I'm just saying.
Did come in the shortest stack.
Hang on. Ace, Jack, 5. Top pair for Fedor, but the Broadway gut shot for Boytas. Turn card, not there. He rode Queen 10 to glory in running fashion earlier. Is there a 10 available here to rescue him? No. It's the deuce. Note, by the way, KCG would have made 5s full of deuces.
Yeah, I realized that.
As the young Hungarian is dispatched. by the ace king of
Yeah, it wasn't until I found
the
out Korean translation. So we had
ever thoughtful,
and been
intellectual
hotel,
Fedor Holz.
call every pharmacy on the island, seeing if they had them. But it finally got better. It's still
Do you think we keep taking these shots of Petrangelo now in an
No,
effort
no, no,
to
no, no.
adjudicate?
Hang on a minute. Let's start that over again. You started with the word we.
Electrolytes.
As in the, well, see,
You couldn't.
unlike you, Henry, I acknowledge that there are others that contribute to creating this product here. I know you think that you don't need any of us to pull this off, but
No, don't
no?
deflect.
Okay. So then we go back to the we, as in the entire production team are continuing to take these shots of Nick in an effort to adjudicate our difference of opinion. Or maybe help create two camps in the chat. I know you seem to be focusing only on those that are in support of your assessment. Curiously quiet.
Onwards we go.
Camp Kilbane.
Ali, 39 left. 50k. 2 7-figure payouts in this one. 20 places paid. Getting down to the fun stage of the tournament as well, where we're going to see the larger stacks really start leaning into the middling stacks of the pack. Setting themselves up nicely for the money bubble.
It's on me.
As it looks like a local Vietnamese player, Bao Minh Phu, has joined
Do you know
the
what it was
table
named?
with a 75 big blind stack, covering Antonius and the rest of the table for that matter.
Antonius, who has opened with Queen 10 suited to 40k. Fedor's spades are covered. Defending the 8-4, coming up short on the King 9-3 board. Antonius with the gut shot.
I never understood what's so exciting about abalone.
Neither did but I think someone else had ordered it and said it was really good.
Patrick barreling and taking it down. Have you had an opportunity to interact with him at all thus far on this festival,
PA?
Henry? Yeah.
I haven't, no. Just a hello in the hallway, but haven't had the chance to have a chat. I believe you went to breakfast the other
Yeah,
morning?
we spent several hours with one another.
Nice.
Friends going back a couple of decades, and during that conversation I really got the sense, and it's one that wasn't imputed, more just really the focus of our conversation, that Patrick is feeling like he's playing the best poker of his career
Feels that way.
and is freed up to really just focus on that. You know, he's had some other things that were calling upon his time and his attention, some entrepreneurial endeavors. And a lot of times it's tough. You got to allocate and budget your resources.
Any insight as to where one finds the motivation a couple of decades on to still compete at the highest levels, like Patrick, and just show up?
On multiple occasions, I've heard you allude to the idea, and it's not exclusive to Patrick, but when we are watching these Triton streams, that these guys are made of something else, something almost otherworldly. And I really do believe that there is some merit to the idea that those who work their way into these echelons of poker and are able to put this kind of success together have measures of discipline, have measures of competitive spirit, have measures of focus and dedication that others simply don't. And Patrick, I have always felt, as evidenced not just exclusively with him, but several others on the tour as well, by the commitment to physical fitness, mind-body wellness that he has. I know you yourself have kind of explored a lot of that, as we see Fedor exploring the merits of Queen Jack out of the small blind against this O'Dwyer Open. But I think a lot of it is just the byproduct of,
Discipline.
some of his just natural, just discipline. Dwyer, by the way, wants to take a peek at this flop, which gives both players Broadway gut shots. Ace-high board. presumably favoring Holz.
Yeah, 3-bet pot, small blind v button. Expect to see Fedor continue for small and wide. 330 out there.
$140.
Comes with 140. O'Dwyer, gut shot of his own. And the best hand. Though, obviously, he has no way of knowing that.
Yeah, and doesn't expect that showdown is where this king-jack is headed unimproved.
It gets dicey peeling one off here. Beat 600 in the middle. SPR at 0.5. You turn a king or a jack. And end up playing a guessing game against one of the toughest players in the world.
Tell you what, though, you do have to find those uncomfortable spots as we see the 10 pair on the turn. Can't just expect everything to be straightforward. This level of opposition, this caliber of opponent, doesn't make a habit out of making things easy on you.
Yeah, it really does get uncomfortable here for both players. Fedor 3-betting pre. Getting looked up by O'Dwyer on the ace-10 tray, 10 rolling off on the turn.
Knuckling it over to Steve, and as played, there certainly are plenty of ace-X's in Fedor's range. O'Dwyer can't simply presume that this check opens the door to bet and take it down, as we see him check back and fail to improve, but the improvements were what the queen-jack needed, unless, of course, Holz goes to work on this river.
Yeah, both players bricking, Ali. A lot of money out there to fight for. 610,000 in the middle. Current tournament average is 713,000, so sizable pot with money back. Does Fedor come with? No. Gonna just wave this over to O'Dwyer, and question is, does O'Dwyer turn his hand into a bluff? Or just show down his king high? Has to be wary of some traps. Although Fedor has checked both turn and river.
This is most definitely not a value bet. O'Dwyer, 600,000. Desperately trying to shed maybe some of the pairs that would be in Fedor's range. And little does he know it, but he had the best hand, as Fedor promptly puts queen high into the muck. Been a nice spin here for O'Dwyer. Northbound is his stack, currently second overall.
Yeah, 3 of the top 4 stacks in the tournament at this feature table, Ali. O'Dwyer, Antonius, and Dao Min Fu.
And it's folded around to that stack. Onwards. I'm telling you, man, even by Nikki P standards, we're looking at a little bit of solar distress. I'm just see. Look at the backside of the arm. I know the poker's been pretty good so far, but this really has been the most captivating aspect thus far of today's coverage.
You wait till I see him. There he is. We'll ask him.
You think I should go out there and just ask him right now and just hold it down?
Do
Would
it.
that be rude?
Listen, man, Nicky, by the way, Petrangelo, one of the funniest guys in poker, knows how to dish out a joke and certainly knows how to take one.
dry, really solid dry delivery on Nick. If you miss it, you miss it. It's not like overtures out there.
He's brilliant. But at the table, kind of similarly to what we were talking about, Bonamo just dialed in, laser-like focus. Look, if you want to go and ask him if he spent 30 seconds too many in the sun this morning, I'm sure he'd be the first to admit.
That would probably be deemed
Enough.
professionally inappropriate, even by my standards.
What, to ask him if?
Which are virtually non-existent. Maybe when he's not in a pod, he wouldn't care too much. But I mean,
140.
leaving you alone in here. Bonamo looking to get alone with Antonius looking to get alone with Bonamo as his ace-queen. 3 bets to 140K. Resident barista Kilbane. Reorganizing our iced coffees here, if you're wondering what the tingle of those ice cubes are.
I don't think it picked up.
I do think it picked up.
I'm fairly certain it didn't pick up.
Bonamo picking up a wheel gut shot on the King 5 tray board here.
Thank you, Producer James.
All right. This round goes to you.
A very
Okay.
rare round. I will bask in the one for the day. It's all downhill from here, Ali. I had to get it in early, you know.
No shot. $50K. The follow-up from Patrick. This kind of board texture invite the check raise, draw the curtain here, or is that deemed a little bit reckless given that Patrick was a 3-better pre?
Yeah, typically different situation, different setup. Would agree with you on that one, Ali, but 3-bet pot, King 5 tray. Got to be concerned of the abundance of big pairs in Antonius's pre-flop 3-betting range.
Not a big pair, but a pair, and that is enough to put Bonomo in front as the 4 of clubs rolls off, binking him improbably into the lead in this pot as both players now have wheel draws. Antonius joining that distinction.
The non-all-in sizing from Antonius on this 4 of clubs turn.
Well, playing 245 effective for Bonamo.
Right.
Peculiar? Of concern for Justin?
I mean, feels milky, right? Is that the leveling that's going on here? Does Patrick just have so much of it? He's trying to milk me for 125K, or does he have the ace queens, the ace jacks, the ace tens that just trying to convince me otherwise?
Bonamo, of course, blocks all of that ace-X with the ace of diamonds in hand.
Such a tough spot. I mean, small blind 3-bet, barrels flop, continues on this turn, and ace 4 finds the mark. Bonamo down to 12 bigs, Ali.
Nicely done there from Patrick. I think oftentimes many of us can be guilty of thinking things are a lot more straightforward than they are and that spots are simple. Of course, we have the luxury of being able to see both holdings.
Oh, confirmation bias.
You try barreling twice into Bonamo.
Exactly. Number 1 on the all-time money list, looking to add some more to his already impressive resume.
Well, on the topic of adding more, Patrick Antonius adding up to 1.64 million. Good for the chip lead here at our feature table with blinds at 10 and 20K as Bonamo slips to 12 bigs. Obviously, not the kind of depth he was hoping to have here, but I don't think you can pick a stack depth that Justin Bonamo hasn't put the work into knowing how to utilize optimally.
Yeah, Fedor as well. Both looking to get busy sooner rather than later, although 38 left, Ali. Both kind of handcuffed. 18 off the money.
Most recent eliminations are those of Daniel Dvoris, Mike Watson, and of course we saw Laszlo Boytas. Overall shortest stack in the room at present belongs to Loon Loon. 9 bigs.
Shout out Loon Loon.
Overall biggest stack, Linus Love, as Fedor Holz goes to work with ace-king, and another ace-4 pops up, this time in Nicky P's big blind, as he simply defends. To the flop, he goes out of position. Oh, but not out of run good, as believe it or not, he's got the nut flush with a redraw to the steel wheel. Unnecessary entirely, is the very rare draw dead on the flop spot is the one that Fedor finds himself in. No spade in his hand.
Yeah, not much ammunition back as well. Monotone board going to continue small and wide. Sub 25%.
And Nick just trying to think about how he can make a meal of the remainder of Holz's stack. Decides to call. Board pairs, which is always unwelcome. $160,000 out there. May this be
A turn that Petrangelo's range wants to lead on. But it's just want to extend as much rope as possible to Fedor. You can see Petrangelo with the 100% lock on the hand. It's going to lead 45,000 to 160,000.
Feels nice, this move here.
Recognition from Petrangelo that he's going to have more 5x in his range. Fedor's going to have a lot of checkbacks on this turn. How about it, Ali? Fedor going to keep him honest for at least one with
45.
ace-king high.
45 felt like the right number to keep that spadeless ace-king engaged. Unimproved, though, on the river, and now we'll see if Petrangelo puts the rest on request. That kind of 2/3 SPR that Fedor has.
A lot to unpack this hand for the viewers at home. Both Fedor's spot and Petrangelo's spot. It's well played all round. Everything bricking. All the straight draws. All the one spade type holdings. Bar Queen X, the Queen of Spades. Fedor recognizing that got to this river with decent bluff catcher. Unblocking all the types of holdings he'd want Petrangelo to have, and ace-king going to be good. A decent amount of the time, Ali. You can see if he clicks the call button, he's going to be bowing out of this 50k in 38th.
This is the kind of line that a naked spade Could certainly find itself taking, isn't it?
Yeah. 9-7, 6-7, 6-4. Yeah, Fedor gonna pay it off, and he's gonna get shown the bad news. And what a masterfully executed hand by Nick Petrangelo. Fedor says GG's. Good luck to the rest of the table. I think all the poker purists out there really enjoyed the hand from both, by the way.
Well, one of the two of them enjoyed the experience a little bit more than the
For
other.
sure. For
Fedor
sure.
was pretty zippy on the way out. I really want a salmon with rice to show up at the feature here. Just kind of a confused look. It was a little Hungarian guy. Anybody? Just I had
You just love the chaos, don't you?
for sure. Are you kidding me?
You just live for it. Take note, ladies and gentlemen. Even the world's best at times put on the cape incorrectly. Results-wise, obviously Fedor running the math and deciding that that call's going to be profitable.
I've touched on it in the past, Henry, but sometimes those calls are a direct reflection of acknowledgement of the caliber of opponent that you have that isn't only taking those lines with hands that beat the ace-king, but rather with a variety of holdings, and on this occasion, one that absolutely downed ace-high. Folded around to Petrangelo. Puts some of the newly acquired Fedor bucks to work. Deuce 3 suited. Eight, 9 for Bonamo. Flops the joint on a 10-high flop. How about it?
Flops the joint.
Hey,
20.
BVB, unfortunately for Bonamo. Petrangelo completely whiffing. 10-7-6.
He'll take it.
See the numbers slowly creeping up as parts of Europe wake up on this fine Monday morning / afternoon. Welcome to event number 6. We are closing in on the money bubble, 15 spots away. 90,400 min cash. 2 7-figure scores up top. 1.67 million for first. As always, do drop us a like. It's free. Helps support the channel, helps grow our platform and reach a wider audience. Free high-stakes poker content being brought to you from the Hoiana Golf Resort and Casino here in Vietnam.
Not just a like, but a subscribe.
We're closing in on 150,000 subscribers, Ali. A massive milestone for the team. Would love to hit that whilst we're here in Vietnam.
What do you got, the over?
I'm going to take the overs. Worth adding as well that we don't just put out content during these series. You, Randy, out there doing some post-production for cash games and tournaments.
You're in that conversation.
Early stages, but yeah. I know Randy's been putting in shifts for cash games from Madrid, Cyprus.
keep trying to move all in with two hands without saying anything, and then I realize I can't like push my chips forward with this hand, and then have to verbalize it. Volleyball.
Oh, wow.
We have our first volleyball injury impacting play here today as Bonamo pointing out that he can't move his chips all in with his left hand, I believe it was.
Oh, well. Happens to the best of us.
Always enjoyed it.
King Jack offsuit under the gun, and Dao Min Fu enters the
Need more padding.
arena.
Yeah, it's fun. I wish I was better at it.
A little north of 2x.
I love the real honesty from Bonamo. It's like, it was fun. I just wish I was better at it. We've all been there. That's how I feel about, you know what?
I knew you were gonna do that, and I'm so glad you stopped yourself,
Thanks.
because that allows me to do it. I'm just kidding. Bonamo ace-4 into the muck here. There is Loon Loon, by the way.
Yeah, big up Loon Loon. Another one of the Malaysian contingent, Ali, that just always here.
Plays both sides. Long deck, short deck. I, for one, have a special sense of admiration for those who are willing to get involved. Both parts of the program. Is this the first festival where he's played long deck, Henry?
No.
No.
Oh,
okay.
wait, hang on. You might be right. Well, oh, no, I do see
okay.
a 50K.
For a second, as we looked down the resume, I thought perhaps you were suggesting that.
First joined the tour in Cyprus of 2022, back in April of last year. Came 5th, the 50K short deck in Northern Cyprus. Only cash on his resume, looking to add another one here. This 50K 8 max.
I'll tell you what, anytime we pull up player resumes, as we see Bonamo deliberating with ace-3 suited, you really are reminded at the potency of the Triton narcotic. As you don't generally show up
Can't believe you just
and then
covered that.
disappear. Once you get a taste, you're always coming back for another dose.
That's true.
Intense.
That's very true. Justin Bonomo open jamming for 15.
Well, this is going to be trouble for him, as Dao Min Fu
Like the small ones, yeah.
will most certainly be making the call, and
Like
very comfortably.
4 ounce cold brew.
And that comfort only grows as he is realizing that he's dominating
This one's
Bonamo.
It's like 3 sips. I'm like,
Yeah, but even ace-3 of clubs, 30%
So good though.
against the ace-king.
I'm gonna get another one then. Sip it. That was my first.
So to the flop we go with 640 in the middle. Club in the window, but no assistance behind it. That said, paired boards can yield chops in these spots. 10 rolls off, and now a queen or a 10 would yield a chop. A 3 would be a clean winner, but a 4 is the end of the road
I think
for
it's my favorite coffee.
the
ever.
tremendous talent of
Forrest and
Justin
Stevie, these guys,
Bonamo.
like, if they go to the restaurant, they just order a regular.
One of
they're like, oh,
a handful of players, Henry, who
because if
have had
Have you had the hot
career-defining years
It
and
has all this
stretches,
syrupy,
just
like,
caught
condensed milk.
absolute
Yeah,
fire,
everyone thinks it's the same, but
winning multiple
s-
super high roller
nothing in it.
bowls
Yeah, I always.
in the U.S. and overseas. Also a one-drop, if I'm not mistaken.
I want to say like 19 million in the span of 3 or 4 months, if I'm not mistaken.
Nothing's there.
It's quite
Changes the taste.
the run.
Well, it's different beans, like the local beans here.
See that the Triton free roll over on GG Poker is starting in 5 minutes time. Password for that
I
one,
think so.
Ask
I don't think they
Fador.
add anything to it.
But you know
Get
the hot
involved,
one
don't
has, like,
forget, no late
condensed
reg.
milk and-
Yeah,
Let us know, as always, how you guys are getting on
but I think the black
over on GG.
coffee doesn't have anything in it.
I feel like we should start a introduction to Mixed Games Club at some point over on GG.
You know what's funny?
I would love to learn how to play mixed games.
I've had a conversation with the powers that be over there, part of the GG family myself, not in the capacity of Fedor, Dean Eggs, and Elke, and Jason Kuhn, of course, but nevertheless, trying to toe the line and be an ambassador for mixed games, and
That's good.
certainly hope
Yeah,
that
thank you, thank you.
at some point
Like
that
1.1.
wish of yours would be fulfilled.
Yeah, I think the intimidating thing, at least for me, about mixed games is, you know, the game that you play in is a sizable one. I don't want to learn the game and lose a high percentage of my net worth in the process, you know. But I would jump in for a low stakes mixed game on GG. So if you set that up, let me know.
Yeah, I certainly would spend plenty of time being a part of that. Used to do it way back in the day with Full Tilt, just an $8, $16 horse table I had there, which had a lot of fun playing, as we see Nikki P. Uneventful, Queen Jack on the ace high board, taking it down. Wonder if we would ever see mixed games entering the Triton Festival.
Dare we dream, Ali. I
How cool
have
would that be?
dreams of a PLO main event, maybe a 4-card, 5-card, 6-card main. Who knows what's to come in the future?
Well, I said mixed games, and then you said a PLO event. Now that's a single ingredient sort of affair
I said we could all dream.
If you have a
Right.
Vietnamese coffee before you
about
golf,
mixed games.
No, about the
said if you
different
have a
types of
Vietnamese coffee
games
Before you golf, your hands are shaking.
Yeah.
will find its way to
Oh, it's so strong.
Triton.
This is the cold one.
Do you fancy
Yeah.
yourself a PLO player?
The
Henry?
hot one's just sweet.
I used to.
The cold one is like,
Now what do you fancy yourself?
I ordered
Premature
two,
midlife
guys,
crisis. At 28.
Well, Loon Loon stack was in a little bit of a crisis, 10-8 suited though in the cutoff, and he will happily
I'm on the
accept
other side.
the
They make 'em-
blinds.
They just make them in the little restaurant. I'm on the side of the suites.
Ask myself that question every day,
They
Ali.
make it really good. But they do this.
That's an alarming frequency at which
This
You
one
can get
to
it.
be
this
asking
one's
that
not sweet.
question.
I always
Henry,
order it.
I-
Yeah, I always order it without any sugar in it.
The cold one is not
Don't know
sweet
what
at all.
sort of
But the hot one is sweet, and they drip it
healthcare
over,
program
and
we have here is
what you're talking about.
But this has no milk, but they
members
say
of
it's bitter
the
anyway.
Triton family. We'll definitely look into whether or not there's some counseling services available.
Don't you worry about my healthcare, pal. Doing all right.
Since we're here.
Yeah.
34 left, 20 places paid. It's really an opportunity for those larger stacks to
All in?
separate themselves from the rest of the pack as we close in on the money bubble. Dwyer going to be priced in unless some action
What's that
comes
you
from
say?
behind KCG. Pocket fives, but under the gun open, five's going to find the mark.
How much
And they
is
have
it?
the coconuts here.
How much is it?
This place is like the best. You like the food?
I like the food what they serve here.
You don't like it in the restaurant?
I haven't actually tried because I don't eat gluten and
There's like a lot of fish and salmon and stuff. It's good.
130K more. You see Dwyer running through the numbers.
Yeah.
room service okay.
Sorry,
But have
Ron.
time to go to.
That'd be,
The restaurant.
Don't baby me. Please let me.
Slams in the call, and Loon, don't bad beat me declared.
Oh, that's
All
brilliant.
the way over.
got all the food.
Not in the main hotel.
Loon Loon in great shape
Called Suites, whatever, like if
to
you
double
walk
up to
past
20
the
big
resort
blinds.
all the way down.
Yeah.
There's two restaurants.
Yeah.
Where the gym is. That building.
There's the Vietnamese.
Got away with the jam and take it down.
Way past.
Now here he is with
They
400K
have normal stuff like
in the middle, 753. The ace king looks good.
super clean.
No mention of the natural 9 in Dwyer's hand.
I didn't go to the Korean bar.
Well, isn't that because it's actually a zero?
No, I haven't. I'm not gonna go there.
I don't want to cook it myself.
That's my.
Ace counts as one, doesn't it?
Scary.
That was scary.
Yeah. Both side.
Paint is 0, ace is 1 in Baccarat, right? Don't look at me like that. Loon Loon doubling up. Let's get this straight now.
Hey, listen. I'm a rookie, okay?
Okay, so it isn't a natural 9 then. You got me out here questioning myself with the commitment that you have. Well, if you want to get in on our giveaway of the Secret Lab seating that Henry, myself, and Randy have grown quite comfortably accustomed to, a limited edition Triton Poker X Secret Lab chair
You know me. You know me.
will be awarded. Just type
I know I'm not winning.
exclamation point giveaway in the chat for instructions on how you too
Type player.
can get involved. Now, Loon Loon. Gonna sit this one out.
I don't know you. If it was you, I'd just snap call. Like, I got to see what you got.
You remember?
I'm going to do that next time I'm all in, Ali. Don't bad beat me, please, Steeler.
KCG on the button. Gets after the boys with an 8-6 offsuit. Petrangelo off of 1.1. O'Dwyer does have him covered. He's going to 3-bet it to 140K. Not lost on Nicky P is kind of that reputation that KCG has for being wily.
Yeah, nice hand to do it with as well against the button open, and kind of going back to the topic of bubble play. You know, for pros, the bubble typically the time where they
If you
make
just go
some of
with
their biggest
Heckler, he'll do all the
strides
work for you.
to set themselves up to win the tournament.
He was happy to be,
He's the man.
Lean into those middling stacks, such as KCG's, who, if he plays correctly, can sneak his way into the money. You're going to see
I'm like very happy with eating the
people like
Petrangelo.
Petrangelo
It's so good.
lean into them.
Like you said, the whatever Hanoi chicken or something.
Dauman Fu, by the way, yesterday was wearing that VSOP patch. I understand you paid a visit to the local card room in Hanoi.
I did, yeah.
What was your review?
The purpose of my visit was to join the likes of Victor Chong and Michael Soiser, who've been out here kind of crushing at this series, both with the final table, both rebranding the APT New Era. We're out there for the APT. Poker growing here in Asia, Ali, as I'm sure you're aware of, as we see records being broke here in Vietnam for this Triton Super High Roller Series. But yeah, highly recommend if you get the chance. Go and pay it a visit. Loon Loon going to defend the King 7.
Up against a couple of Queen Jacks here as we head to the flop with 140 in the middle. Ace high rainbow, pretty dry looking board here, favoring the opener.
That's all Patrick.
A rare scene with Patrick not chewing. Takes a stab. 8 of clubs interacting nicely with him, but not with any of the other holdings. I know you're on this 4,000 calorie program, by the way, Henry. You
Go on,
suppose that's over or under Patrick's daily intake?
Over.
You said this with resounding confidence.
Definitely. Yeah, he's got, what, 15 years on me? His metabolism's going to be a lot slower than mine. So, expect he's probably hitting somewhere in the realm of 18 to 24 on a daily basis.
But he does work out a lot.
I know he does. But that's got nothing to do with basic human biology.
Yeah, but when you work out, you burn calories.
Just leave it, Ali.
You know?
18 to 24 is my guess. Happy to wager some. money.
You think he's in the realm of 1,800 to 2,400 calories a
For
day?
maintenance, I mean, he's your age?
I'm taking the over.
Over 2,400.
Producer James also taking the over. I would imagine the chat's taking the over. Remember that
Ask him what his maintenance level is.
this supposition is coming from a man who referred to ace 9 as a natural 9 earlier. By the way, producer James and I would love to deal baccarat to you if you're interested. Petrangelo has the natural 9. Opener to 40K. Getting 3-bet by O'Dwyer's King 10. Chat, I believe, referred to you as a Bach whale, Henry.
A bark whale.
It's a very rare species.
Is it like a beluga whale? Any relationship there? Or
No,
similar, same family?
that is an intelligent mammal. One that would be able to identify correctly a natural 9. I would sooner back a porpoise in Bach than you, and given that you're a presumably higher primate.
Are you trying to shame me for my lack of degeneracy? Is that what's going on here?
Strangely, I believe I am, and I think it's a weird thing to do,
I don't
considering
know how I feel about that.
you
I
should
mean,
be garnering
maybe
my respect as someone that isn't a degenerate. But I come from a generation where degeneracy was a merit badge of sorts.
I feel like that speaks more of you than it does of me, Ali. But hey, listen, we'll let the viewers at home.
I'm a lost cause. Don't worry about me.
You're like a glimpse into my future 17 years from now.
How depressing is that?
It's like I've been gifted a magic mirror.
KCG up front with the ace 5. So far, so good. Now over to Patrick's 10-3 suited. And Patrick wants to play a pot with KCG here. The ever unpredictable Queen 8 deuce. Neither player improved. 60,000. Little half pot sprinkling from KCG, and he'll take it down. Well, just kind of little jabs in the ring for the time being. Haven't seen a lot of heavy blows being thrown around. As we close in on the money, 33 left at present. Linus Love still at the top of the leaderboard. Jonathan Jaffe at present the shortest stack with 175,000, 7 bigs.
Some big names still left in this one. Jan's Arends, by the way, still in the mix. Came second in the 15K to Nacho Barbera. Didn't cash the mystery bounty then. One day later went on to win the 30K 8 max for 921,000. That was late last night. Took no time, wasted no time rather, in using 50,000 of those winnings to jump into this event, event number 6.
Well, Petrangelo using 50,000 of his chips to open under the gun with Queen Jack, which turns into 2 overs with some backdoor prospects on a 10-high, 2-heart board, where KCG defended the big and now checks with the flow of play.
with some considerable ICM effects coming in, just 13 off the money. Feels like I keep repeating this, but really just gets to lean into that healthy, safe, but not looking to play big pots. It's KCG. Needs to make the money. Not to say that that's his only goal. More than happy to take a close spot, even if it does mean him exiting before we make the money. What are you spying on over there, Ali? I see you scrolling through both channels.
Yeah, the YouTube chat, Andre Tamas asking a question that I think is pretty interesting. And there's a couple of names out there that he's wondering, why is it that they aren't here at the Triton events? The one that I'm zeroing in on is True Teller, Timofey Kuznetsov. You know he's a beast in the cash game streets, but really the caliber of talent that one might expect really would be here. Any theories, by the way?
I can't speak on their behalf.
Do you think he was drafted by the Russian army? Think about those games. What? There's like they're doing this liberation thing. 10-4-3 here. 2 jacks for Steve O'Dwyer. The overpair. KCG and Dao Min Fu both with ace-X.
The day is going to come, Ali, where I show up to work and the powers that be, Henry.
Thank you for your efforts, but we're going to have to let you go, Henry.
Can you hold down the fort for today? Or you're going to be like, why? Where's my partner in crime, you know, half of the dynamic duo, Ali and Najad, and they're going to be like,
emphasis on crime.
So he's no longer with us. As the embassies of the world have not given him a visa, or his passport's been flagged, whatever it may be. And I'm just going to nod.
Yeah.
And you know,
I knew this day would come.
I knew this day would come, and it's going to be a sad day.
It was just a speculation on my part, right? It's a non-zero chance that, you know, somewhere out there, True Teller is manning a small aerial battery somewhere on the border. I'm just, okay, all right, I'm done. I'm just saying.
Back to the action, Ali. 12 off the money. 2 7-figure pay scores. 300 subscriptions away from hitting the 150,000 subscriber mark. By the way, receiving word from Jerome and the team behind the scenes. Love to see the continued support from all of you. Tuning in from all over the world. 74,000 followers over on Twitch as well. Do click that subscribe button if you haven't already. Not only do we have continuing coverage of this series here in Vietnam, but a lot of post-production content to be released after Vietnam.
A lot of
cash games from Cyprus, and yeah, a lot of
chips could be released here as KCG's got this ace-king on the button behind Dao Min Fu's 55K open. 3-bet to 165K. Let's see how Fu elects to react given the effective stack of KCG.
Yeah, blinds just going up to 10,000, 25,000. This is just north of 20 bigs. Button v hijack as well.
Heart rates might be going up as well as Marcus Leikonen enters the feature. Keeps it exciting. Fu flicked in a time bank here.
That's indeed. I don't think this is as clear-cut a spot, given that we are so close to the money. But Carl, coming back over the top.
Yeah,
down Min Fu.
4 bets to 300,000. 550 total from KCG, and we're playing a 1.16 million chip pot here with 32 left in event 6. KCG covered and in need of help.
What a legend.
And he binks the ace. Dalman Fu devastated. This dealer's off his Christmas list.
I was about to say, no presents for this dealer. Oh, he's asking the dealer. He's like, go on, put one out there.
I don't know if he was asking so much as telling the dealer to put a 10 out there.
Should we maybe
3 aces on the
slide
river
an
for
air
KCG?
tag into the pocket of the dealer just in case they don't return for the next shift?
Turns up missing. Yeah,
No, but I counted twice. I have
I think
like
that would be
700.
prudent.
1.7.
Actually, they thought you won the
KCG winning a very crucial flip, 12 off the money.
I would suggest that the pot was actually a little bit more crucial for the dealer. But as it were, we'll miss him. God, such a promising young lad, too. Shame. We kid, come on. Come on. What would a Triton stream be without a little bit of irreverent humor? It would be slightly more professional is what it would be.
Oh, I absolutely love it. I can't believe I get paid to do this. come to this is fantastic. Here we are, 12 left, or 12 away, sorry, from the money.
And on the topic of fantastic, ace-queen offsuit, off of 1.6, qualifies.
Yeah, Patrick just, throughout this series, every time we've seen him, he's just had a lot of stack to work with. Final 4 tables now. Seen event number 5 champion, Arends, join the feature table. McBoyfin making an appearance as well. Last night we had the chance to have a quick chat with him, Ali, asking him about that King 4 of Diamonds hand. And
Yeah.
Did you give the other one to the...
as you can expect, the response was typical McBoyfin, kind of just, you know, in it goes.
2 kings and a 10, not exactly what O'Dwyer had in mind with this suited connector from the big blind that he defended. Patrick, range advantage, Broadway gutter. No spade in his hand, though. Action check to him. Sneeze and take it. And there it is. Antonius, by the way, putting really a personal dent in the local hatcheries of the South China Sea with the amount of fish he's consumed, which of course, according to Henry, is sub 2,400 calories daily.
What is a Vietnamese coffee? Because I am a huge fish. Like
Chat also taking the over.
drinking
Okay.
espresso over here. Is it? What is a Vietnamese coffee? Is that a cold? Is that a cold?
No sunglasses.
Little wager,
on my
perhaps, Kilbane?
feature table.
Or a large wager, if you will.
You know what? Nick and I have been drinking them cold.
Suddenly you're reevaluating?
No.
No, you're still taking the under
What's
2,400?
how much leeway am I allowed on the 2,400? 10%?
I order a Vietnamese coffee. It's gonna be disgusting.
Do you have those conversations with the sports book?
You're drinking
Well, I don't
espresso
bet
instead of having like
on such.
best iced coffee.
I'll bet
I'll give it a try.
that I'm not off by more than 10%.
No, but that's not
It's very strong.
the way a lot. You know
Listen,
what?
I can't listen. I know that you think of me highly, but I can't just look at a guy and say, "Yep, that's 2,400." But I would wager that when he's not bulking for maintenance purposes,
I need to look over. I can smell it.
that I'm not off by more than 10%. Yeah, I'm happy to bet some money.
Away from it. Bad coffee.
All right, we'll figure it out. Feel like chat wants to get a piece
So that's
of our side.
2,640 would be the line.
Okay.
All right.
3 of diamonds was a nice one in the window for Loon Loon, who's 5-6 suited, is performing better than it did for Steve O'Dwyer. Top pair and an open ender against the ace-9 open of KCG.
that has you put the beans in it and then it just.
Who, by the way,
But then I gotta go buy beans.
has
and I gotta make sure
20%
that
equity.
if I'm not
That
home,
9 of
it's all-
clubs working,
That's
but of
just not
course
that
the 10 of hearts will reduce that as it goes check, check.
I'm a Jura guy.
A what?
Jura?
Sorry, I'm not a coffee snob. That's the best you can get. Jura?
No name saying if you guys are betting, you better cam up and show some money.
You guys play. You're an online poker player. How do you not have a good coffee?
I have a decent I'm actually planning to buy a better one, but I'm not sure if it's
After the big win yesterday,
no, I can,
it's time.
30K, the bet from Loon Loon.
honestly, spending it on a coffee machine, it's a good idea. Plus, there's a bunch of coffee shops in my building, so.
KCG peeling one.
That's a European company too. Jura.
Doesn't improve.
That's my
Yeah,
go-to
small
wet
bet from
press
Loon
for
Loon.
everybody
Yeah.
here.
Maybe feels like this is a
Send him.
Vortex shirt. He's going to take a stab at after defending the big.
Well, now, with Loon deciding to check, you thought maybe KCG would try to turn his hand into a bluff, but instead he shuts
I
down.
did have one of those drip coffee contraptions that Patrick was talking about.
I think there was a number
No,
there
like-
that maybe gets Loon Loon off the 6. What do you think?
Yeah, that 9 of
You put
clubs.
ice in like a thing up top, and the ice slowly melts, and then you put the coffee grounds down here, and the ice.
Certainly worthy of
Oh,
thinking
really?
about. Ace high, a lot of hands.
That's cool. Standard French press when you grind it up.
Clearly, I have
That's like a lot of effort.
Yeah, I mean this thing was a lot of effort. It was during. I was using it during like the height of the pandemic. And
Loon's done well for himself since arriving here at this feature table as the shortest stack in the field, I believe, at the time. Still down toward the bottom of the board, but 17 bigs. Slowly chiseling his way up. Now an ace-king for Petrangelo.
honestly,
50K min raise open, and we welcome the champ from event 5, Jans Arends. Pocket 5s deemed inadequate from the cutoff to participate. Another ace-king surfacing in Loon Loon's small blind. Off of 410,000, takes a peek up at the tournament clock. Taking inventory. Just about 16 bigs. Not going to 3-bet it, just going to jam here. Of course, Petrangelo a little double check, and we know where it's going. Into the middle. This one rates to be a chop. Advantage Petrangelo in terms of club coverage.
Yeah, this one plays itself. Sub 20, 11 off the money.
Well, the King of Hearts now works for Petrangelo on this flop. But no longer. 4 on the turn. River of no consequence. And we'll chop it up.
Yeah, nice little pick up there for Loon Loon. Albeit a chop. Heading back up towards 20 big blinds. Given that he was down to 6 bigs at one point.
Loon, 18 bigs, 445K. As you get a look at the chip counts here at our featured table of Event 6, the 50K 8 Max. Brought to you by GG Poker, our title sponsor here in the Triton Super High Roller Series.
Some big name bust outs from the outer tables.
Talk to me.
Ali, João Vieira, David Yan, Seth Gottlieb, Kyan Mockery. Just to name a few. Bossman Paul Poir,
Hate to see it.
reigning main event champion Punat Punsri, who I believe you mentioned earlier on, for those just joining us.
By the way, I was surprised back in Vegas to find Punat Punsri splashing around in the Poker Go studio.
Yeah, not only was he splashing around, I believe managed to get his hands on a trophy out there.
Kind of a rare sight. Part of that tremendously talented and, dare I say, entertaining Thai delegation, which includes the likes of Lisawad Pakanai, of course, Pachara Wangwachit, Kanapong Tanaratakul. Ace-10 suited here, a flat call from the non-flying Dutchman. Jans. Shout out Marcel Lusk. OG from that side of the pawn, and this is problematic here, as you probably could tell from Henry's response. Middle set against top pair with a club out there.
11 off the money.
And look at Patrick checking it.
Event number 5 champion.
There's a bit of a burning smell in the room. Henry.
See how this hand plays out. Antonius facing a 50,000 chip bet from Jans, just south of 1/3. Minfu still eyeballing the dealer.
No, he denies it.
And Patrick.
Super wet board texture. The check raise to 175. Henry, what do you make of this in Jan's seat?
I mean, it's a lot of hand, right? Top pair, top kicker, backdoor clubs. Board texture this way against an under the gun opening range from Patrick. Obviously has all of the overpairs in his range. Has all of the sets as well, as the 8-9s are available on this board. Wow.
Yeah,
Just
there's the all-in as Patrick finds the path. And Jans realizing that it is a steep climb. Just 5% with 2 to come. 1.2 million in the middle. And on the turn, he's going to draw dead. Wraps the table quickly as there will be no additional cash or title to add to his resume in this event 6. As Antonius beginning to emerge.
Chip leader, Ali, of the entire tournament.
Hands like that'll help the cause. How many calories do you think he burned in that pot, Henry?
Jan's just running into top of range. I don't know, sitting down. Not that many.
Boy, that was a pretty nasty little cooler there for Jans.
Yes, that's cold. Top pair, top kicker against someone that is more than capable of having check raise bluffs. Just applying pressure on the soft bubble.
Well, on the topic of capabilities, a very capable Dan Cates has been spotted.
Uh-oh. The jungle himself.
Earlier this morning, Kate from our VIP crew was out front, looking like she was in search of something or someone. Both you and I were there. I believe, or was it Randy? We just said, Kate, everything all right? What are you looking for? She said, just waiting for Jungle Man. And here we find Dao Fu. Did he limp jam the 5s here against Patrick?
Yeah, Dowman just taking no prisoners. You know, 44 bigs, just comes with check jam with the 5s, 10 off the money. Says, you know what, Patrick, if you have it, you have it. Here's all of my chips. Fortunate to just run into bottom of range this time round.
Higher variance approach there being employed.
Can always spike the 2 outer if Patrick does wake up with the overpair. Chat absolutely loving that one. The local Vietnamese viewers keeping us company over on YouTube.
Yeah, he does have a lot of local results from up at the VSOP, Henry,
Yeah,
and is
big
spying in
following.
his Hendon mob.
Big following.
Well, not so big deuces running into not so big 6s.
175. 170.
But a 3-bet
75, I think.
from KCG to 175K, and this is an interesting spot.
Oh. Strap in. Strap in,
Yeah.
Ali.
3 bets turned to 4, and then a jam from KCG. Not exactly what Dao Fu was hoping to see with 2 deuces.
A 5-bet pot. I mean, KCG just fearless. Snap all in. Having none of it. Seen enough of Dao Fu.
Man's got gamble.
How about that? Chat, 5-bet pot. Button v big blind, 40 effective. 7 off the money. 1.7 up top.
I'll tell you what,
KCG.
those are the kind of pots, by the way, that the rest of the table would do well to observe when they decide that maybe they want to target some of what they deem to be these wider opens from KCG. Man's reputation precedes him. And you think, okay, let me get after it a bit. Careful what you wish for. Might be all you can eat from KCG, so you better show up with something you're ready to dig in with.
Or can we talk about the Min Fu clickback as
Sure.
well against the 3-bet? I mean, come on. Like, these guys.
4-bet folds aren't the kind of thing that we see all that often.
I have to go way back to 2011, 2012 archives. I was watching the Germans 10 years ago. Clicking buttons, 40 effective. Not that much of a thing nowadays, but Dao Fu and KCG going after it.
You have 2 or 1.8?
Look at going after it.
2.1, I think.
Patrick Antonius really enjoying this role of table captain. 8 off the money.
Petrangelo going to be enjoying a couple of jacks in the big blind as he determines how he'd like to approach this spot. Does have a healthy stack, but it is overshadowed by Antonius's 2 million plus.
270.
Nevertheless, he takes it up to 270K. Doubtful that this pot is anything but over.
Started with what? Like 1.2.
Am I going to be scorned for being presumptive?
No. 4.5x from Petrangelo.
Sure enough. 6 high into the muck. What then, Henry, given the cancellation of the golf appointment this morning, did you find yourself doing as part of your pregame ritual coming into the booth today?
I already told you earlier on, maybe my response fell on deaf ears, that
50.
certain someone for a couple of nights in a row has been responsible for keeping me up until the early hours of the morning.
So you
after
just
the
slept
commentary.
in?
And being the true professional that I am, I want to come in fresh to these 12-hour days in the booth with you and Randy. Yeah, I got my 6.5, 7 hours sleep. Woke up, meditated, cold shower,
Like are those stacks of 10?
and
Are
headed
those
on
stacks
over.
of 10?
Some food and
Thank you.
sunlight before jumping in the booth. Boring, I know. Has to be done.
You know, it's interesting.
No,
I
no, it's not.
well, you're right about
Going
that.
on here, 135,000 in the middle. With Boyfin against O'Dwyer, top 2 v Broadway cut shot.
I know you'd love to take refuge behind this pot that develops here,
I mean,
Henry,
it's
but I'll put a
sizable
pin
one
into
here,
my
you know,
criticisms
+1 v big blind.
of your pregame rituals. You are right, though. Couple of tough customers.
I mean, Boyfin, if we see more of him at these stops, the overall skill level of the field has gone up significantly higher. His presence.
He's the kind of guy that shows up and everyone looks at each other and goes, who told this dude about Triton?
Yeah. Yeah, it's like, please just go back to crushing everything online and leave us mere mortals alone.
Check call, by the way, of the 30K. Follow through from Likkonen as O'Dwyer hunts a queen. Instead is provided an 8. Top 2 for Likkonen.
195 in the middle. Expect to see Boyfin size us up for a 3 street hand. Though we are closing in on the bubble. But ace jack, obviously a lot of hand.
200K makes it an easy decision for King 10 as Likkonen will pick one up. By the way, we've met the finish quota here at the feature table at 2 Finnish players. Certainly, we will never allow 3 Finnish players.
That would just be
at the
unfair on
table.
everyone else. Bet 200. Well played, Far Side Chicken. Over on Twitch saying Marcus was really likening that board with the ace jack. Bravo. Can't believe we didn't come up with that ourselves, but
I can.
here we are.
Listen, I don't have an aversion to low-hanging fruit, but if it's actually partially consumed by some form of vermin on the base of the tree, I tend to steer clear of it. And
Really?
I
Do you, though?
I think
Harley?
that particular
Really?
joke. What was this guy's name? Ban him from the chat. Steve O'Dwyer with 3-4 offsuit in the small blind. I kid, of course. Limping in against Loon Loon. Peeks at an ace in the big. See whether or not he wants to lean a bit on the O'Dwyer limp. Gonna think it over.
Eight off the money. 16 bigs. Ace-X.
All in?
Yeah.
Gonna jam it.
In it goes, and a snap fold from O'Dwyer. Big pickup for Loon Loon. Staying alive, by the way, Ali. Was down to 6, 7 bigs. Still comfortable, though. 20 bigs kind of handcuffed on the bubble.
I love seeing that from Loon Loon, by the way. You know, as we creep toward the money bubble here, and it's not a small one, you are on a short stack. You've kind of built it up. Sometimes you can be guilty of not wanting to take the high variance spot, not wanting to maybe take the risks that are necessary to spin it up. Not so there for Loon Loon, however, as we get a look at our next featured
Sensei.
table.
Dan Smith.
Well, Sensei Bryn Kenny, but Sensei and Dan Smith, just to make sure that the titles are not conflated. There's only one Sensei.
There is only one Sensei.
It's Cowboy Dan Smith. Back over to the feature now.
Or philanthropist Dan Smith, depending on what day of the week it is. Bryn Kenny, #1 on the Triton all-time money list.
Oh, this open for Petrangelo from the cutoff is going to get an earful from O'Dwyer's 2 kings. Now, McBoyfin out of the big with ease, mucks the ace-10, as does Petrangelo.
These guys really not making it easy for each other.
When do they ever?
No, of course. Just when you think that someone may step into the role of table captain, they're promptly shut down by their peers. Dwyer 3-betting Nicky P on a couple of occasions. A lot of hand pocket kings. Linus Love still leading the way in pole position. 27 left. Patrick Antonius right on his heels, though. Stephen Chidwick rounding out the top 3. Carl Chappé-Gatian now in 4th, by the way, courtesy of that 4-bet pot.
There he is.
5-bet pot, rather. A button v big blind.
Right, don't sell it short. Those weren't the 2 holdings that we suspected would lead to a 5-bet pot. Of course, deuces against 6s, as we see O'Dwyer opening the queen 8 suited. Likenen flatting 7-5 suited here, and he'll have a flop heads up against the Irishman, and he's got himself a flush draw up against a boat. This is a real problem. Just 0.2% running straight flush would be the escape.
Well, the fact that you
for
even
Likenen
spotted that one, Ali, is just goes to show how many hands of poker you've played lifetime, pal. Checks through a club, be an absolute disaster for Likenen. 7 of hearts, does give him 2 pair. 150,000 out there. See if Likenen opts to probe, doesn't.
second check. O'Dwyer has so much hand here, Henry. 150 in the middle. Is he obligated to bet this or check and try to induce? Apparently the latter is deemed a decent decision by Steve, as like an inconsequential 5 connected with.
Oh, fortunately for McBoyfin, bricking the flopped flush draw, does still have a hand that wants to put some money in, whether it be in form of a block bet or a check call. Check it on over to Steve now for a third time. And given that O'Dwyer checked flop, check turn, maybe an out for McBoyfin, depending on sizing, of course. Maybe suspicious. of this line. As it looks like a sizable reach.
Just how meaty is it? Full pot. This is awkward. Polar sizing, is it not?
Yeah, and it's tough to think of hands that would want to do this. See McBoyton.
Yeah, shaking his head and saying call. You kind of sympathize with the spot that he found himself in.
That's it.
Giving Stevie a lot of respect there on the river for some bluffs. Boyfriend paying him off. Steve O'Dwyer up to 1.5 million now. Patrick Antonius still leading the field, second in chips overall. Linus Love out in front in pole position, Ali.
Kind of territory that we are accustomed to seeing him in as Antonius continues to hold court here at this feature table, which will be giving way to a new feature table as we welcome you back inside the booth here at the Hoiana Golf Resort. Ali Nejad, Henry Kilbane, and feels like some tiptoeing going on out there. Some notable exceptions, of course, the deuces versus the sixes. It's not a pot we expected, was it? But
bet pots in 2023. Let's go.
as we get closer and closer to this bubble, 27 runners remaining at present of our original 139 entries, things are going to get a little tighter and tighter, are they not?
Yeah, actually surprised at the pace of play. We came back with 49. We're down to 27. Average stack a lot deeper than it has been in other tournaments. So a lot of play to be had, but yeah, snail pace incoming, I would assume, given that we are just 7 off the money.
Well, I'm not going to be here for that play, at least not in the booth, as I will give way to Randy Liu. Henry's going to stick tight. We're going to take a quick break, but when we return, continuing coverage of Day 2 of Event 6, our 50K 8 Max from the Triton Super High Roller Series. Don't go anywhere.
GG Poker.
The biggest poker site.
Best poker site. Poker.
Why?
The most
So many
ambitious.
players. This is a crazy.
It's a doom.
Look it up because I can't say side card. It could be an ace legit.
Oh, baby!
Start your journey towards becoming a winning poker player today with the Tournament Masterclass. I designed a blueprint that has helped me and countless students to become consistent winning players in poker. We simplify and teach concepts that work. Pre-flop, post-flop, ICM pre-flop and post-flop, final tables, multi-way, a whole population analysis, a GTO Bible, and many play and explain live footage showcasing all the concepts and exploits taught in the Tournament Masterclass. Don't waste any more time on complex strategies that simply don't work, and join the Tournament Masterclass and start winning in poker, whether it's online or live poker.
Producer James stepping in to advise that Nick apparently did make his way to that golf date. Sans, you, and Seth played one hole and then decided it was so slow he wanted to come home. We really should vet that stuff more.
So slow in the form of
like not
green?
busy or the greens. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
That's what I want to know.
Nothing slow about KCG. Out of the big here, wagging his finger at this Cale Burns limp. Cale wants to take one. We'll play for 115 for the time being. 10-9-7. How about middle pair and an open ender up against backdoor spades, 2 overs, and a gutty? Okay, we'll check.
Looks like a new man, KCG. Well, how about this for a cooler for Cale Burns? What is in the air, Arlie? Just been a couple of days of hands, big hands crashing in
This
to
is
the nuts.
downright absurd. Cale has the jack high straight up against the nut straight for KCG. Who can blame him for leading out? 40K. As the fuse is lit and Cale Burns' stack smolders.
Yeah, 1/3 turn probe. 155,000 in the middle. KCG looks like he's reaching for raising chips. Ali wants to go for all of it here, and maybe there's now a world where Burns is able to get away from this.
Well, he's not asking for all of it. The raise to 130,000, 255K back for Burns, but effectively, were Burns to put another 90 in here with this holding, we would assume he would get the rest in there if demanded to by showdown.
Burns just going to call. There are some hands that was trying to get to showdown, hand like queens, ace queen, although you could argue that they would just call board pairing on the river. SPR less than 0.5. Flashbacks to that king-queen hand of Badziakowski yesterday against the overpair pocket aces of Phil Nagy, where he managed to find a fold. This would be as equally, if not even more, impressive of Burns. As KCG snap jams once checked to.
Seems impossible.
You heard him say, I don't think I can fold, it's impossible. Well, we kind of thought, as you mentioned, that the king-queen was a fold that one could never have seen in his future, but he found it against the aces correctly. Can he do it again here today?
Can we just talk about the caliber of player that Burns is, taking time before flicking in the call?
Yeah, but nobody is going to hold him in any measure of contempt for electing to call down here on this river. And yeah, you can see that dejected affect.
Sure.
Just no shame in it, Cale. You know it. We know it.
The fact that he doesn't snap is just...
give you credit for hands in certain spots. Just getting more action in spots where you would seek to have it. I don't know. This is
I know exactly
subtle,
what you mean.
but
I know what you mean. I think there's a lot of merit to being casual in certain lineups. There's some private games, yellow cash, mixed game kind of environments comes to mind. Not sure here though. I feel like if you do open the door to being overly casual, that these guys are just gonna put a big target on your back. And maybe that's a good thing if you are one of the world's best, to have people underestimate you.
Petrangelo, 35K open as O'Dwyer mulls it over on the button. Ace deuce suited. We talk so often about the solver affinity for the baby suited ace wheel tandem specifically. Oftentimes the kind of hand that likes to 3-bet.
Opting to just flat on the button.
Surprised at all?
Not at all. Not from O'Dwyer.
Fedor allowed to enter the equation from the big. His queen 9 turns into an open-ended straight draw along with Petrangelo, who's got the benefit of an overpair. Let us not overlook the 2 hearts, however, as O'Dwyer's got the nut flush draw.
Yeah, dealer just said, hold my beer. Let me just ping off the most action-inducing flop. Nut flush draw for Stevie. Nicky P, overpair, open-ender. A lot of hand for his hand in particular, but a board texture against a big blind range. He's going to want to do a lot of checking. You can see Petrangelo checking it on. A very warm welcome back to the Hoiana Golf Resort and Casino here for event number 6. Randy Liu jumping in to replace Ali Najad alongside myself on the call for this one. We're down to one of my favorite parts of the tournament, Randy, which is the money bubble. We're closing in on that 90,000 min cash, and we have none other than Linus Love at the helm, leading the final 27 in pole position. We can see there Linus out in front, Patrick Antonius, who just eliminated event number 5 champion in the form of a flopped set against top pair, top kicker, sending Jan's Arends home just 12 off the money. Randy, a lot to fill you in on, a lot to bring you up to date with, mostly the appearance of KCG, and I was just filling you in off of air about this insane 5-bet pot button v big blind against the local Dowmin Fu, who opened the button with deuces. Carl opting to 3-bet to 175. Dow having none of it, clicking it back to 375, and then Carl saying, you know what, pal? 5-bet pot, 6s into the middle. So a lot of names out there that are willing to, you know, get their chips into the middle. But something I wanted to bring to your attention is the stack depth, Randy. 34 big blind average. Is this going to kind of be a bit of a snail-paced approach here to this money bubble?
Yeah, well, of course, 34 big blinds is quite a large average, but the thing is, these guys are, if they're willing to jam in pocket 6s into pocket deuces, it's safe to say that there's a chance that we can still close out the bubble rather quickly. These guys are ready to splash. They all don't want to give up any single edge they can. And, yeah, I don't know. I'm happy to see KCG, right? This is the man who's willing to put in the big bets in there, is willing to fire, make big call downs. He really is just one of the best things that happened over in Cyprus.
He really was, and it's nice to see him showing up here in Vietnam, continuing to support the Triton series. And yeah, we're about to throw it down to a new feature table featuring Dan Smith, Bryn Kenny, Ding, Xiao, Boldajin, and Strava as we close in on the money bubble here in event number 6. You can see the players getting mic'd up. Boldajin leading the field here, 65 big blinds, nursing a very healthy 1.9 million. There will be a final 3 table redraw once we get down to the final 24, 27 players left, 20 places paid with that min cash. Randy, 90,400 is Moonho Siu at the bottom of the counts, but still 19 bigs, Randy.
19 bigs is a lot to work with.
There he is.
Should I see a box?
Number 1 on the Triton all-time money list.
Oh,
Sensei Kenny.
Everywhere. Wow, this table's good.
First appearance from him in quite some time, Randy.
Yeah, took a little break after that big score and is ready to
He's back.
Fight on in Vietnam.
Well, he's got a healthy stack to work with, although he is on the shorter side of the tournament average. Vyacheslav Boldajin going to complete from the small blind. Dan Smith
33 blinds
with pocket freeze. Randy, coincidence?
Pocket threes is it's a hand where you wouldn't mind him getting in, but you need to look at the stack size, and given you're playing 33 big blinds, it doesn't play that well post flop. No reason to bloat the pot unless you could jam in. So you'd want to have maybe closer to 20 blinds to be just pushing it. As played, Ace high flop. Again, going to check bottom pair. Dan's got a big grin on his face for some reason.
Maybe just letting the family know that he's jumping on the main feature table.
I don't know.
You never know. Pops up in the group chat.
Blanks off on the turn. Let's see if pair of sixes wants to consider going for value, protecting the hand. It is a vulnerable hand, pair of sixes.
Yeah, 4 overcards to Dan's pocket threes. A lot of straight draws out there.
Do happen to glance up a little bit. Maybe inspecting the field.
Yeah, something humoring Dan. Maybe his opponent.
Looks like he's going to take one off. Got a pair, hoping to get the showdown cheaply. This is the type of card where you would expect Bodigan to maybe slow down things with a pair of sixes, unless he really thinks he can get another bet from a pair of fives.
Yeah, some of those straight draws that we were alluding to completing on this river. Dan with a relevant couple of cards, blocking some of the semi-bluffs on the turn.
He's looking down at chips, looking for a bit of a value blocker bet.
45,000.
45,000. Oh, 35,000.
Well, it is precisely a blocker bet on this river, sub 25%, and now Dan Smith with an interesting decision. Few options on the table for Smith, feels like.
Yeah, of course. Trying to think. I guess you're saying the 3 blocks some straights. It feels a little bit less relevant given how wide the ranges are. He's just going to lay it down.
So small spot. So much excitement.
Me? About me. You just want to play good, you know? It's fun. Poker's fun.
Yeah. Bubble.
You don't care about bubble?
Yeah, I don't care.
I am going to be honest.
Okay.
I would prefer to cash.
Okay, I noticed.
Russian humor coming
is that
through
Russian
right
humor?
there.
I didn't.
Some of it gets lost in translation, Randy, I'm sure.
I got a little lost, I won't lie.
There have been times where I've tried cracking a joke in the wrong environment and just been left, you know, a bit of an awkward, straight face on my face.
Ace King suited.
John saying that was a great conversation. They almost made sense. Ace King flash. Vyacheslav playing a very healthy 70 big blinds.
Good time to not have something decent.
He is the chip leader at this feature table. He's currently sat 3rd overall, Randy. Some notable names still out in the field. The shorter end, Phil Nagy, Adrian Mateos, and Chris Brewer all looking to sneak their way into the money. Some bust outs prior to the break. Thomas Muirlocker, Santosh Savannah, deep run here, but coming up short. We obviously saw the departure of Jans Arends after flopping top against Patrick Antonius' flopped set.
Minimum.
Raise 60,000.
Vyacheslav having a lot of fun out there. Maybe too much fun.
Jack 6 suited, not a standard raise. And he's ran into Ace King. Nice little spot from Bryn Kenny as he is one of the shorter stacks remaining in the tournament.
5 seconds. All in. Player will end.
jam it is.
Yeah, with
Same as
ICM,
you. Different suit.
Brent, no mucking about. Chipping up nicely to 25 bigs. Two 7-figure scores up top, up for grabs in this one. Randy first going to be going home with 1,670,000. 20 places paid, 27 left. Sizable min cash, 90,400.
Look at that difference between first and second.
Oh yeah,
It's 535K.
casual $500,000.
Just north.
Also, Randy, just to bring to your attention that we are just a mere 250 subscribers away from hitting that massive milestone over on our YouTube channel, 150,000 subscriber milestone. I know you have been here for a long time and have crossed several milestones with the team, but this would be the first one for myself. I know you've been putting out a lot of cash game content in between festivals to keep the viewers and subscribers entertained.
Look, Triton here is when the viewers like their cash games, so we make sure to record and get that footage out to you guys as soon as we can.
I know you've been working tirelessly. I saw you in the back room of Madrid, Cyprus as well, recording, let's just call a spade, some ridiculous content. Players showing up dressed in fancy dress. Shout out Jungle Man. Stand-up game. 7-deuce game. There's all sorts going on. Flashback to Rui Cao calling down Tom Dwan with 8 high in a 700,000.
My favorite hand of all time.
That's just unbelievable. And I believe him, by the way, when he said that he was going to call Tom on the river, had Tom Dwan jammed with the 7-deuce.
I believe him too. The only person I didn't believe him was Tom Dwan. But that's because he was the victim of the hand. Who knows?
Those of you wondering what on earth it is that we're talking about, you can check out all of the cash game action on the Triton Poker Plus app as well as on our YouTube channel.
Hello, Biao Ding. Ace Deuce suited. Final table yesterday's event. Had no luck. Just card dead. Did get multiple pay jumps though. Back at it into 50K.
Doubt it, saying Nano is the GOAT solo cash game commentator. Couldn't agree more. He's definitely up there.
Thank you.
Gets out of the way and does a good job calling the action. You're getting praised for
just
being good at being quiet, Randy.
For just watching.
Just for watching.
That's a good job to have.
Not the worst title in the world. You can think of worse ways to earn your bread.
20 to 25. Probably closer to 20.
Dan Smith, the American, Queen Jack out under the gun. Bryn Kenny's got 8-7 suited in the hijack. Playable. Did increase his stack a little bit.
Raise 65,000.
Sensei coming with just north of min from the hijack suited connector. 6 off the money, as we have had an elimination on the outer tables. Was wow. Roman Hrabets was nursing an incredibly short stack all of last night. Had spun it up to 900k. I do apologize, 750k, and ran his pocket 9s into Stephen Chidwick's pocket aces. And with that pot, Stephen Chidwick is now leading the final 26 players as Vyacheslav defends his big and Flops a piece, but a smaller piece on the King 8-4. Bryn, middle pair, backdoor hearts.
Bryn's got the initiative. Doesn't want to let someone get free equity, so he's going to bet almost min. Is going to invite the bottom pair to come in for a little call. Unless he wants to get a little bit creative.
Yeah, a bit of protection, a bit of value to be had from Sensei. Board texture that he's always going to continue with a lot of his range. And look at this. Vyacheslav, as you were alluding to, Randy, getting creative with that bottom pair. So leaning into that middling stack of Kenny on the bubble.
Of course, a pair of fours is quite vulnerable. He might be thinking that Bryn Kenny feels obligated to c-bet a wide range on his flop. Such a small size. Had he sized up on the flop, probably would have gotten check raise a lot less in terms of frequency. But Bryn Kenny still got a piece, and he knows that when he bets small like this, he's going to invite check raises. Let's take one off. We got good backdoors. We got pair draws. It's not bad. Not bad at all.
King of spades, pairing the top card on the flop, making it less likely, obviously, Randy. Vyacheslav holds a king in his hand, maybe making this turn decision somewhat easier for Bryn should he face a double barrel.
Once Vyacheslav got called when he check raised, it's not going to feel too comfortable on this board given that there's no flush draw on the flop. It was a middle-ish position raise, so some of these straight draw type hands not in the range of Bryn Kenny as much. Bryn bets pretty small here. I think he thinks his opponent's pretty polarized to either have it or nothing. He wants to charge those hands because the 8 is vulnerable. Set the price as well for a river. You don't want to check in and let your opponent bet like 300K, not sure what to do. Well done.
Great start to this feature table for the number one on the Triton all-time money list, Bryn Kenny.
Now, how far ahead is he as the number one all-time money list? Do we know this fact somewhere? Let's see.
It is on the app.
Oh, I got it. It is. Wow, he's like 10 million ahead of Arends.
Is that it? Just 10 million?
Just 10 million.
Obviously, those two vaulting to the lead. Courtesy of that £1 million buy-in back in London.
Bryn Kenny actually has 2 Triton titles. Won the Montenegro main event. And he also won another event in Montenegro, the 6 Max.
Looking to add a third title. Will join the very exclusive club of 3-time Triton champions.
I mean, 2 times pretty exclusive, but 3 time.
Only Phil Ivey and Wai Kin Yong in that club, Randy.
Is it just those 2? Yeah. And the 4 time? Whew. That's a tough one.
JK and the Bads. Bads attack. Responsible for one of the sickest folds of the series so far. And talking of sick folds, not something you'll find me doing over on GG Poker, always giving it away in the PLO cash games. I even, dare I say, try and qualify into these events. Always come up short, but yeah, find myself here in the booth. Daily Triton free rolls. Keep watching for more details. We've been announcing the passwords, obviously. Let us know your favorite format is over on GG. Ali and I were talking earlier on about potentially getting a mixed game club up and running over there.
Okay.
Ali obviously loves mixed game cash. I would love to learn how to play mixed games without having to risk a high percentage of my net worth. I know those vultures in Ali's game would welcome me with open arms.
Oh, come on, Henry. Let's have a chat. Play some cards.
Tell you what, Randy. I'll play that mixed game if you play some heads-up PLO against me.
Jeez. Well, I mean, you got to play against a bunch of people so you can wait around, whereas I'm just playing you regularly every single hand heads up. I'm going to get rocked, aren't I? Let's get back to the poker here. Johannes Straver, ace-5 into Bryn Kenny's 10-6 suited. And I see connection both ways, open-ended. Bryn Kenny with middle pair. 33 big blinds effective to play for, 165K in the middle. Can see probably a mixed strategy from ace-5, as this is the type of board that smashes the big blind a little bit more. So I wouldn't be surprised if Johannes opts for a check, but betting is fine as well.
He's going to check back and realize 4 hearts on the turn. See if Kenny opts to probe with his 2 pair.
Probing seems to make a lot of sense. Your opponent checking back this type of flop, you know, would make it seem like it's often 2 high cards. If they're checking the flop, they're probably going to check back the turn. Therefore, you're giving up free equity. Why do that?
Yeah, some value, some protection to be had.
Yeah.
From Bryn.
Now for Johannes here. Still got the open-ended. Still have showdown value against high card, heart hands, 8-9, 10-8, these types of holdings. Calling pretty much mandatory.
Yeah, can't fault him for sticking around here. 295 in the middle. 5 of clubs, putting a 4-liner.
Normally, this would be the type of card that's quite nice to continue bluffing at, but given that they both have showdown value, they're going to be pretty comfortable trying to get there without having to put in more chips.
Yeah, maybe a little 1 big blind block.
Occasionally, you will see one of these 10% pot bets, block bets. They work quite nicely on these type of boards too, because it's still quite hard for your opponent to bluff raise, as long as you're doing these kind of block bets with the straight as well, so they can't just be like, well, when you bet 1 big blind, you don't got it.
Yeah, 13% on the river by Kenny gets looked up by Straver, and Kenny is joining this feature. Good old time of getting up to over average. Sat comfortably in the middle of the pack now. Linus Love has yet again dethroned Stephen Chidwick from pole position, although the guys...
How are you with spicy food?
Just 2 big blinds
Not
between
like
them.
my dad. I like spicy food, but not like crazy spicy. Not like what in the Asian cuisine, what they'd call spicy.
Yeah.
No, nowhere near that. How about you?
I'm okay. I like white people spicy.
Yeah. That's a whole nother story.
Ike is a monster with spice.
Yeah?
It's like, the spicier the better for him.
Really? Like he's eating like 9s at like insanely hot places. Sick.
Raise 60,000. Fold, fold.
White people spicy.
White
Randy,
people
like
spicy.
like a green curry maybe comes to mind. A little bit of kick for the white guys. Thailand.
Thailand spicy. It's spicy. It's
Listen,
unbearable.
Pal, right? They give you a 1 to 3. They ask you. Let me tell you that a 1 in spice for a white guy. It's like a 9.5 on the Richter scale. Okay. It's normally met with a cheeky laugh as well when you're reaching for buckets of water to help cleanse the palate. You into spice?
I like spice, but I'm more of a white guy spice.
White guy spice. Spicy in the cash game streets, though.
Spicy in the cash game streets.
Different kind of spices,
yeah,
right?
like that. Moon Ho Xiao's picked up open-ended. Dan Smith taking some time. I don't think he's taking time thinking about continuing this hand. More so, I would like to stall a little bit and get closer to the money.
Surrender announced. For those of you just joining us, I know people in Europe just waking up on this wonderful Monday morning, afternoon, evening, depending on whereabouts in the world you are. So event number 6, 50k 8 max. We're down to the final 26 players, 20 places paid. So we are on the soft bubble, and I do apologize. Down to the final 25 as for the online OGs out there. Bad news as McBoyfin has departed in 26th place. It's pocket threes, no good against the pocket fours of KCG, Mr. Carl Chappé-Gatian, who has now moved up to second in chips, so 5 off the money. Randy may see the pace of play slow down somewhat.
Should, but not when KCG's in the mix. Let's on to this hand. Pocket 7s, and Dan Smith's got pocket 8s. He's sitting on 27 blinds. Gonna 3-bet it. This could get interesting.
Dan. 3-bet inducing?
Well, it seemed like he didn't want to play the passive line. Kind of just make his hand more face up. I'm not sure what the whole game plan is, but I suppose let's just 3-bet to start against the guy who's been raising quite a wide range with a big stack. Gonna take a flop here out of position. 2 7s. 1 7 was folded, by the way. Ace 7 of Bryn Kenny.
3-7-5 in the middle. Crucial pot for Dan Smith. King 10-9 still the best of the ace, but 3 overs to the pocket ace has to be somewhat concerned.
This is a very concerning flop, even for Dan Smith, despite having the pre-flop aggression. Quite tough to play.
Yeah, and also, you mentioned the stack depth of Dan Smith. Wants to protect and preserve that healthy-ish 22 big blind stack, but not going to deter him from firing out a C-bet, Randy, on the King 10-9. Continues small and wide, takes it down.
Bryn Kenny's got King Jack suited.
Raise 60,000. Fold. Fold.
King 4. It's a hand people defend. Maybe you defend a little bit less. Closer to the bubble.
Yeah, for sure. Some heavy ICM implications coming into effect. King X going to be dominated a lot of the time. Not suited. Maybe a hand to 3-bet with at a certain frequency. The King X suited. Gets the cutoff open, but Strava just going to get out of the way and bring Kenny. Has moved up to 8th in chips. Really loving his stint at this feature table so far. No real big spots for him either. It's just been a grind for Kenny. Looks like our dealer has stopped dealing, Randy, and I can hear some chip trays maybe being brought over as we see confirmation on our screens, courtesy of Poker Stake. 24 players remain here in this 50K 8-max due to the departure of Phil Nagy bowing out in 25th. His pocket nines running into the pocket kings of Sam Greenwood, looking to add some points to his Ivan Liao Player of the Year leaderboard run. See here Vyacheslav Bolazhin leading this table of 6 as we welcome you back into the broadcast booth. Randy, a short stint. We are going on a final 3 table redraw as we're down to the final 24 players, with Patrick Antonius leading the field with 24 left. 1.7 up top with 4 off the money here in event number 6, the 50K 6-max. Nothing too much to note there. That small stint was just a bit of a grindy one, but we expect now coming back to see maybe a bit of slow poker being played as we close in on that 90,000 min cash.
Yeah, we're definitely going to be, things should be slowing down. There are a lot of people with very comfortable stacks, as the average stack is 39 big blinds. I expect a lot of poker, but, you know, these guys are not scared to play big pots, especially the guys I'm looking at the top, like Patrick Antonius, Linus Love, Stephen Chidwick, and KCG. So it could go flying. Like you saw earlier, you saw KCG jam 6s into 2 deuces.
We did.
So that's not really a small ball poker type hand, and I'm expecting more of that to come.
Well, more to come on the flip side of this short break. 39 big blind average, 24 players left, 20 places paid. We're closing in on the money in event number 6, 50K max. We'll see you guys just after this 5-minute break.
Start your journey towards becoming a winning poker player today with the Tournament Masterclass. I designed a blueprint that has helped me and countless students to become consistent winning players in poker. We simplify and teach concepts that work. Pre-flop, post-flop, ICM pre-flop and post-flop, final tables, multi-way, a whole population analysis, a GTO Bible, and many play and explain live footage showcasing all the concepts and exploits taught in the Tournament Masterclass. Don't waste any more time on complex strategies that simply don't work, and join the Tournament Masterclass and start winning in poker, whether it's online or live poker. Start your journey towards becoming a winning poker player today with the Tournament Masterclass. I designed a blueprint that has helped me and countless students to become consistent winning players in poker. We simplify and teach concepts that work. Pre-flop, post-flop, ICM pre-flop and post-flop, final tables, multi-way, a whole population analysis, a GTO Bible, and many play and explain live footage showcasing all the concepts and exploits taught in the Tournament Masterclass. Don't waste any more time on complex strategies that simply don't work and join the Tournament Masterclass and start winning in poker, whether it's online or live poker.
Very warm welcome back into the broadcast booth here at the Hoiana Golf Resort and Casino. Randy Liu alongside myself, Henry Kilbane, as we close down to the money here in event number 6. 24 players left, 20 places paid, Randy, with Patrick Antonius, Linus Love, Stephen Chidwick, and Carl Chappé-Gatian rounding out the top 5. 39 big blind average. What can we expect, Randy? There's got a lot of, well, I was going to say there's a lot of pressure now on the middling stacks, but there are no real immediate short stacks.
Yeah, I've been saying that it's supposed to get tighter as we get to the bubble, especially on a 90K bubble. But, I mean, these guys are aggressive. They don't want to give any spots. They know that the big stacks at the table are going to raise, and they're going to have to fold 2 rejams. Looking at the bottom, it's only 14 big blinds for Chris Brewer, and that is a decent amount of time to wait for. After that, it's 16 blinds, 18, 19. So I think this next stint is going to be a little bit slow, but people will be attacking and trying to chip up slowly.
Well, talking of attacking, Carl Chappé-Gatian, the chip leader at our new feature table, he certainly doesn't mind going after pretty much anyone with chips. We've seen him 5-bet the 6s as we throw it down to the main stage as we close in on the money bubble. 24 players left, 20 places paid. KCG pole position at this feature. Chris Brewer gonna look to get to work in this 50K 8 max as we close in on the 90,400 min cash.
And also, can I just have a bottle of Evian water? Large bottle.
Ben Heath, suited connectors. Gonna respect the situation that we're close to the money. Definitely a hand he would normally raise.
Some players we haven't seen so far. Ben Heath.
Chris Brewer, mulletless and winning.
Mulletless and winning. CB blind v blind. Just let go of the 6 deuce. Shortest stack in the tournament.
Thank him. Bad cards.
Just 14 bigs. Vyacheslav. Just making it feel a little bit better about having to fold the small blinds, and he had aces. Don't tell Chris that that was a bluff. Just let him enjoy that.
When someone tells you it's aces and they don't show you, it's a bluff, 100%. Especially blind versus blind. Do you not know your live blind versus blind game?
No.
The local pub.
Listen, right? You're just going off of that one-hand sample.
Thank you.
2-hand sample, maybe. Close. Bren Kenny's not slowing down. Ace deuce suited.
A really good stint for Kenny so far at this feature. Folds round to Chris Brewer on the button, 14 bigs, 8-3. Going to take a little bit of time before making his decision here. Soft bubble.
Definitely don't read into is he deciding whether to play this hand or not. It is a matter of delaying a little bit, hopefully getting dealt a little bit less hands, creating that small little bit of EV. 10-6 suited, connected, somewhat, and suited. Flop. Got that stack that's willing to put a little bit of chips and defend.
Well, defend he does.
Flopping nothing.
Sensei, 93% lock on the ace, queen 5, and this hand likely to conclude after Kenny fires out a small c-bet.
Yeah, Brendan Kenny's been firing quarter pot so far.
Randy, Kenny with anything to prove after being away in terms of what he's been up to? Seems like he's straight back in his comfort zone.
He has nothing to prove. He's just out here to collect more trophies and win more money. Everyone knows he's an accomplished poker player and extremely good.
#1 on the Triton all-time money list, actually held the #1 spot on the overall all-time money list worldwide for a brief stint.
30 minutes below
the Netherlands.
Where,
it's a nice peaceful place, walking around. I love just walking on the canals. The food is
Awkward
good.
situation, vase
People
10.
are nice.
He's sitting on 17 blind, or 18 blinds. Under the gun.
It was the place I
Raising
traveled
does
the
look
most
strong,
from, like, in, like, my
but you know
20s,
you're going to
definitely
give it
every
up
time I
to
went
any
Europe, I
resistance.
stopped in. Plus I
Take
like
a
to
shot
smoke,
at it,
so.
try to maintain that stack, which I think is quite important.
Shout out to Ginge Poker over on the Triton Poker Twitch channel. I'll be in for Croc, mate. Hopefully see you at another Triton stop in the future.
I was born in New York.
Never been, but looks like a place.
You got to get all those
visiting,
personalities out here, right? Just all taking a dream shot.
Well, Mark Rubberthan, I wouldn't say that a Triton series is a shot take for Ginge. He's been out in the cash game streets in Macau with the likes of Paul and other Asian crew that rock up here.
Pocket queens. A simple spot. Bring in the 3-bet. Looking to get it in with Biao Ding. Since you're up against a shallower stack, you could size down on your 3-bet.
With ICM though, Randy,
sometimes you might just jam, thinking it might look weaker.
it's going to take a bit of time before making this decision out of the small blind. It's like 3 betting chips in hand. That's a small one.
Yeah, he downsized quite a bit. But when we include ICM, you can get away with smaller sizings, as those chips that your opponent would have to risk to continue mean so much more. So while it may seem like it's only 2.5 blinds, it could be quite detrimental. He felt the price is too good, but it's a bit of a trouble hand.
It really is, especially facing the 3-bet from the small blind after opening from under the gun. Ace 10-0 flops best on the Ace 7 tray,
and that's definitely one of the downsides of sizing down so much, is that hands that would fold to a bigger 3-bet, getting the right price to try and take you out, and they flop top pair.
Can't fault the downsize 3-bet from Strava. Feels like the right play at this stack depth.
So with Ace 10 here, it does smell like a spot where you're either way ahead against queens, kings, and jacks, or you're way behind against ace king. I like him taking one off, trying to give his opponent the idea that maybe his hand is best of this pocket pair. Once you see 2 checks, it's almost certainly queens, kings, jacks, or its pocket aces. I guess the question is it better go for value now or wait for the river where his opponent's going to be more confident in their hand? He's going to start now.
85,000.
A small bet here is ideal. Stack to pot ratio has shrunk a lot with the 3-bet pot.
25% from Biao Ding.
It's a dry board.
It seems very aware as to what this range from the small looks like, as you alluded to. The jacks through kings.
Small bets is designed to get these queens, kings, and jacks to have to side call, drawing to 2 outs.
Flush completing river.
It's tempting to bet here just because you're so likely to have the best hand, but then again, you're also wondering, is my opponent going to call with the queens, kings, and jacks?
Is there ever any merit to proceeding with caution, given that we are 4 off the money?
Of course. Your chips are very important so that if you're getting slow played and you lose those chips, you lose the opportunity to make a min cash worth 90K. So it's a tough one in the sense that you want to value bet, but then you don't want to value bet in the sense if you're getting trapped because of how important those chips.
Yourself, yeah.
Yeah. It just seems so likely your ace-10 is good. You would expect to hear from ace-queen, ace-king earlier on whether it's the flop or turn.
Biao Ding taking his time for opting to fire a second barrel on this river. And it's a small one, Randy.
Quarter. Oh, no,
small.
Yeah.
Just shy of third pot.
Just that crying call, hoping for it. He's mainly targeting these exact hands, queens and kings. Occasionally the random ace-5 suited, I guess that's possible. Sometimes it comes down to a little of a leveling game on whether he's trying to move me off of these queens and he knows it.
Right.
And that's the beauty of poker. It's just trying to figure out how many levels your opponent's on, how they're going to respond to certain bet sizes.
Johannes deep in the tank here. Have the hope that Ding's turning a hand like 8s, 9s into a bluff. Does let go of the queens, queen of spades in hand, and a world-class fold given the price, Randy, and Biao Ding, more importantly, picking up some chips on the bubble. Top 5 in chips, by the way. Linus Love, Stephen Chidwick, Patrick Antonius, Carl Chappé-Gatian, and Nick Petrangelo rounding out the top 5. Good morning to On Your Bike over on YouTube. Good morning to all of you just waking up. Do let us know whereabouts in the world you guys are joining both Randy and myself from. We are deep into event number 6, the 50K 8 max. 4 off the money. Going to be playing down to a winner today, Randy. Said winner going to be walking away with 1.67 million and a Triton trophy and Shabala Jewels bracelet. And also worth adding, for those of you that are just waking up, if you haven't already clicked that subscribe button, we are 250 subscriptions away from hitting a major milestone. 150,000 subscriber milestone to be exact, and one that we would love to cross here in Vietnam. A lot of hard work going on behind the scenes from the production crew and the social media team. Make our lives easy. Gary Blackwood saying, love you, Henry. Gary, I love you too.
I'm not going to reciprocate.
No?
That's what you're looking for.
It's okay, Randy. I love you. So, you know.
I like you? Does that work?
It's pretty much how my dating life has gone for the last 10 years. Just the feeling's never mutual, Randy. I always get hit with the, it's not you, it's me.
But it is you, isn't it? Back to the action. Bryn Kenny putting pressure on Bao Ding. Once again, reiterating the money situation. You're going to see bigger stacks raising more often into the small stacks, knowing that they're going to defend a much smaller range. But Queen Jack, too good of a hand to start laying down now. Going to take a flop with 200k in the middle. Very important to Bao Ding's stack if he can somehow win the spot on the defense. That is dryness.
Ace-5 tray. Bao Ding with the best of it, but facing the pre-flop aggression from Kenny. See if he can continue to face Heath.
Kenny's been betting 25% pot pretty much exactly every single time. Let's see what he comes in with.
Yeah, these small bets have been working in his favor.
Just under 25% pot. Once again, you can go smaller sizing, deep in tournaments, close to the money. 45k means a lot more to the shorter stack. Just the perfect grinder, isn't he?
Yeah, Sensei came to this feature table with 27 left and around 700k in chips, is more than doubled without playing any sizable pots. Just been a steady grind for Kenny. Number 1 on the Triton all-time money list. I'll be back into the chat, Randy. We've got London, we've got Sydney, Colorado, Thailand, California, Romania. So we got Philippines, China. Hello from Blackpool. You target saying Randy is too timid. You haven't seen Randy.
You want to play heads up?
There we go. Listen, he's been firing some shots this trip, and he's certainly caught me off guard on a few occasions where I'm like, what's that you've got in your tea over there, Randy? Or in your case,
Well, you want to have an
Schweppes.
I mean, it could be like a
Blinds are up, 20k, 40k. Pressure's on. Ace-3 suited, 25 blinds.
There has been a cooler on the outer tables as Dan Smith opens it up here. The blinds go up to 20,000, 40,000. Tommy Kim has eliminated Jonathan Jaffe in a huge confrontation pre-flop. Aces for Kim running into Jonathan Jaffe's ace-king suited, just 4 off the money. Now finds himself chip leader with 23 left as Brewer relinquishes the Jack 10-0.
Bryn Kenny's got king 5. He's going to lay down. Going to get to Carl. KCG, king queen. One of the big stacks of the tournament.
Cool.
Take a flop.
Different play style displayed so far by KCG, although
connection both ways, top and
5
bottom.
Earlier on with the 6s. Did get the heart rate monitor up and running. KCG on the receiving end of small cooler here, ace king 3. Flopped middle pair, queen of clubs in hand.
Dan's coming up 85K. Snappy call. That's going to get interesting because KCG now has the nut flush draw on this paired board, but Dan Smith's already got a full house.
We all know fourth club be showers for KCG. 390 in the middle. Does have Dan covered. SPR just north of 2. See if Dan sizes up here.
Yeah, I feel like it's tricky because you don't expect Ace X to fold, so you can size up for sure against that. Against King X won't check call to turn unless they've got a club to go with it most of the time. In this case, he does.
He's up against the big blind range, and Carl going to have far more flushes out of the big blind.
You want to bet enough where you can still stack the flush by the river card. So this smaller bet here is designed to hopefully get the best of both the Ace X and the King X.
$690,000 in the middle. Fortunately for KCG, bricks out on the 9 of Hearts River.
Yeah, imagine a club drops off, he loses it all. Action still on KCG.
Maybe thinking of turning his hand into a bluff, Randy? Or is this just
I think it's
trying
more,
to get
hopefully, me tanking makes you think,
right,
I've got something, therefore you check back, and I get a free showdown. With that hesitation, definitely noteworthy for Dan Smith. He might discount flushes a little bit, depending on how he reads the situation. Hard to tell. If he discounts flushes, he might downsize a bit. It's just, would he expect his opponent to hero fold an ace if he goes for all of it? I think that's possible, so that's why he's betting a lot of it, but not quite all of it.
Yeah, putting Ace X with a club in a really tough spot, putting the flushes in a really tough spot. Obviously, Dan Smith with an aces and kings range advantage. Carl gonna let go of the king queen. Doesn't take too much time. Nice pick up on the bubble there for Dan Smith. 1.4 million now. 3 off the money. $10.8 million in Triton earnings. 5 cashes, came third in that million Triton for charity back in 2019 in London for £7.2 million. Came third back in Jeju in the 2 million HKD main event for 13.6 million. What a resume this guy has.
Let's keep the run up. Ace 10. Dan. Crisper has just been taking a bit. I don't think he's looking to play this King Jack. You can see he's always looking at the clock above him.
I wonder which card Kenny peeked first there. Looked like he peeked the ace first because he really lent into that.
He felt interested.
Second card. Biao Ding, sub 20 with pocket 9s against an under the gun open. One of those ones where you kind of just roll your eyes and chuckle at the fact that you find yourself in this spot. 3 off the money, 90k min cash. Ben Heath, 6-3-0 from the big, gonna find the mark.
Yeah, I think Balding is looking for some clean flops. Hopefully get the showdown cheaply. It's uncomfortable to jam this spot and potentially bail out. Solid flop for 2 9s. It's also a type of board where the pre-flop raiser will have trouble c-betting. And Smith's going to think about, okay, I raise under gun, you flat the button. What range of hands would do this with 18 blinds this close to the money? You might feel some smaller pairs would let it go pre-flop. So it seems he's targeting these high card hands like Queen Jack suited, King 10 suited, things that he expects would be a wider part of this button flatting range. He might also expect 9s and 10s to just jam pre-flop at decent frequencies, so he's going to go for it now. And Balding's actually going to pick up 2 extra big blinds, taking it to the flop from that c-bet. Very healthy stack now, 970k.
Thoughts on the jam, Randy? Does obviously pick up the pot, but maybe we're being slightly results orientated here in the booth, given that it was an under the gun open. Very easy to run into an overpair there.
Well, you can see that Balding's pre-flop strategy combined with his flop play was basically looking, look, don't really want to risk it pre-flop, but if it comes safe on the flop,
right,
I'm going to go for it.
So it's a spot that he was happy to take.
He had a game plan. It was basically, yeah, if it's safe, I'll go for it. If it's not safe on the flop, say some high cards, I'll just peel one off, fold to further street. So if you can see that it wasn't that I'm scared of losing all my chips. It's just I don't want to have it on a coin flip with 5 unknown cards. I'd rather know 3 first. And you know, there's going to be different ways to view how to play these types of spots. And it's always nice to see the different approaches that some of these seasoned pros would take versus some of these other players. Both successful and just in different ways, in different frequencies.
Balding not to be slept on. Getting a lot of love in the chat.
Final table yesterday.
Did.
You can see that Benjamin Heath here wants to play King 10 against KCG, 25 blinds. But just in the end thinks about it, it's like, we're 3 from the money, it's not worth it.
Closing in on the 90,400 money bubble here, Andy. The price of poker getting more expensive as well in the form of buy-ins. This event number 6, the highest buy-in of the series so far, 50,000 buy-in. We do have 75k up and running as well for those of you wanting to sweat along for that one on the Triton Poker Plus app. You can obviously download the Triton Poker Plus app in the App Store or Google Play Store, depending on whether or not you're an Android or iPhone fan. What are you, Randy? Can we settle this? Don't look at my phone. You don't need to look to see what I'm rocking.
No, I'm an iPhone fan, personally. Okay. You? Or not?
I'm glad to hear that I'm doing commentary with someone who has, you know, some sense.
So you're an Apple fan too?
I mean, James and Ali were out here trying to, you know, bully me earlier on.
Educate.
Here, producer James in our headset saying educate. Interesting choice of word there, but hey. No, come on, we'll get the chat rolled up. Stop it. Who cares? Do you remember the good old days 20 years ago when nobody had a phone, or if they did, it was a Nokia? And
Snake.
That's it. The only measuring that was going on was what your high score was on Snake.
Looks like Carl's picking on Chris Brewer, who's clearly been trying to fold and stall a little bit. Nice takedown.
No problem.
Yeah, soft bubble.
KCG's like put his cards back in the box. He's like, he's confused. He thought he's taking a flop.
What a legend.
Nice one, KCG.
We were just talking about it. It is a better way to watch poker. If you haven't already, don't take our word for it. The viewers in the chat have been doing the plugging for us. That Triton Poker Plus app has it all. You can sweat every hand from the Triton Poker series on the app. You can open up to 4 tables, if I'm not mistaken. And as always, if you haven't already followed us over on our socials, if you're looking for the more intimate behind-the-scenes kind of exclusive interviews, close-ups with some of your favorite players, drop us a follow on Instagram, the social media team, putting together different reels of Seth Davies bashing everyone at volleyball, and the team, Timothy Adams, organizing a little football match.
Carl gonna show some discipline, lay down 9-7 suited. Ben Heath, ace-8 offsuit. It's been quiet so far at this featured table. Not this time. Dan Smith's got pocket 8s. In the spot earlier, he actually 3-bet pocket 8s against the pocket 7s of Linus Love. See how he approaches it as we're even closer to the bubble. Keeping the aggression on, keeping it consistent. No more 8s in the deck, as you can see here. So if we somehow get to a flop, it'll be just the 8s in the board.
Thanks for that one, Randy.
Straightforward. I thought about it. I was like, I'm not gonna add anything else to it. It's gonna get worse.
Should have gone to Specsavers for those that couldn't. Would you get that reference? Do you know what Specsavers is?
I know what Specsavers is.
All right. Just checking. It's not just a UK thing. Ben Heath getting out of there. Dan Smith also enjoying his time at this feature table. Dan, obviously.
Well, he did say, I'll be honest, I want to cash. Oh, I would prefer to cash, sorry. As he was talking to Vashlysov earlier.
You know, if I was in a situation with 25 left and 20 places paid with a min cash of 90,400, I think I'd be in the same camp as Dan Smith. Leaning more towards wanting to cash rather than busting just 5 off the money. Now 3 away from the money.
3.
That conversation happening before the final 3 table redraw. That's what I'm alluding to. And Smith, not only has he been crushing the higher stakes for some time, but
yeah, for sure.
Doing some philanthropy work for quite some time with the double-up drive.
Stuff I got. I love the eggplant parm there is bomb. The chicken wings are strong.
Yeah, it's just awesome.
Pizza's good too, for sure.
Yeah.
It's still and that's like it being my favorite pizza in Miami and maybe the least favorite thing on their menu that I like.
Yeah. You just stroll in, no reservation.
Yeah.
That's dope.
Shout out Miami.
Miami's getting better food. It's nice.
Crisper is the ultimate short stack right now. He has 300k as Adrian Mateos has 400k in chips. Here we go. BBV versus Johannes Straver. You see that Johannes here was not scared. Snap called a 7 of clubs.
Straver currently sat in 17th. Unafraid to take this spot as presented to him. And well,
how can you be? 2 aces on the flop.
Just flops Vyacheslav.
0%.
Dead.
I always appreciate a player who just kind of thinks over, you know, like, I don't want to say ICM's overrated, but, you know, you can see that it was just, I want to build my stack. I want to use these newfound chips to put pressure on the people who are trying to make it to the money. Because some players, I think, would take some time to call their base 7 suited.
Well, you know,
3 from the money. He was
ICM is for poor people, and Strava just letting the people know that he's not poor. 50k bubble, 50k buy-in bubble rather.
90k is the prize to be earned if you can squeeze into the money.
He was 17 of 23 before snap calling with the ace-7 there. Now finds himself to 1.3 million and now moves up to 9th in chips.
You could try the one in New York first, actually. If you're there first.
My foot and nearly pulled your wire out.
The Miami one there.
See, when he looks at the leaderboard at the screen up top, he looks at from the top prize down.
Playing for the win.
Some people look from the bottom up.
I could think, but I already knew it's gonna
There's a
end up.
joke there, but I'll let it slide.
No, it's pretty close. Let's see. Anyway.
That's twice Dan's done that. Does he not know where his mic is?
Yep.
Linus Love has regained the chip lead on the outer table. Just a steady grind for him over there. Has won 4 hands in a row.
No surprise. Strava, new chips, ace 10. 30 blinds. Bryn Kenny's got ace 8.
I'd much rather play fast.
Take a free one. Out flops Strava's ace 10. Is the type of texture where I can see that Strava will continue for at least one bet. It's going to fire on the flop. Oh, Strava's got 2 overcards, ace high. Start for call.
Deuce of clubs pairing the turn. And the ace 10, a lot of hand. Blind v blind, Bryn. Top pair, top kicker.
While the bottom card is always scary to see pair, I think the deuce is a little bit less likely in Johannes's limping small blind range, despite still being wide. So I think you can comfortably value bet this 120k into 240-ish. Tricky for Strava, as ace high can still be good on blocking straight draw type hands.
A lot of straight draws out there.
Yeah, the 6-7, 7-9s, 3-4s. C is a bit, doesn't really want to let it go. Ace-10 feels pretty strong, but he does know that Bryn Kenny can really just have a plethora of hands, give it those check pre-flop. That connects in some manner, 5x, 8x. Gonna make the call. Drawing very slim here. There was a time bank call on the turn. Definitely going to cross Bryn Kenny's mind that maybe his opponent was in a tough spot. I would expect the Queen X not to improve the small blind check calling range on the turn. Besides like Ace Queen that went for a trap pre-flop. I like this awareness that the 8 is likely good, especially because his kicker will play. There's more of a case for checking if you didn't have a kicker that would play.
Bren, not the type to be scared of the monsters under the bed as he tries to extract an additional 335,000 in value from his opponent on this Queen of Spades river. All the draws bricking. Randy, that Ace-10, still a lot of hand, blind v blind, and given that all the obvious stuff bricked, maybe going to get looked up here.
This overcard's quite important to Queen because Shraver is thinking if you were value betting 8 or 5, you would check back at some frequency on the river, especially the 5. So now it's starting to look a little bit more like a bluff, the fact that he's still betting right now. Especially at the speed that Bryn Kenny bet the river card. One would think if he had an 8, 9, or the kicker is the queen on the board, you need to think a little bit more than a few seconds. Good laydown. As you've been saying throughout this tournament, Bryn Kenny's just been slowly grinding
Really
up.
just chipping away. I mean, if you look at his graph over on the Triton Poker Plus app.
Which you can do through the app, right?
Which you can do, by the way. I mean, I doubt there's anyone out there that hasn't downloaded it. So they probably all have the app open alongside the stream. Well, they're probably watching the stream through the app. But for those over on YouTube and Twitch, you can see download the app, sweat along the outer tables, sweat the 75k, as well as watch some cash game content that Randy has put out many occasions. Randy, we are 196 away from reaching 150,000 subscribers on YouTube.
Are you tilted that he called the A7 suited?
Huh? It was so fast call, so
yeah.
almost pre-bubble.
Yeah.
Call.
How's that quick with A7 and he can't call Queen 7?
Hello, Ben Heath, Ace-Jack suited. I don't know if Ben Heath remembers, but I spoke to him a long time ago, and we were in a group setting, and he just really prides his live reading skills as an important factor to the EV he gains while playing these kind of tournaments.
That makes sense. Ben Heath, very close with Charlie Carroll, I believe.
Yep.
Those guys, part of the... I mean, to be honest with you, becoming the OGs of the UK poker scene. I mean, prior to them, it felt like they'd trick it and whatnot.
Yeah.
With the OGs, but Ben Heath, Charlie,
they really just...
Sam Grafton.
Ben Heath is just really the type of guy who shows up to the tournament, gets deep runs, and leaves, you know...
Richer.
Not an outspoken personality by any means, but a big crusher. H-Jack.
Chin Fernandez saying, just remember to give you guys a like. Do appreciate it, Chin. Glad you're enjoying this.
You got him.
Free high stakes poker content being brought to you by Triton.
This is a nice spot to strongly consider 3-betting. Ben Heath's got that stack size that can't handle too much heat. Ace jack, you know, ace blocker. And
180.
Strava does strike me as the guy who's not going to pass up small edges. Look at the sizing here. 4.5 blinds.
He did go for this smallish 3-bet earlier on with the pocket queens.
It's awareness of the stack sizes. Awareness of 2 from the money now, as the field size is 22. Now Ben Heath he's a little bit uncomfortable in a sense that some guy's 3-betting you with this stack size on the bubble, but it's ace jack suited, ace jack offsuit. Maybe that goes into the muck out of position. Here, feels like the price is too good. We'll see how he wants to respond here. Occasionally a jam. It would be a very heroic read to make that kind of a play. See if we can use some intuition. See him eyeballing Strava a little bit, trying to get a read. Falls on call.
Yeah, ace jack of clubs making the call. Heath gonna play the rest of the hand out position. Strava with the pre-flop 3-bet.
They've got the same hand. And advantage Strava, because he's got the pre-flop aggression, he can represent that ace, king, king, queen. Those hands, ace, king, you're going to hear from it pre-flop.
Yeah, and Strava with the type of hand that doesn't have too much equity to realize.
70.
So if he does fire out a bet and face any resistance from Heath, it's not like there's a lot of backdoor potential going on that he doesn't get to see. Ben Heath just going to mark Strava. Doubled through Vyacheslav not too long ago, now picking
Yeah,
a
180.
3-bet up against Heath. The outer tables, Randy, Adrian Mateos has been eliminated by none other than Linus Love, who is now way out in front, pole position, leading the final 22. So, Linus, or Adrian rather, got it in with ace-5 against Linus's ace-8. Only 23 runners in that 75k so far. Randy,
Well, I
level 3.
mean, a lot of, there's still people playing this tournament. I mean, the buy-ins are getting bigger. Gonna weed out some people that don't want to play such high buy-ins. It's understandable.
What's the difference between a 15k and a 75k?
5x.
The answer is 60,000, Randy. If I'm gonna tee you up an easy joke, please deliver on your end. Brewer down to less than 8 bigs. 2 off the money. Flashbacks to 2022.
You mean last year?
Yeah, that is right. 2023 now. 23 minus 1.
Blind scamming, you can.
Yep, the math checks out. It is 2022.
Maybe even. No.
Disrespect. Queen 5.
Yeah, I think you can.
Bryn Kenny.
I mean,
a little.
You can.
Nah, it's more actually taking advantage of the situation. Once again, stacking. Not a lot of chips, but a little bit of chips every single time.
just grinding away slowly but surely.
Dan.
On this bubble. First event of the series for Bryn, if I'm not mistaken. Just going to check the app. Yeah. Hasn't been with us since 2019.
Hello, pocket kings. Good timing. On the dealer button. I like that he's taking a little bit of time too, like it's got a tough decision. His opponents might read into that incorrectly. KCG's got 7-6 suited. Must have noticed that hesitation. Try to take a flop. Ben Heath's got pocket fours. This is an interesting spot because this could easily be a spot where you might consider shoving all in, thinking you got a lot of fold equity, which you would against a button open and it's a small blind flat. Looks like he wants to just keep it small though. If one understands ICM, we definitely know Benjamin Heath is one of them. 2 from the money, gonna take a flop here. 3 ways, all black cards.
Oh, complete whiff for KCG. 3 overs to Ben Heath's 4s and 85% equity for Biao Ding. His overpair.
Now Ding is going to look to clear the field. Try to get some value. $85K, 1/3 pot.
Star-studded fields remain. Event number 6, 50K 6 max pole position, and none other than the online phenom Linus Love, who I believe has been busy studying heads-up PLO the last couple of months. Hasn't really been seen too much in the MTT streets, but to the untrained eye, you wouldn't know any better as he's been running deep in pretty much everything here in Vietnam. Stephen Chidwick currently sat in 3rd, Patrick Antonius, Nick Petrangelo, Dan Smith, Sam Greenwood, Ike Haxton, Henrik Hecklin, Steve O'Dwyer.
Brewers made a play. He's in. Solver special. Ace-5 suited. Has to make a move because, say he folds this hand, he eats the big blind ante, and the small blind in a much worse situation. He's got fold equity still for 300K. Needs to start trying to find ways to maintain his stack to maneuver inside of the money.
He's going to pick up the blinds and the big blind ante, give himself a little bit of breathing room.
That worked out well. Maybe I get a little blind still. Don't show.
Folds over to the button. Garbage. Looks like we're going to get a situation, blind versus blind. The shortest stack. His face of 9-3 offsuit. Dan Smith knows Chris Brewer has to call quite a tight range. He knows he's been playing tight. No surprise.
What about blinds now?
Oh, I took the 10. There you go. Nah.
Is this kind
I folded
As
fast.
predicted,
then?
Like suddenly he falls so fast. That's to see.
bit of a stalemate on this soft bubble since returning from the final 3-table redraw. As the blinds go up to 25,000, 50,000. Bad news if you're Chris Brewer at the bottom of the counts, although he did just pass through the big blinds, so this 8-handed feature table has some time to find a spot to get his chips in good. They'll be looking to get busy sooner rather than later, bottom of the counts by quite some margin.
Gotta do what I gotta do.
Leading the field.
Looks like we're hand for hand now.
Linus Love. Looks like we are hand for hand indeed, as we've lost a player on the outer tables. Down to the final 21 here, which means we're going to be losing a player from this table. I believe it's going to be Strava next hand out of the big.
And none of you guys pay attention to the blinds.
Yeah, I thought he made it.
That's none other than Ike Haxton. Out in 22nd, losing a huge 2.9 million chip pot to Linus Love. Linus 4-bet piling against the Ike Haxton 3-bet. Ike beating him to the pot with ace-king suited. Linus in rough shape with king-10 of clubs, or a 10-high flop, and running clubs for Linus, sending Ike home.
Wow.
2 off the money, and he now has an overwhelming chip lead.
Linus has done multiple 4-bet jams in this tournament and has gotten there. I think he also 4-bet jammed ace queen into queens of ape styles for a huge pot. He's going to be able to use those chips to his advantage with that massive chip lead. Onto this hand. Did you see this? BBV. Flat calls the big blind pocket nines, respecting the stone cold bubble. Flops a full house.
Just like that, eh? Defends the big. Strava under the gun open. Gonna continue with the ace-4 of hearts.
50,000.
Mini bet. A little bit of Hollywood here. He looks a little bit pained. In actuality, he's just hoping to send some signals of weakness. Look at this.
All.
Wincing a bit.
Third club rolling off on the turn. Vyacheslav from the big, flopping the full house. Does have more flushes in his range. See if he decides to lead this flush completing turn card.
I don't think he would. I think he would rather have someone who's got the chip advantage on him put multiple barrels in. I think that seems more likely. It's got to feel good here of 2 nines. I mean, Strauber's just trying to pounce on the fact that we're on the bubble with this pretty much no equity hand.
Yeah, just as you predicted, Randy. Vyacheslav just extending the rope to Johannes to really lean into the fact that we are on the stone bubble here.
He's really been showing a lot of body language here.
Maybe trying to give off some reverse tails.
He's done a lot. I mean, if you've been paying attention, he's just kind of looking around everywhere, trying to look like he's calculating the pot. I mean, like, it's a lot. And he's laughing as he checks. Like it's a bad card. Like, oh my gosh, the 4 straight got out there.
Full house. You have our pair?
No.
Whew. Okay, I think about shove, so maybe you have our pair. I could have value pre-flop and lose it.
Oh, ring, Hollywood.
Lean.
That was some multi-street Hollywood, just there, flop, turn, and river.
You call it 7. Okay. Okay, good luck.
Good luck. Yep.
Okay, already on bet.
What, you had a full house or something there?
Full house, flop.
Yeah, he had a
You
full
flop full house?
Yeah.
What, do I check river?
Yeah.
River is another club or no?
No. It's 8. Yeah. Do you remember? 10, 10, 9, 6.
Yeah. I was, I forget, I either had Jack 8 or Jack 9 suited. I wanted a 3-bet.
Yeah. Would be disaster.
Ah, you wouldn't have seen the flop then?
Yeah. Suppose you and bubble. Another club would be best, I suppose.
Yeah. What did you have, like pot behind on the river?
I didn't notice.
I did. Yeah, it didn't matter.
I don't care.
He's like, could have been 12 pots.
Perfect amount for him to shove though.
Yeah. I thought little bubble, big tournament, full house. So he must have career for sure. Or kind of.
I didn't. Yeah. That was funny, man.
A lot of discussion about this slow play. 2 9s.
You make the best faces.
Him and Chris Frank.
Thank you, bro.
I haven't really played with
Thank you,
Chris
bro.
enough.
He's
or
his
at
all
all,
super,
really.
his all super
Looks-
funny because he's
looks-
just like
A lot of tails.
No, I don't know. Maybe not. A lot of emotions always going on.
yeah, it's definitely emotional, but I don't even know what it means.
Yeah, you have lots of emotions.
Sometimes you like tilt it, but you have the nuts, but you like can't believe the guy checked back. I want a video of you playing online. I feel like it must be hilarious. 330.
It's refreshing to listen to you guys chat in this tense moment.
Yeah, 605.
Ben Heath's gone for it. King, queen offsuit. From the hijack.
Yeah, all of a sudden it's quieting down again out there. Reminder that we are on the stone bubble. $90,400 in cash.
Man, this is uncomfortable for 2 7s. Knows that Ben Heath should be playing relatively snug. 12 big blind effective. Could be at risk here if he wants to commit against Ben Heath's stack. There is the dealer button. Small blind, big blind to worry about too. Occasionally they'll show up with the goods. Discipline. Understandable. 2 10s though. Snappy.
I have 295.
Oh my. Stone bubble. Randy. Chris, the player that's covered. We're waiting for play to finish on the other two tables. Luca
One of those
Vivaldi
spots where if
gonna
it's
come
your
over.
time.
Yeah.
I thought it was kings for a second. I was like, wow, sicko.
I just thought I saw a queen when you folded.
Yeah, I did see a queen in Ben's hand. Makes me more scared.
Yeah.
That's some connection for Ben Heath. King, queen, or 10. Nope.
Brewer looking to fade the 8 outer.
He's trying to stay calm. He's had some big bubbles in the past. Holds.
The new Chris doesn't bubble anymore.
It's a
Dangerous
new you.
now on the bubble. Yeah.
It was. What do you feel?
You follow the Chinese zodiac though. Since your New Year started once it switched like.
Yeah, yeah. I had to get past Chinese New Year.
Yeah, yeah.
Honestly, it might make sense.
They torched you in the Bahamas for the last laugh.
If my girlfriend's parents are watching, they'll for sure agree. They'll get full Chinese. They'd be like, yeah.
Rabbit's your year, tiger or not so much, and whatever year was before tiger.
So with that, Randy, Chris and
What
Ben
an insane hand, that
kind of
ace,
switching
king, ace,
places.
King, queen, and in the two. What?
That was
Jeez.
That one was funny. Yeah, that one.
Yeah, those ones you're just like, what just happened?
Ben down
Like,
to 6
what?
blinds.
It was a weird swing of emotions because like he put it in like in a spot where I'm supposed to be like dead, so I was like, holy shit, like
Yeah.
I'm so fucked.
Yeah. I must be just up against aces.
Well, and he was like really excited about it, so I was like, oh, I'm fucked. And then it was like, oh my god, I'm in a great spot, and then it was just instantly flop top 2. So it was like.
Ben wondering if he needs to make a stance now to maintain his stack. Big target on his back as he is the shortest stack, 6 big blinds.
For hand, no?
Yeah, hand for hand.
Oh.
He knows the big blind is right around the corner. That would be a lot to put in. Gonna take a stab. King Jack is out. Balding's got pocket 8s.
I mean,
He's going to give Ben Heath some action here.
I think I do 4, but this
In the big blind, closing the action.
6 or 7. I would call queen.
Such a grim spot because you're not the one that wants to go headhunting. Given that he's sub 20 himself.
You don't, but in the end, it's not too much more. You still got 710k behind, and Biao Ding here can take out Ben Heath. 2 8s. It's a lucky hand, China.
It is indeed. They're just discussing the Chinese New Year. Ben Heath, 30% equity. Going to be our bubble boy 70% of the time. Ace 4 in rough shape against Biao Ding's pocket 8s. King Jack 7, no immediate help for Ben. Running Broadway or an ace needed.
There's only one card that can come, the Barry.
Barry needed for Ben Heath to stay alive in event number 6.
Barry is here. Hello. Bubble not bursted.
That's why I took them back for, you know?
Hello, Ace of Diamonds. Little 90,400 Ace of Diamonds on the river. What a time to find the 3 outer for the UK's Ben Heath. The bubble continues here in Vietnam, event number 6.
Things have definitely slowed down tremendously, though, on this bubble.
Also
I
depends on
suppose it
how
is
they do it.
expected.
Well, hand for hand.
Hand for hand, and you know the way they're playing.
On the same table, yeah.
Yeah, same table, but different table. It's split.
Well, that really changes things. Mario Mosbach and Moonho Seo now the shortest stacks, both with 11 bigs. And given that we are playing 3 7-handed tables, we could be on this bubble for a while. The C1133 5 set. Didn't know Barry Greenstein was in Vietnam.
He's back.
Bailing Ben Heath out.
OG live player.
Yeah.
Check.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. That yeah, I think the spawn. I think 10 would be the toughest hand to have, though. Jacks is pretty clear. 9 is pretty clear. 10 is tough. That one's hard to know too, though, because you can just like have aces and just be like, let's see. Like, I mean, I don't know.
21 left. 20 places paid.
I know that one. I really try not to like make a judgment on.
None other than Linus Love leading the field. Overwhelming chip leader, by the way. Average stack as well. Randy has dropped considerably, down to 26 bigs.
Outer table stuff. What do we got here, Henry?
Well, looks like Patrick Antonius has cards in front of him. It looks like we have a flop. 8, 6, 3, 2 clubs.
Chip leaders involved, Linus Lolliger.
And a check raised from... I do apologize, sorry. A raise from Patrick. Met with a swift fold from Linus. So obviously, if there is anything going on in the outer tables, we will be sure to pan round.
Pair of 9s for Dan Smith. Seems to be getting these strongish hands, but not the premiums.
Raise 115,000. Fold, fold. 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 Fold.
Ben Heath sitting in a big blind. 600K. It kind of feels like one of those spots where you're supposed to just lay it down, right? Yeah. It's uncomfortable with ace-5. What are you going to call pre-flop? Flop and ace, get stacked, bubble. Right now, once you've cleared this bottom stack, the bottom 3 or 4 players, it's just you waiting around for them to hopefully get it in.
Thank you.
You can see the ranges of Triton considerably.
Oh.
Definitely need a premium
A7.
to your normal holdings.
Fast.
Yeah.
Petrangelo still living in the past as we head back out to a confrontation between Stephen Chidwick, #1 on the Ivan Liao Player of the Year leaderboard, as things stand, squaring off against Patrick Antonius. Yet again, this is 3rd and 4th in chips, by the way. King, Queen, 3. So Chidwick continue for 80,000.
Yeah, jack on the turn. Patrick seems to be involved in these outer table pots lately. One of the other big stacks. See that Chidwick is eyeballing Patrick, hoping to get a read. Can't get a read on Patrick.
Were you trying to just get a live read on Patrick?
Yeah, you can pretend you know how.
Oh.
Because can you imagine, like Stevie, he stares at everyone, but when it's Patrick, he doesn't even bother. Like, you can't. You're giving up too much.
So a couple of pickups. Patrick now moves him up to second in chips. Once again, you can sweat along every hand over on the Triton Poker Plus app. What a brutal table that draw is, by the way. Linus, Patrick, and Steven all on the same
I've got
table.
zero respect for like the min cash, but I think I would have snapped, but in the opposite way.
Yeah. What's turn? This?
Bryn's saying that he doesn't respect the mint cash, but would have still snap folded with the ace-7.
Yeah, referencing that Linus Love 6-3 suited jam into ace-7 of Johannes Strauver. Snap. He did snap call like so fast.
Yeah. ICM is for poor people, Randy.
Yeah. I have appreciation for those people because they really throw a wrinkle into the other people's strategies, right? They're
Throws
like,
you off, right?
You're like, oh, you're supposed to fold these hands, therefore I can jam these hands. They're like, nope. And yeah, if you make the wrong assumptions about your opponent, you can be giving up a lot of EV.
Oh, case in point. 35 big blind pot between Vyacheslav and Strava on the bubble.
Dan Smith's one of those guys that actually
Cowboy Dan
likes to still battle despite how close they are to money. I like watching him play.
Oh, he's had his fair share of battles. Lifetime and the ace, jack, 9, 2 spades board could spell disaster for Bryn Kenny as he's flopped himself an 8 high flush draw and inside gut shot. Dan Smith drawing to the second nut flush. Should a third spade roll off.
Feeling flushy. As played right now, calling, maintaining the pot. Seems to be the common line these regs will take in a spot like this on a stone cold bubble. Let's see what he does. 430K in the middle. Call he does.
Dan Smith starting the hand 8th in chips. Would obviously be an absolute disaster for him to bust on the stone bubble, given that he is.
Well, the 3 does not interact with their hands. And actually, while it may have seemed like the disaster was with Dan Smith, for Bryn Kenny, that with the inferior flush draw, it's that Bryn Kenny's got the betting initiative. If he fires again, it's very likely he's going to be able to take this one down, depending on the sizing, of course. But I imagine that Bryn Kenny's going to expect that Dan Smith will defend a lot of hands that contain just a jack or 9 that can't really handle the heat. And here we go, 320K from Bryn Kenny. I don't really see what he can do here for Queen 6 suited. Chasing a flush draw out of position. Just Queen high. Good chance Bryn Kenny does have an ace.
Gonna get out of there. Bryn Kenny gets one through and climbs up to 1.9 million, moves up to 5th in chips now.
Shall we repeat it once more about his smooth sailing? Because he's up to 1.9 million just winning small, medium pots.
Yeah, post-flop, just taking it to the streets, just how he likes it. Dan Smith doesn't realize just what could have been on certain turn cards.
What's the over and under on Vyacheslav talking about a prior hand? Must be like...
He's hilarious. Rhino Knife saying, behold the power of position and the betting lead. Being displayed there by Bryn.
Exactly. confident raise.
Yeah, Vyacheslav announcing minimal raise.
This is interesting. Jack 10 suited for Bryn Kenny. Clearly a playable hand. It is early position and under the gun +1, which is awkward. Bryn Kenny has not been shy of trying to get involved in pots, trying to leverage the situation. Dan Smith's got pocket queens. What timing is this?
$22 bigs on the stone bubble.
Look, no one likes to go out on the bubble, but when you're dealt pocket queens, if it's your time, it's your time. The main question here is whether he should 3-bet a squeezing size, not all in, say 400K or so, or maybe just push all the chips in there. And I think a lot of times you're going to see him push all of the chips.
Yeah, I don't expect to see much inducing.
Inducing from like a small blind squeeze against undergun is just not a common play.
It's going to raise not all in.
All right, got me. So he did go for the smaller sizing. It seems strong, sizing-wise, position-wise.
300 behind or so.
Strongest opening position under the gun. Then the next position, +1. 3 bets from the small blind, the position that should be pretty snug in general. And then 3 betting to a size not all in with 22 big blinds. It's a tempting hand to play for Bryn. Trying to
Bryn's
figure it out.
still with traps in his range from +1. Just quickly, Triton free roll on GG Poker, by the way. About to kick off, seeing that password is DNEGS. Get involved. Shout out GG Poker.
I mean, while there's just traps in his range, I don't think he's thinking about jamming. That'd be pretty crazy. Nice one for Dan Smith.
Cowboy Dan heading back in the right direction with that pickup there.
Feels dirty folding there.
Raise 110,000. Fold. Fold.
Same hand, different suit. Ben Heath thinking of making the stand here. Bryn Kenny has been active. 11 blinds. It seems risky. Time chip going in though.
Yeah, close spot.
Yeah, he's got a lot of fold equity. The problem is, if he's wrong, it's an utter disaster, given he's got 2 people shorter than him at the start of this hand. I think your risk premium definitely needs to go up in this situation, as those chips meant more to him than Bryn Kenny.
Just a raise and take. Closing in on the 2 million chip mark now. Chip leader at this table. Shortest stack in the tournament belongs to Moonho Xiao. Korean player here for the first time in Vietnam. 0 for 3. Looking to add a cash to his new Triton resume.
KCG showing some disrespect here. A7 offsuit in early position. And Chris Brewer's got pocket 8s. 12 blinds on the dealer button. He's been snug. He lays it down. And queens for VBV.
All in.
Look at that look. He just, that gaze. He did all in.
You want to go back? 9-5.
Oh, he's a character.
5 seconds. Okay.
Shows the queens.
He's a little goofy, isn't he? Just showing them. Look, guys, queens.
Online OG. Vyacheslav Volozhin. It's been around a while. The high stakes MTTs.
Mm-hmm. Now we got pocket 7s.
Call.
It's actually going to limp the button here. Actually quite interesting. Especially now that Bryn Kenny's woken up with ace-queen in the small blind. This really changes things up, as Bryn Kenny would have certainly rejammed on the 2-7s open. Just going to ship it in, and if he can just get 2-7s to fold here, that's a massive win. Nicely done. Show and fold.
Monster.
Yeah. Ah, chef. No, you're gonna go. Maybe not.
Oh.
We did predict the lengthy bubble
Would be a
here.
sick one.
I saved one big blind, I suppose.
Really changes
Shove, raise.
how we thought this was going to play out.
Okay,
At least you didn't
I think
raise.
it's okay.
At least you didn't raise. You have like 1.2. I might fold if you shove.
It's too much.
1.1.
I think it's fine.
Yeah.
Save one big blind. For
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, yeah.
Brewer stretching the legs. Vyacheslav and Bryn with the post-mortem.
Yeah, it was nice to hear discussing, you know, if I had jam, would you have called? Bryn actually saying that he might have not. And I generally believe him, because it would have been 22 blinds. What's going on here?
Well, it looks like Mosbok has jammed out of the small over the Patrick Antonius button open for, I believe, 635,000. Gonna just pick up the blinds, the big blind ante and the 100K raise from Patrick. Mosbok chipping up nicely. Still one of the shortest stacks, up to 14 bigs. I do apologize, up to 17 bigs with that pickup. Average stack in the tournament now just 26
Genius,
big
no.
blinds.
Okay, you need trap next time. Or I gonna be exploded.
Folds around to our chip leader, and again, waking up with a lot of hand.
Raise 110,000. Fold.
Carl's got 6-5 suited, closing the action.
KCG.
Never shy of taking some flops. See what he thinks. We'll be calling. Connection both ways.
Yeah, KCG potentially going to lose some chips here on the bubble. Kenny with the check back with top pair.
Yeah, you know, interesting because he has been betting quarter pot on a lot of flops.
Nice to have some top pairs
Well,
in
he's
our
gotten,
check back range, obviously.
yeah, he's gotten Carl to think he's got the best hand. Carl likely expects that Bryn Kenny would have bet his ace-x on the flop. Has played Bryn Kenny on to defense. In a good spot as he's under-repped his hand. Maybe his opponent will look for spots to fire multiple barrels. Trip aces. See if Carl is gonna slow things down. He does.
Yeah, now in a bit of a weird spot, given that the flush and gut shots of the world bricked.
315,000.
Bryn going for 315k on the river. ACG playing a bit of a guessing game.
Yeah, Carl needs to decide like how thin Bryn Kenny would value bet to. If he thinks it's ace or nothing, then his hand looks quite more interesting. Let's see. He might expect that Bryn Kenny would bet an ace on a flop at decent frequency, as well as a flush draw that missed that he'd want to try and pick off. Holding no clubs, not ideal, as you'd want to try to pick off 2 clubs. That seems like an interesting spot. Does he think Bryn Kenny would bet a 10 in this manner? Not so sure. He's trying to dissect the hand.
Yeah, knows Bryn is more than capable of having bluffs, and he makes the call. And Bryn Kenny moves up the 3rd in chips. What a day it's been for him on this 50k money bubble.
That check on the flop got him that extra 350k just now, because Carl, I don't think would have paid off 2 bets had he had bet the flop. He would have check called the flop, probably check fold that turn. So really nice check. That really threw Carl for a curveball, trying to hand read that situation.
I had 570, so 520, I guess, I'll play ante.
If you look over on the Triton Poker Plus app, it really has just been a steady climb up to 3rd in chips. For Bryn, first time we've seen him at a Triton stop since 2019. Linus Love still out in front, 21 left. Moon Hoseo still bottom of the counts, 7 bigs. 90,400 min cash.
Now Bryn Kenny is definitely showing some disrespect. 10-3 offsuit. First disrespect. In the cutoff, the second disrespectful thing to do. Balding's got pocket 8s. He's not taking any of this.
He has fold equity as well. We've seen Biao Ding, fearless. Just takes the spots as and when they come.
Nicely done. Love seeing someone who's not afraid.
So now the immediate short stack with 6 big blinds. Then a bit of a jump to Ben Heath, Henrik Hecklund, and Steve O'Dwyer.
Well, if 10-3 offsuit was a raise, I'm pretty sure Queen 9 is.
Bryn really riding the wave of momentum. Or at least trying to play the role of table captain, as you'd expect.
Yeah, now that he's got more, like much more than 2 million in chips, he's being even more relentless. Whereas when you're sitting on 30 blinds, 1.5 million, raise folding several times could be quite detrimental to your stack. Now it's just pretty much kind of a math game. Just keep raising, they keep folding. They'll shove on me once in a while, but as long as I'm getting my single raises through more often than I'm getting reshoved on, it's going to be a very profitable situation, given that we also played these tournaments with an ante, a big blind ante to be specific. Like the way I'm seeing how this featured table is going right now is that he's very comfortable with the current situation on just chipping up as much as he can. As played, he probably doesn't mind the bubble going as long as possible.
Oh, for sure. And, you know, for everyone else, it's about as hopeless as you can feel as a poker professional. It's a spot, obviously, we've all been in, both sides of the coin, where you get to play table captain or you're just handcuffed until the bubble bursts. We've been in the blender many times.
Bryn knows his opponents and how they're going to respond to these situations. Seems like Bialding's been giving him the most resistance so far, but see Ben Heath, ace-9 suited. We'll see how he decides to fare. He knows Bryn Kenny's opening so much. He's got 9 blinds. He's got fold equity. But does he take it? Knowing that Moon Ho Xiao here has got 315K. He's laying it down. You can see the different approach that Ben Heath's got compared to Biao Ding. Now, of course, the positions are a little bit different and the hands are a little bit different, but it's the mindset. For Chris Brewer here, nah, I don't even need to mention he's going to fold this one. Did Brewer just use a time card right now on 8-5 offsuit?
Yeah, maybe just doing the math in his head. Let's have 10 big blinds
to me.
behind. We are hand for hand, so there's got to be some.
The fact that we're hand for hand is why I'm confused.
Yeah.
Is he... No, that wouldn't... I was just wondering, is there a chance he's waiting for the level to go up? Big blind on...
Oh, maybe.
Like big blind on someone?
Maybe, that makes sense.
Maybe he looked at the app and was like, oh, the guy with no stack, he's going to need a big blind soon. Therefore, let me stall to get... I don't know. Just trying to get in the head and try to figure it out.
40-minute levels.
I'm going to try to look.
Been on this bubble for quite some time. Waiting for the hand over on table 2 between Patrick Antonius and Stephen Chidwick to conclude.
Then Kenny once again. Jack 10. Couple broadways. 2.2 is the price we're gonna go. Nice timing, pocket kings in the big blind for Linus Love. Burgin, also known as VVV. So there's definitely some strategy that Chris Brewer is doing because he's used another time bank in the small blind to 7-5 offsuit. My guess is he's trying to get someone else on a larger big blind with the level going up. I could be wrong, but otherwise I can't really find anything else that's logical.
Yeah, not too sure myself, Randy, but that is the only thing that really makes sense, as he is going to be on the button next. Winding down the clock there.
All in.
A snap fold from Ben.
A trap?
No trap. Bubble.
Vyacheslav showing the pocket
Not
kings.
caring about money.
Oh man, he's one of the most entertaining players we've had at the feature table for quite some time. And something we've also seen featured at the feature table has been a collection of Jacob and Co. See the official timekeeper for the Triton Poker Series. Just had their Shinomiya Casino watch with the functioning roulette wheel inside the piece on display on the wrist of none other than KT, and will also be awarding a special collaboration timepiece to be won by the Triton No Limit Hold'em and Short Deck main event winners here in Vietnam. Looking forward to seeing those pieces being dished out. Stephen Chidwick and Henrik Hecklin collecting a piece back in Madrid, and Punsry collecting his piece in Cyprus.
Solid spot to chip up here for Brewer, ace-9 offsuit. If he wants to take it, 9 big blinds. Dealer button. He is the bottom 2 stacks. Well, technically 3, because Benjamin Heath has the same exact stack size at the start of this hand. Is it enough of a hand for Brewer? It is.
400,000.
Going to pick up the blinds and antes. I believe there's a hand brewing on table 3. Min Fu, a local Vietnamese player, has opened to 100k from under the gun, facing a 3-bet from Kim currently. Keep an eye on that one over on table 3. Might be worthy of note. Table 2 has some action going on as well. Petrangelo opening from the cutoff and is currently facing a 3-bet from Chidwick. Petrangelo 4-betting over the 3-bet, taking it down pre, waiting for the table 3 action to conclude.
What all did you have given on me putting chips in the pot, Bill?
Here's some celebrations. At least a clap of sorts.
Yeah!
Sounds like Min Fu celebrating after flopping a set of 9s.
Nice.
And turning quads, Randy.
His friends railing him on. I don't know what he's saying, but he's excited. Who lost their chips in that hand? Did you catch it?
Yeah, that was Tommy Kim.
Tommy Kim's not going to be
losing
pleased
chips.
with that. Our next featured table, take a look at this. Patrick Antonius, Mario Mossbook, Chidwick,
Linus Love, Hecklin, Strava.
Who does not like to watch a featured table chip leader, Linus Love? Can't name a single person.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Next hand dealer.
Well enough, but it seemed like it was just like no one ever has anything. So,
That pot, 1.8 million chip pots. Tommy Kim against Dao Min Fu. Daily quads for the local Vietnamese player.
The chat's popping off as their local hero gets that quad nines. Ben Heath now king 10 off, so he's been getting these marginal-ish hands. King Jack, King 10, Ace 9. He's out. Becomes really a very technical game, Stone Cold Bubble, for these short stacks. Chris has chipped up a little bit with that last shove, last hand. Currently in 16th place out of 21. It is within his right to take time, as we are using a shot clock when we play these tournaments. Well, you can see that people are giving him the side eye right now. Like, what are you doing? He keeps looking at the clock. It must be clock related.
No, he's just running the clock down, I think.
Yeah, just he
Like
knows he's got an edge on the short stack, so he doesn't mind that the blinds go up on them.
It's hand for hand. He's currently 16th, so you know he's more likely to survive over the other 5 players that are shorter than him. So just running down the clock, making it worse for them. It's the trophy and the
what's
Shambhala
happening?
Jewels bracelet.
Have some outer table action.
So it looks like
Then I get 4 time banks back.
I agree, right? That was the
okay, so one last hand. It looks like we're going to be heading on break with 21 players, Randy, unless someone busts out in the next hand.
Cool.
Well, 2 cards for Bryn. Good enough for a raise.
It's not all in. I have more chips right here, right? Oh, it's all in for them.
At first, I was like, "Huh, that's an odd thing to say, Bryn." You just give it
Why you do that to me?
Nothing else I can do.
Wow. Carl's got king, queen.
That was funny.
Cool.
Nice. Look at this. Carl makes the call. He's just disrespecting the ICM situation here. Look at this.
16 bigs.
Oh, you should have opened. Then I would have shoved.
KCG, by the way, is currently in 13th.
Well, they've got all your aces. They've got all your aces.
Is it 4 aces?
A7.
Yes, I know. A7 is.
I'm still gonna need to hit.
I got.
What do you have, ace queen or something?
No, no, no.
Worse?
Nah.
Ah. Oh, you don't have an ace, so.
KCG doesn't follow the rules, Randy.
This is the one guy who does not respect the ICM. I love it.
So going to wait for tournament director Nico Vivaldi to come over and call the action out. Bring Kenny, Jack 9 of clubs, looking to burst this bubble, although, well, I was about to say you could argue doesn't mind the bubble continuing, although this would be a huge blow to his stack.
But it's a huge blow. I mean, yeah. Wow, Carl just snap calling king queen. I mean, not snap, but pretty fast. Let's look at this hand before we deal the other one out.
Yeah, we got a flop check raise from Linus out of the big. Antonius not going anywhere just yet as a fourth club, the 4 of clubs rolls off on the turn. 9, 8, 7, 4, all clubs. Action on Linus. This is first v third in chips, by the way. Linus in the tank on this 4 club turn. This is
Linus
a sizable
Linus
pot
things.
brewing. Yeah, I mean, 6-2-5 in the middle already. Linus check raise flop. I'm betting 150,000. Quarter pot over to Antonius. This is the action on table 1. Waits for these two to play out this hand.
It should be pretty polarizing to bet on a 4 flush on the turn. Antonius not shaken.
Oh, in fact, raising to 500,000, I believe. Did
No,
he just
made
call? I
he
do
made the
apologize.
call.
It looked like raising chips.
Be pretty insane to raise on a 4 flush on the turn. Onto river, blank. But I mean, I guess almost every card's a blank. It's a 4 flush.
Right, sorry. To reiterate, it was 450,000 on the turn from Linus, hence me seeing the 4 chips picked up by Patrick. So 1.5 million in the middle now. Antonius, the effective stack, with 1.7 million behind. First v third in chips as everyone else watches on. Whoever wins this hand is going to be the chip leader. Wow.
He's
and
pushed it all in,
Linus.
and he was not snapped. Means Patrick Antonius does
You
not
don't
have the
normally
ace of
see
clubs.
that reaction from Patrick. Patrick, normally one of the most composed, stoic players in every situation, immediately lets out a big sigh and leans back in his chair as Linus has check raise flop, barrel turn, and now overbet jammed river for Patrick's tournament life. All the short stacks sweating this one out. First v third in chips. You can see everyone else on the rail as these two play out a massive pot. Already 1.5 out there, the jam for 1.7. Patrick deep in the tank.
Can't get a read from that face. It's just some amazing poker here.
Is this
Four
a
flush.
king of clubs, a queen of clubs type holding? Or is this exclusively the king of clubs, Randy?
Really? For the bet sizing, it probably doesn't matter that much which club Antonius is holding.
There's currently...
I don't expect Linus to be value shoving like a club that isn't the ace of clubs.
10 of clubs, 6 of clubs.
Straight flush is possible. 6-5 of clubs and Jack 10 of clubs, I suppose.
Don't forget the flop did go check raise.
Man,
from Linus out of the big.
You know, it's a tough hand when look at Antonius. You just can't believe it. Usually when you call the turn, you're like, okay, it's probably going to give up. Stone cold bubble right now.
I don't think I've ever seen Antonius this deep in the tank, Randy.
He's going to be out of time.
Did he just like flop a flush? Has he just got like king, queen of clubs and... This is the stone bubble. 9-8-7, all clubs. Linus check raised. The flop continue. And these... What, does he just have an ace-high flush, Randy?
Did he say that?
Has he got the ace of clubs and is putting Linus on a straight flush, and Patrick asking Linus if he had it, and a snap shake of the head from Linus as he extends his chip lead here. And on the other feature tables, we head over to the main stage, table 1, Carl Chapet-Gatian, all in at risk with the best of it. Brinkeni just opting to open jam the button with Jack 9 of clubs.
Remember, he hero called King Queen. Gets there. Looking like Carl's going to get a full double up.
Needs to fade the running cards.
He's put himself in position. That call. Nicely done. Carl. 2 exciting hands back to back.
110? Or 810? 810.
Just shrugged and called it off as well, you know, and he's like, you know what? I call.
Thank you.
Fist bump between KCG and Bryn Kenny. So, bubble still in effect here. 21 left with 20 places paid. Min cash of 90,400. It is Moon Ho Seo still at the bottom of the counts with just 6 big blinds. When we return from break, blinds will be going up to 30,000, 60,000, and it is Linus Love with a overwhelming chip lead, by the way, Randy. He's currently nursing a 74 big blind stack. Second in chips is Stephen Chidwick with 34 bigs. So this looks like a runaway spot for Linus as we welcome you back into the broadcast booth. Randy Lou alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. Randy, let's just quickly dive into that long tank there from Patrick Antonius on the river after using all of his time banks. Turned to Linus, asked him, did you have it? And a snap shake of the head from Linus. Do you believe Mr. Linus Love there on that spot?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Linus has been known to bluff verbally. Wow, I mean, I wish we saw those hands, really. I don't know what he had, but that was a massive jam all in, and it's very scary to Patrick Antonius' stack, right? Because he was third in chips to start that hand. But with Linus, your chips are always at risk. Yeah. It doesn't matter how many big blinds you have. This man is known for big overbets, known for big plays and big value shoves as well. And quite frankly, I'd be quite terrified that he's at the top with a more than 2x chip lead on second place.
Well, heading into break, that's exactly how things stand, and we're going to be getting a look at him on the flip side of the break, so he'll be moving over to the main stage. Don't go too far. 2 7-figure payouts up top. We're still on the stone bubble here in event number 6. We'll see you guys on the flip side of break.
Start your journey towards becoming a winning poker player today with the Tournament Masterclass. I designed a blueprint that has helped me and countless students to become consistent winning players in poker. We simplify and teach concepts that work. Pre-flop, post-flop, ICM pre-flop and post-flop, final tables, multi-way, a whole population analysis, a GTO Bible, and many play and explain live footage showcasing all the concepts and exploits taught in the Tournament Masterclass. Don't waste any more time on complex strategies that simply don't work, and join the Tournament Masterclass and start winning in poker, whether it's online or live poker.
Loon Loon and Maria Ho were just at MIT giving a talk to some traders, if I'm not mistaken, or wannabe traders. studying finance at MIT and just
No kidding.
talking about some of the things you can learn as a professional poker player that transfer over into the trading world as Laszlo runs into top of range.
Yeah, Boytas off of the short stack here with KCG's money involved. Happy to jam from the big blind. Will be unhappy to be shown this ace-king at whatever stage that might happen. Did Fedor rejam? Yes, he did. So KCG speculating with the deuce-5 suited. Exits, and Boytas might be looking for an exit of his own shortly. Obviously involuntary. Did just order the salmon with rice, by the way. We may have to cancel that. Or I guess at least send it to a different table.
You're a savage, Ali.
28% equity. It's not a foregone conclusion. I'm just saying.
Did come in the shortest stack.
Hang on. Ace, Jack, 5. Top pair for Fedor, but the Broadway gut shot for Boytas. Turn card, not there. He rode Queen 10 to glory in running fashion earlier. Is there a 10 available here to rescue him? No, it's the deuce. Note, by the way, KCG would have made 5s full of deuces.
Yeah, I realized that.
As the young Hungarian is dispatched by the ace-king of...
Both kind of handcuffed. 18 off the money.
Most recent eliminations are those of Daniel Dvoris, Mike Watson, and of course we saw Laszlo Boytas. Overall shortest stack in the room at present belongs to Loon Loon. 9 bigs.
Shout out Loon Loon.
Overall biggest stack, Linus Love, as Fedor Holz goes to work with ace-king, and another ace-4 pops up this time in Nicky P's big blind as he simply defends. So the floppy goes out of position. Oh, but not out of run good, as believe it or not, he's got the nut flush with a redraw to the steel wheel. Unnecessary entirely is the very rare draw dead on the flop spot is the one that Fedor finds himself in. No spade in his hand.
Yeah, not much ammunition back as well. Monotone board going to continue small and wide. Sub 25%.
And Nick just trying to think about how he can make a meal of the remainder of Holz's stack. Decides to call. Board pairs, which is always unwelcome. $160,000 out there. May this be
A turn that Petrangelo's range wants to lead on. They just want to extend as much rope as possible to Fedor. You can see Petrangelo with the 100% lock on the hand. It's going to lead 45,000 to 160,000.
Feels nice, this move here.
Recognition from Petrangelo that it's going to have more 5x in his range. Fedor's going to have a lot of checkbacks on this turn. How about it, Ali? Fedor going to keep him honest for at least one with ace-king high.
45 felt like the right number to keep that spadeless ace-king engaged. Unimproved, though, on the river, and now we'll see if Petrangelo puts the rest on request. That kind of 2/3 SPR that Fedor has.
A lot to unpack this hand for the viewers at home. Both Fedor's spot and Petrangelo's spot. It's well played all round. Everything bricking. All the straight draws. All the one spade type holdings. Bar Queen X, the Queen of Spades. Fedor recognizing that got to this river with decent bluff catcher. Unblocking all the types of holdings he'd want Petrangelo to have, and Ace-King gonna be good. A decent amount of the time, Ali. You can see if he clicks the call button, he's gonna be bowing out of this 50K in 38th.
This is the kind of line that a naked spade could certainly find itself taking, isn't it?
Yeah. 9-7, 6-7, 6-4. Yeah, Fedor gonna pay it off, and he's gonna get shown the bad news. And what a masterfully executed hand by Nick Petrangelo. Fedor says GG's. Good luck to the rest of the table. Pour Poir.
Hate to see it.
Reigning main event champion, Punat Punsri, who I believe you mentioned earlier on, for those just joining us.
By the way, I was surprised back in Vegas to find Punat Punsri splashing around in the PokerGo studio.
Yeah, not only was he splashing around, I believe managed to get his hands on a trophy out there.
Kind of a rare sight. Part of that tremendously talented and, dare I say, entertaining Thai delegation, which includes the likes of Lisawad Pakanai, of course, Pachara Wangwachit, Kanapong Tanaratakul. Ace-10 suited here, a flat call from the non-flying Dutchman, Jans. Shout out Marcel Lusk. OG from that side of the pond, and this is problematic here, as you probably could. And welcome back inside the broadcast booth here at the Hoiana Resort and Golf in Hoi An, Vietnam. Ali Najad filling in for Henry Kilbane alongside Randy Liu. And Randy, you were here for perhaps the most epic tank that we've had thus far as action continues. Coverage, of course, of our 50K 8 max, Patrick Antonius and Linus Love.
I can't stop thinking about the hand, Ollie. I went to the toilet and I was thinking about the hand, right? I mean, he got check raised. It was 9-8-7-4, all clubs. River doesn't really matter. It was check raise, bet big, jam all in. Chip leader versus the number 3 in stack, and Patrick Antonius used so many time banks. I thought I heard him whisper he might have folded the ace of clubs. I'm not sure exactly, but
well, I can't imagine he tanked that hard with something that wasn't the real deal. Outer table didn't have the whole cards, but he did ask Linus, if I'm not mistaken, whether or not Linus had it.
Yeah. Does having it mean straight flush on the flop?
I mean, if he did have the ace of clubs, obviously that's the only sort of stuff that he's worried about. 3 different combos, by the way. The 5-6, the 6-10, and the 10-jack suited. Not sure whether or not the action up until that point supported that sort of range, but it's Linus Love. He can show up with any part of the deck at any time, obviously. And when you're a big stack, you expect these people to be in there with a wide variety of holdings. So we've got 21 players left here. 20 places will be paid. That means we are on the stone money bubble with the blinds at 30 and 60,000, 4.4 million. Better than a 2-to-1 chip lead for Linus Love over second place, Stephen Chidwick. And looking down the list, we find Moonho Seo, 6 bigs, 340,000 going to be on the shorty. Ben Heath down there as well, Henrik Hecklin, Victor Kudenov, plenty of stacks in that sort of 11 big blind range and down that are going to be keeping an eye on one another out there and hoping to outlast and get on the right side of the bubble. And of course, that bubble is going to be the difference between $0, and 90,400. As you get a look there at the chip counts, brought to you by Poker Steak. Henrik Hecklin is at the feature with that $500,000 in front of him, and Patrick still has chips, 29 bigs, 1.7, but going to be sleeping a little uneasy tonight, perhaps, over that pot that he played at the outer. Here we find the legendary Stephen Chidwick, one of the most successful
these tiny
players
ones suck.
on the Triton Tour. Career earnings on Triton of 13.7 million, 16 cashes, one title, looking to pick up, at a minimum, his 17th cash here. There's Mosbach, ace-9 suited.
Important to note where the big stack is. Unfortunately, 2 to his left, so he might be hesitant to play. Still going to go for it on a stone bubble.
And the interesting dynamic, of course, when we find players that have middling stacks, willing to open pots in undesirable positions, is it can be what it's supposed to be, which is a very narrow and strong range. But sometimes it's a player looking to exploit that reality.
Exactly.
As the leveling game goes down. Nice pickup there for Mosbach.
Henrik folding at king 7. Obviously, normally that would be a hand you'd want to play, but stone cold bubble is take a look at the Triton Poker app, see who's got less chips than me, and wait for them.
There's no shame in it. It's not sexy, it's not glamorous, but it's what you do as a professional poker player. Try to cash, and then once you've gotten that cash, maybe go for gold. But these opportunities here, obviously, far more attractive for the big stacks, as you see Linus looking back, trying to make sure he's got an eye on what's going on out there. These guys can get so abusive.
Yes, they can. I mean, we saw that in the previous stint. Bryn Kenny was just raising 10-3 off, see all sorts of hands. But there was one guy, KCG, who just called it off of king-queen. Stone bubble, doubled.
Outer table action now. What have we here? Dan Smith.
5 seconds. 90. 590.
Not a part of this one, I don't think. It is Buldigan and Chris Brewer engaged.
Yep. This was our previous feature table. Lots of history building.
Buldigan appears to be the man.
It's blind versus
Awaiting.
blind. This is a spot where you tend to have a looser calling range than normal, but it's a stone bubble, and Chris Brewer was tanking lots on the featured table earlier, and he's aware that Brewer would not be shoving too crazy in this spot. He's going to show him.
Ace King, was it?
Ace Broadway.
Okay.
Good
Ace
enough.
Paint, yeah.
Yeah, but you could make me fold hands.
Post-mortem going down there as Buldigan found the muck.
I thought we don't really do that.
Soft hand for hand, Randy, or
That kind
hard
Stone.
hand for hand?
Stone
Okay.
hand for hand.
The guy was like, oh yeah, do whatever you want. But like,
Get a look at that timepiece on Stephen Chidwick. Not really one to come with these sartorial accessories, but that one in particular signifying a Triton title.
Is it?
Jacob and Co. watch.
You got a good eye.
Jack 3, not the one. Antonius, not interested in the ace-9. Understands where we are.
Yeah, because this guy's at your table. He's opening queen 6 on the button.
You think he looked? Doesn't really need to, does he?
He doesn't need to look. He looked for formalities.
Ace, deuce, Henrik happily into the mug. Petrangelo as well.
You know the ICM is so important when you can get these guys to snap fold their very playable big blinds.
Linus's shirt collection, by the way, not to cut you off,
No,
is
not-
really rates to be the most impressive in the building.
I would say #1 by far.
Handing out our 2 outer tables. There's going to be one very unhappy player once this bubble bursts. Pretty big one, as mentioned, over 90K.
Looks like Viktor Kudanov.
Using time banks in the face of a Loon Loon jam. Is it? Or just an open? No, it's an all-in.
It's
there.
an
You have the
all-in.
button.
Victor. Looks like he's got a holding worthy of a call.
He has made the call, being directed to hang tight. Loon Loon as well. Totally natural to want to put them on their backs. And now, Lucas says, go ahead and show. And it looks like maybe the short stack is at risk given the reaction from Dao Min Fu in the foreground there. Is it queens there for Loon Loon? Indeed, up against 2 9s. King Jack 3 with a couple of hearts, which are covered. Kudanov used to be in trouble. Hard on the turn of no assistance, and he's going to need a 9. And instead, it's a queen. So a set on the end for Loon Loon, who is going to be receiving some thanks from his table mates as he has burst the bubble. Didn't look like Kudanov really had much. 2 9s, you just kind of got to go with it there, especially with the open.
He was at the bottom of the chip counts there.
Yeah. There it is. Official.
Put it on, but
okay.
I think
Everyone in the money.
If you look at them,
20 of 139
big
left.
logos, they're wearing like cloths.
Yeah.
And this is where the flood walls
sake.
breach generally, and the other short stacks start to work their way into the middle in short order. As we get a look at Johannes Straver. Ace Jack suited.
Soon, yeah. I'll take it.
Look at that. Pocket aces and pocket kings.
Uh-oh.
Good thing it's post bubble.
Yeah. But bad thing if you're Stephen Chidwick. He thinks he's going to love seeing a raise and a 3-bet in front of him once he peeks down at these kings from the big.
Mm-hmm.
That is, of course, provided that Petrangelo doesn't do anything naughty and flat.
330.
Which he isn't.
Yeah, I just don't see any way this doesn't get in. Sure, there's a raise and a 3-bet in front of you, but these guys are, of course, willing to 3-bet less than premium holdings. 2 kings with these stack sizes. I can only think of 2 words. All
Cold
in.
deck.
Cold deck. I said all in. You said cold deck.
I did.
Okay, we're on different pages. That's good.
Well, there's 2 combos, I guess, of 2 words that we can think of. I mean, not to laugh, obviously, because we are really witnessing what one would presume is going to be the demise of Chidwick's stack.
I suppose he's debating between a small 4-bet or all in. Small 4-bet just seems it's just as strong, I suppose. Like, it doesn't accomplish that much because Petrangelo's got what, 20 blinds behind. I don't know. I mean, Chidwick's the master of these sizing spots. Let's see. Maybe he is going to go. Is he going for a little click back? How low did he go? Okay. So it's just about the minimum?
555K.
Wow, these sizings. They really extend their number of big blinds here.
525 would have been the click
minimum.
back, right?
Yeah.
125 up to 330, and there is the jam.
Brutal.
Yeah.
Still has 5 cards, though.
They didn't give you one, right?
535, by the way.
Oh,
I
I
think
did
would have
get
been the
that.
minimum. It was 205,000 over the top of the 125 open, right? 330. That's the minimum amount that you got to come back over the top, right?
I'm going to look at you and smile while you calculate this one for me.
No, there's not a whole lot of calculating that's going to be going into this situation here. Just a stone cold, classic cold deck. The only silver lining for Chidwick for the time being is the fact that he has Petrangelo covered. To the flop we go. 10 tray deuce. Nicky P in great shape. Turn card, pairs the board, just fading cowboys. And the river double pairs the board. So the aces, and as one would imagine, hold against the two kings. And these two guys know if hands were swapped, seats were swapped, it would have been the same outcome.
Something about Vietnam for Petrangelo. No cashes until Vietnam. Gets his first cash in event number 1. And as a final table, 5th place. Gets another cash in the 30K. And now he gets aces versus kings. I think it's a changing point for him here at this stop.
Mercifully. It gets expensive when you get a dry run.
True.
On the Triton Tour.
I imagine if he can capture this top prize of 1.67 million.
Go a long way, wouldn't it?
Of course.
Well, it's back to the drawing board for Chidwick as he falls to 19th of 20 runners. Just a hair ahead of Henrik Eklund. Well, we know that Linus is going to be doing plenty of dancing here, but on this occasion, he's got a nice pair of shoes on. King, queen, suited, and Chidwick in the small with king 10.
Tricky spot here, because now that we're in the money, Linus's ranges should narrow a bit. King 10 might still be a favorite against Linus's range. Does not think so. So on to Patrick, suited Broadways. I mean, you gotta remember they just played that massive pot where Patrick tank folded on a 4-club board. Definitely lingering in the back of his mind.
I would imagine he wouldn't mind winning this one just to kind of vindicate. Ace 9-5, though, not the board that would suggest he's going to be the man dragging the chips as he checks over to Linus. One spade out there.
King queen suited. Best unpaired hand. One more for Linus as it's done.
See bet and take it, sir. side of the bubble, and yet Linus obviously still able to leverage ICM. No pay jump as yet. Flat payouts for 20th, 19th, and 18th.
Yeah, I would say your strategy doesn't change that much for those payouts. The main one was the stone bubble. Then we try to approach the final table. Yeah. I didn't recognize Henrik, by the way, when I saw him too.
I told you.
You got me. I was like, who's that guy?
Under the gun, Linus, Jack 8 suited. Just leaning on the boys. Taking yet another one. Looks like we've lost Steve O'Dwyer, by the way, in 20th. Squared off against Loon Loon. With a Queen 10 against King 8. King high flop. No improvement for O'Dwyer. Still 90,400 though, the payout for 19th. Note Henrik Eklund also rocking one of those Jacob & Co. Triton Special Edition timepieces.
It was for the main event winners.
Mm-hmm.
Patrick just giving so much respect to Linus's big blind. Good timing though, because he's got pocket nines. The show. No.
Nice. Discipline fold.
Nicky P enjoying that double. Second overall in chips as it stands right now behind Linus. Might be feeling like it's a little inconvenient to be seated at the same table as Linus right now.
Yeah, normally we'd be like, well, he can't put all your chips at risk usually.
290, I think.
Seems to happen regularly. He's got ace king.
Second floor. 155K. Chidwick. Ace 3. And the blind's headed his way.
Yeah, it's crossing his mind. Just wondering if he's going to get a better spot than this. It seems a little weak. Henrik could fit a little bit of an interesting spot in the sense that I think a stop and go is a very reasonable strategy here, depending on certain runouts. Him jamming now is going to get called no matter what based on his stack size. So maybe by calling, you can find a way to win the pot without having to run out the whole full 5 cards.
Henrik tends to agree with you, Randy, as he defends, but is unimproved on the 10 deuce deuce board. 400 in the middle, just 135K back. Checks it over to Nicky P. And he'll ask for it all. Henrik makes the call, recognizing that he would have to pay the small blind the very next hand, and not going to be laid a price as handsome as this one.
Yeah, and there's the odd chance he's ahead occasionally. Not often, but just too much in the middle.
Turn is of no help to him. And the bell tolls for our Norwegian warrior. Oh!
Okay.
Queen Burger, order up.
Does your app refresh? Not?
Just crack some knuckles after you win that pot.
Yeah, there you go, right?
Jeez.
Yeah, usually it takes.
I'm still on 1 million. Yeah, it's far off.
So
it begins.
Eklund avoiding
So it begins.
elimination.
Yeah.
Still down toward the bottom of the leaderboard, though. Who's been most impressive thus far to you, Randy? Not just at this feature table, but overall of the players that you've observed in this tournament across 2 days of play?
I've been very impressed with Bryn Kenny from the last couple hours just now. He really cruised his chip stack upwards with not much contention. Like people were just folding to him. He recognized the situation close to the money, was pushing it. He didn't play mini stops ever since that Triton London one came out to Vietnam, and already showing a strong showing here in this 50K.
Queen Jack suited for Chidwick. Leaves himself 5K back. Preserves.
Glad we didn't forget that term. It's going to be going on to all of our future commentary sessions. King 10 suited.
How much is
it's a little bit. It's interesting.
Note that Linus put the ace into the muck despite having all those chips.
Yeah, it is noteworthy. Here, what's interesting is that Chidwick is the under the gun, so he's the big blind next. He knows he's desperate, therefore Henrik's like, King 10 should fare pretty well against this range for that stack size.
Chooses to jam, of course, as opposed to flat, and perhaps invite a third participant into this battle. Eklund covering Stevie. Not risking it all, but
maybe now it begins.
Risking a good chunk. Two former Triton main event winners. To the 10-8-7 board. Eklund improving to top pair. Chidwick with good outs, though. 10 of them in total. 9 Jack Queen. Instead, he gets a 6. Neither player with clubs, so the 9 would be clean even if it came in the form of a club. Same story for the Jack or the Queen, but the 3 of hearts is not the one for Stevie Chidwick. And that's not really the pot that tells the story.
No, it's the cold deck. It's the kings into the aces. Always a pleasure to watch him play. Won't be getting to watch his true talent after that hand. But, you know, he does add some points to his Ivan Lau Player of the Year race. He is the current leaderboard, as Seth Davies was gaining on him. This will help him separate from him just a little bit more by making that cash.
Well, Sam Greenwood is still in the field. Also,
16.
top 3.
That's right.
Player of the Year pursuit. Davies, of course, eliminated out of the money in 66th. Not going to be getting any points in this event. Event 7, the 75K no limit.
Yeah, this is the time when we start increasing those buy-ins. Eventually getting to that 100K no limit main event.
And Patrick ordering perhaps his 4th salmon with rice of the day. I would guess right around now. Ooh, looks like Sensei Kenny has returned to the feature. He's fun to watch.
Yes, he is. Not just fun. He's good.
It almost feels to me like Bryn enjoys sticking guys in the blender.
He does. He really does.
Right?
That's the thing. He tried to put KCG on the blender on a Stone Cold Bubble, and KCG was like, okay, I call King Queen 13 blinds, like it doesn't mean anything. And yeah, and they had a good laugh, fist bumped each other.
Well, KCG probably not the one. He prefers to be unblended.
Linus. Offsuit ace. It's a big statement when you got this big of a chip lead on your opponents. Not going to want to fight back.
God mode when you got that big stack. It's like an invincibility cloak. Until it isn't, of course. Somebody's going to dig in at some point. Here he goes again with ace-8 this time.
Surprise.
What do you have on pot?
1.55.
Not at all.
I have the same.
About the same?
1.45.
Sensei puts it in the muck. Offsuit 6-7. Patrick, defendable queen 9 suited.
120, right?
Isn't always these two guys involved? And why does Patrick always have some clubs?
$330 out there as we head to the flop. Lolliger banks the ace.
It's dry. Paired boards. You're going to see downsized bets closer to the min.
Yeah, just where are you going to go if you're Patrick?
Just a simple one. I've got a prediction. Linus is going to raise the next hand. That's just a wild guess I have.
Yeah, what makes you say that, Randy?
I don't know. Just seems to be getting hit by the deck.
Yeah, is that it?
Yeah. Seems to be getting those ace X offsuits.
Mm-hmm.
King X offsuits.
Okay. See if you're right. Plenty of professional deference being shown to Linus. Oh, Randy.
Never mind.
Took the wrong side of that one.
Suited ace. Very playable in any position.
That's the hand that was supposed to be dealt to Linus.
Yeah, I know. Dealer check. King Queen. We're playing shallowish stacks. Calling and jamming seem pretty good. Sometimes you 3-bet small.
How about a jam from
Yeah.
Bryn Kenny with 1.4 million? He's got a high risk tolerance.
Mm-hmm.
That ace deuce promptly gets showered. Now, Linus was far and away the alpha chain in the room. And then Sensei showed up
Gotta love to hear the local guy.
and brought the golden condor. What is that, a hawk?
It's the best thing possible.
Yeah, of course.
Get another shot of that?
Oh, never mind. Sorry. I thought you were
Eagle.
going to
And whenever he would lose a big pot, when he was here, he would look over the rail and be
You have a chip in there. No, no. Pretty important.
I thought already these were expensive blinds.
Soon enough, we'll get another glimpse at it.
There we go.
Okay.
I'm going eagle.
Is that a little ice underneath the wing? Something else. He likes the bling.
He does. We know it.
I'm not mad at him. Patrick Antonius from the button.
King 10 for 10 blinds. Definitely has some fold equity. If you want to continue.
You know how much you started with, Patrick?
Looks like he's gonna
1.3.
take a flop.
1.325. That's good.
Yeah, Johannes off of that 10 BB-ish stack.
Yeah, it feels that a hand is too strong to just fold outright. Didn't really want to jam it. Maybe can find some creative leads on certain flop textures. This one, complete whiff.
9-6-5. Antonius is ace high, picking up a gut shot. Action check to him.
It must be crossing Patrick's mind about the stack size that flatted from the small blind in this spot. What hand range? Not quite so sure. It's not a common situation, but I guess you just got enough of a piece where if you got it, you got it.
Sprinkle and take it down, sir.
Sure. Sorry.
If you're watching us on the Triton Poker Plus app or Twitch, pleased to have you with us. If you're watching us on YouTube, do us a favor and click like and subscribe to continue to enjoy the best in streaming poker entertainment at the right price.
What price is that?
Free, baby. Everything on the internet should be free. I feel like someone's going to clip that and then use it against me somewhere down the line. Producer James nodding his head. An ill-fated comment perhaps by me. Patrick Antonius back to work. Pocket fours and Lolliger in the small. Greets 2 red 7s.
Yeah, this makes a lot of sense. Just put max pressure. Pocket pairs can really go relentless.
Respectful muck there from Patrick. Recognizing that is not the bull that he wants to lock horns with. There's a look at Sensei. Is he still at the top of the all-time money list?
In the Triton one he is, but I believe not in the Handed Mob one. Can you give us an update?
Is it Bonamo? Is it Negreanu? We find Bonamo at 60 million plus in career tournament earnings. Up top, Bryn Kinney second with 57.2.
So he could overtake it in this trip in Vietnam alone. Very possible.
Negreanu third, little north of 50 million. Chidwick fourth, 45.5. Seidel fifth, 42.4. Jason Kuhn, David Peters, Dan Smith, all here.
Hecklin, limping 10-5 suited. Petrangelo got one of those napkin hands. Sometimes people get a little out of line and just raise it. They like to be very polarized when they make this play from the big blind. Deuce X.
Mikita Badziakuski, by the way, 9th. Ivy 10th, Fedor Holz 11th.
They're all here? A majority of them are here?
Majority of them are here, yeah.
Is it just Negreanu not here?
Ivy not here as well.
Ivy.
But other than that, everybody in action. So could see some shakeups on that leaderboard, especially as we get into the main events. on the button. Henrik off of 840. Taking it up. Well, Sensei with the ace-jack suited now.
This seems like a mandatory jam. BB versus button. Less than 15 blinds.
Yeah, he's going to spread his wings. Of course, Henrik never able to take that kind of heat. As Bryn kicked him right out of the kitchen. You know, it's funny. You look down at that button. You got Jack 7 suited, and you're thinking, I am supposed to open this pot.
Yep.
But then you look up at Sensei, and you're like, I know what's going to happen as soon as I do.
So maybe you're saying he should have folded it. I mean,
No.
to be fair, though, Patrick had Jack 9 offsuit on the button. He saw Linus in the big blind, and he folded it. So there's definitely that factor of knowing the type of player who's in the big blind and how their frequency based on their chip stack increases dramatically and makes you want to skip some marginal spots. Different approach.
Worthy of note.
1.4.
And as we've seen, Randy, just because we're dealing with truly the game's elite across the board, when we're talking in terms of professionals that frequent the Triton Tour, doesn't mean that there isn't some variation in approach.
Well, there's a lot of variation. Sure, there's a lot of players that play quite similar in spots, but that variation is what throws wrinkles into some other people's strategy, especially if they don't expect it. And that's what's the delight to watch this, is seeing these different approaches clash. Who comes out on top.
Definitely keeps things interesting.
Yeah. Multiple events, they all enter.
A couple of checks here as Antonius defended the big and flops middle pair on the jack-high board. Picks up a gut shot straight draw on the turn as Nicky P's king-high remains unimproved.
Yeah, that 5 is going to give Patrick a little bit more confidence in his hand, but he doesn't want to bloat the pot, so he's going to stay on the defense. Looking for a check call. But Nicky P, no bet.
Little weird spot for Patrick now as he makes 9s and 7s, but there's a 4-liner out there. We know that the button opens up Petrangelo are not going to be altogether too narrow, especially off of his chip stack. So.
Now, the card we're most worried about is the 8x, but the fact that Petrangelo didn't bet the turn, I would discount it to some degree. So Patrick might feel more comfortable value betting 2 pair on a 4-liner.
Sure looks that way as he sprinkles 75K out there.
Yeah, he's looking for crying calls from 6x, 7x. 5x, who knows?
Petrangelo tosses it into the muck. Sometimes those cutesy, milky sizings on the end can summon a bit of heroism.
Yeah, that's when things get really, really exciting, and I'm sure we're going to see this at some point, whether in this tournament or a future tournament. People come with the out-of-nowhere raise.
Some people more than others.
I feel like some of those people are at this table, more than one.
Yeah, I would say that when we consider the zoo that is Triton, some animals are wild, feral, if you will.
Feral.
Others.
Who do you want to call feral out there?
Slightly more tame. I don't know that I shy away from the term. KCG qualifies to me as on the feral side of the spectrum. Our boy Brodkin, Oscar,
feral.
Made the final table yesterday. Feral. Love to see it, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want a bunch of domesticated animals on my watch.
Strava, Jack, sorry, 9-6 offsuit. Thinking about taking a flop here and
You don't
Because-
wear contacts, do you, Randy? Just
I used to.
yeah.
And now I did the
Might want to
LASIK
go
thing.
back to him just based on that last read.
because I thought it was kind of weird why you asked me. I was like, I'll entertain it. God, Ali, I'm done. Where's Henry? So, small thing to note:
Black coffee?
top 15
Great.
is where you get a pay jump. We are top 17, so maybe Johannes there was contemplating seeing if he can play a little more snug and potentially get another 10K pay jump.
Who'd we lose in 18th then after the departures of O'Dwyer and Chidwick?
Moon Ho Xiao went out. And we can see how he did that. Looks like he got in pocket deuces against Dao Min Fu of Vietnam. All in pre-flop confrontation, King 10 suited against pocket deuces, King 10, making top pair, or mid pair.
Does collect 90,400 for his first ever Triton cash here at his first ever Triton stop. Now, the 120 open on the button from Patrick's ace-6 suited is met with an all-in from Johannes.
Uncomfortable, but committed.
Yeah, 260K more. Can't put it into the muck. It can't feel great once Johannes turns up the ace-9 as we're dominated. See a little bit of a disappointed smirk there on Patrick's face, but you note the percentages do not add up to 100. That's because 15% of the time these boys will chop this one up. Johannes at risk. Queen high. Rainbow flop.
I see potential on the right turn card.
You mean a board pairing turn card, perhaps?
Wasn't the one I was thinking of, but it works.
50% of the time they were going to chop it once the 4 paired, and with the queen on the river, Patrick escapes.
That's why it was a big one.
As Johannes is denied the double.
That's actually a massive blow for Johannes. He really needed those chips.
Not to be, as he continues to operate off of 6 blinds, 440K. Blinds 40 and 80,000 with an 80K. Big blind Annie. It's not easy out there as these surgeons continue to take scalpels to one another in the heat of battle. In the money, though. That's the good news here in event number 6. Our 50K 8 max no limit. Onwards we march. Nicky P visited the pro shop over at the clubhouse, it would appear.
Did he?
Not sure it's fire. Two black 3s in the cutoff for Patrick.
Uncomfortable stack size to play off of. Let's see how much, what he wants to do. Looks like, see, he was about to raise and it's like, just sucks. Johannes got King 8 of hearts. Enough of a hand to try and scoop some blinds.
Sticks it in there.
Oh, not what you want to hear.
Yeah, definitely not.
Ooh.
Wow.
3-way come in. Possible.
Depends on how Linus approaches things. He's going to go over the top, and that's going to be doing Henrik Eklund a favor.
I mean, it's tough because he might go for it, yeah.
Oh, yeah. He makes the call. I thought perhaps Eklund would be less inclined, given the jam on the button and then the all-in over the top, to stay out of this one, but
I think it's the short stacks that made him want to go for it, thinking that Linus would reshove worse than ace-10, which is probably true. King, queens, ace-9 suited of the sorts.
So all of a sudden, we've got a three-way affair where Hecklin will play for a 400K side pot against Linus, dominated, heading to the flop, which is ace high. And Linus Love is poised
How about it?
to kill two birds with one ace-jack as a queen
That's a good card.
rolls off on the turn. Now Straver draws dead with king 8, but can Henrik hit the 10? No, he can't.
Double
Linus
KO.
Love. Double KO indeed, which will leave us with just 15 players, and that means we're going to be redrawing, as we'll be down to just 2 tables. And Linus' stack just continues to head north. 6.5 million now, 82 big blinds. I mean, Nikki P currently second overall in chips with 35. That's for the overall second place slot. Who's gonna stop this man?
I have no idea, Ollie. It's just that Linus Love has got so many chips. I haven't seen such a big separation in first and second place in such a long time.
Yeah, it really is a dominating performance being put on by Linus Love. Let's not forget the local, though. Dao Min Fu, third right now overall in chips with 2.6 million, 33 bigs, but one can expect anybody at Linus's table is going to be contending with a very aggressive individual, especially when you consider the pay jumps aren't entirely modest. Looking now at the Triton Poker Plus app, the 16th and 15th places rather have a jump of 11,000, let's call it, a little over 10.4. Of course, we saw the eliminations in 17th and 16th of, there they are, Johannes Straver and Henrik Hecklin. That was tough. I didn't think Hecklin would be so keen to get in there, but it's also an opportunity to triple up. And as you mentioned, Linus is maybe going to make that move with worse than ace-10, so far be it from me to question that decision. But unfortunately for him, ace-jack had him in rough shape, ace-high flop. Where do we go from here?
Well, it's basically let's watch Linus raise and fold a bunch of times, and the short stacks are still going to look for opportunities to gain chips. And just like you saw, Henrik Hecklin was like, well, I made the money already. This is my opportunity to potentially triple up in a spot where I feel my hand is a favorite against the ranges.
Yeah.
He was wrong in that instance, but sometimes they got it.
Yeah, sometimes they do indeed. And what we got is a break on our hands. Quickly, 2 commercials for a few minutes, but don't go anywhere. Continuing coverage of day 2 of event number 6, the 50K No Limit from here at the Triton Super High Roller Series in Vietnam comes your way in just a few. Stay close.
Start your journey towards becoming a winning poker player today with the Tournament Masterclass. I designed a blueprint that has helped me and countless students to become consistent winning players in poker. We simplify and teach concepts that work. Pre-flop, post-flop, ICM pre-flop and post-flop, final tables, multi-way, a whole population analysis, a GTO Bible, and many play and explain live footage showcasing all the concepts and exploits taught in the Tournament Masterclass. Don't waste any more time on complex strategies that simply don't work, and join the Tournament Masterclass and start winning in poker, whether it's online or live poker.
We are back here, continuing coverage of Day 6, the 50K 8 Max. No limit here. Did I say Day 6? I think it's Event 6. Let's put it there. Alinejad, Randy Lou, glad to have you back with us now. And we will be playing down to a champion. Currently, 15 players remain, and the final table redraw is upon us. And we can track that redraw on the Triton Poker Plus app, where currently the payouts at 15 stand at $111,200. It's going to be flat up to 14th, and then we have the jump of about 10K, 10,400 to be exact. So for the time being, no pay jump, and as we take the rest of that app, we do find Linus Love at the top, of course. Down at the bottom, though, is Dan Smith. A little bit of work cut out for him. 10 bigs. KCG, we know that he's not bashful about getting his chips into motion, and here are the two tables that remain in the event. Draw looks like it's just being completed right now, about a minute and a half before we get the cards back in the air. And you know, this tends to be the moment, Randy, where I look to you for maybe someone to keep an eye on. Average stack right now, 1.9 million, just 5 players in front of that figure. Good for 23 bigs, and then the rest of the field down below it. Anybody you like?
Well, I mean, if I can't pick Linus Love because he's at the very top, I'd be looking at Bryn Kenny. I think Bryn Kenny has been shown a strong showing coming to Vietnam, loving the way he's been playing, and I think he can really put some damage.
Well, here he is at this feature. 1.9 million, 24 bigs. The thing is, Bryn is one of these guys who obviously understands ICM.
Yes.
But I think he's more inclined to look at everybody else and say, you're shackled by ICM more than I am.
Yes.
I give less Fs maybe than you do, and kind of lean. And I don't think he's doing it to everybody. He knows that there's some people out there he's not going to be able to get away with that approach against. But there are some that might feel like, okay, just...
Yeah, and you're 100% right about that. He respects the situation, but if he's got more chips than you, he's going to leverage that information and just really go relentless on you if he feels that you're someone who's going to overfold in some spots.
Well, among the relentless, and who can blame him? Linus Love. Ace-2 suited under the gun. And Loon Loon with Ace-8 suited knows that it's too much hand to put into the muck, but he also isn't looking to get into a big confrontation. So he will flat from the small blind.
I think it should be 1 million. Yeah. 900,
Loon currently
1 million behind.
12th in chips out of 15. Blinds at 40 and 80 with an 80K big blind Annie. 9-5-4 with 2 diamonds. Big flop for Linus, Randy.
I call this smashing it, flopping the nut flush draw with the inside straight draw as well. Let's see how he proceeds. Likely we'll see some chips flying in. He knows the small blind range is pretty tough to continue. Put a lot of pressure on. Lots of turn cards.
And there's just not a hand in the deck that Linus lacks equity against with this ace-deuce of diamonds, so he can very comfortably proceed.
But Loon Loon is just giving Linus some disrespect here. Just like, I think you raised too much. I'm going to check call from the small one, just ace-8 high.
Now queen on the turn, and ace-8 is actually the best hand.
It is the best. I see a world where Linus might just pile all of the chips in there. It's a pot-size bet remaining just north. The queen is scary for the small blind to check call on a flop.
300.
Yeah, look at this.
And this is part of the luxury of having the depth of stack that Linus does. Is these second barrels, which often can get the job done versus better hands.
Yeah, it's tough playing out of position against him. He's got a high turn and river frequency.
Buddy, it's tough playing in position against him.
Yeah, it's tough. It's only easy when you flop a set, you know? Like, oh, I know what to do. But man, he's just tough. The ultimate end boss of poker. Loves cash games.
Have you ever found yourself facing an opponent who is just so consistently right about every decision that they make that it tilts you? Like you're just frustrated?
Yeah, oh, how did he call here?
Like,
how did he get it right again?
Do you ever give up? Do you ever make a mistake?
Yeah, I know. And the thing is, his frequencies are high and he's getting it right every time. That's the scary part, right? There's people out there who get it right all the time, but then, you know, they're not playing as crazy ranges. That's what makes Linus even more intimidating to play against. Loon Loon here, Jack 10 offsuit.
Deliberating.
All in?
Looks like he's going to jam. 795,000 total. And Lolliger is going to give him a spin. Ace-9 suited. Just about a 3-2 favorite. As they'll play for 1.7 million in the middle.
Good luck, he says.
I think you should follow that up with "you're gonna need it." Oh, wait a minute. 10 high board and suddenly Loon, the favorite, by a wide margin. It's got to be a heart, like a deuce or 4 hearts, right? No, the 7 of clubs this
Ollie,
time.
what are you doing?
Just saying with Linus. 3 outer doesn't come in on the end, and Malaysia's Loon Loon drags 1.7, and perhaps the most coveted chips at this table, the most difficult to obtain.
These chips they got a special meaning.
Linus bucks. It's a big pickup there for Loon, by the way, who now works his way up toward the average stack.
Oh, very
6th overall.
Very important for him, right? Yeah, just under the average stack in 6th place with 20 blinds.
Mm-hmm.
Not too shabby. Funny thing is that Everyone's got like what 20, 25 lines or so. It's just if Linus just sprinkles a little bit of chips on every person's stack, we'd have a much higher stack size for everyone. Just doesn't seem right, this stack distribution. Linus with about 2.5x the stack of Dao Min Phu of Vietnam in second right now. Even then, there's a separation between Dao Min Phu and Nick Petrangelo of 7 big blinds. Hello, Chris Brewer, Ace King.
Shortest stack in the field right now is Brewer, sub 1 million. Alone with that distinction.
What do we call that?
Preserves.
Right on.
Not quite a jam, as he keeps 50K back in case of emergency. Not developing in that manner behind him, however, as it's folded all the way through. Brewer, by the way, really a feel-good story, Randy, in terms of the manner in which he was able to recover after that devastating coin rivet invitational moment on the bubble, where he lacked a bit of situational awareness, was so incredibly hard on himself. There was a sense that maybe he was going to hang up his cleats and not revisit us on the Triton Tour, even walking away from the world of high-stakes poker. Take on a regular job, and suddenly he worked his way into the EPT, and he banked not 1 but 2 out there, brimming with newfound confidence. And we're really staring at a new Chris Brewer, if I'm being honest.
We are.
And it's nice to see.
I mean, he's already got 1 final table, 3rd place in event number 1 for 435K, so it's a good series for him so far. Speaking of Chris, he's going to open up again, but Linus has got King Queen behind him. We all know Linus is not a folding man. Jam. I'm not surprised. Are you surprised?
No, not at all. Just look at the situation that this puts Brewer in here. I mean, he knows it's Linus from the button, but
it's
ace-9 suited. You know, not the one.
As an aside, if the information is useful, I just read to Patrick and he said he flopped the king-high flush in that hand earlier against Linus.
Well, in between hands here, we revisit what it must be said, despite the fact that it wasn't on the feature table, is the pot of the event thus far. We've talked about it on a couple of occasions. The one in which Linus Love and Patrick Antonius on the river went several minutes with Patrick going into the tank. Monotone flop. Straight flushes were available. And on the end, Patrick ultimately folded to Linus. Intel is that Patrick flopped a king-high flush. So it wasn't just the straight flush that had him beat.
Yes, he could have lost to the ace of clubs.
Right. As the 4th club rolled off on the
Turn.
river.
On the turn. You never feel good folding against Linus because we all know he's capable of such big bluffs.
I got a guy that plays in my game that I feel like every time I lay down to him, he shows me dust. And every time I look him up, he's got it.
He's got goods. That sounds like Linus. He really does.
It's so frustrating.
I don't know how they do it. It's called skill.
Something that none of these guys are short on.
That would mean that you're short of skill if you keep getting it wrong, Ali.
Against this particular opponent, I am outclassed. Not afraid to admit. Now around to Mosbach on the button. Jack 3, not the one. He's been quiet here at the feature.
Yeah.
Patience is profit, as we always say, though, Randy, and pay jumps are available. 1.67 million up top. Another seven-figure payday of 1.1 plus for second.
This hand is so bad. You're like, oh, am I really gonna try and make a move or continue? Does not give the much-needed walk for Chris Brewer. A delight.
Deuce 3.
How often do you pick up chips with Deuce 3 offsuit?
Especially when Linus is at the table with a stack like his at this phase of the tournament. Tommy Kim, by the way, the man giving him the walk.
Yeah, just right.
And should be said, also giving Bryn Kenny a run for his money in the high-end hoodie department. Sensei with the Givenchy. Tommy Kim not to be outdone with the Dior. You know, it's like one of my favorite aspects of these streams.
It's just the fashion.
Being able to see these guys bring the fire, bring the heat.
That's a good eye on the Dior. I couldn't even see it in the print.
I'm telling you, mate, it might be time to go back to those contacts. Randy, I'm just saying. Loon Loon, Jack 7, not the kind of hand that you want to take up against 7-7, nor that you want to look up at Ace 10 tray with 2 clubs. At
let's see, 80K. Little mini bet.
Where is Arends?
I saw him play in the tournaments. I just no luck so far.
As far as getting him on a feature?
Yeah.
You don't have to make an FT to make the stream.
I know, but you need to survive and gain some chips. I mean, look, would have been more likely if we didn't have such big fields, but because of these field sizes, you know, it does come down to a bit of luck.
Luck of the draw.
Yeah, I mean, look, 140 entries in a 50K is, while it's not record-breaking, is amazing. Not common at all. Even just 3 digits.
Zhang did play the 20K mystery bounty, failed to cash. Not the only event it seems that he's played thus far here in this Vietnam festival.
I like the gamble aspect of it.
Raised to 160,000.
I'm just happy he came out.
Remember, he was the other man at the heads-up portion of the richest poker tournament ever against Bryn Kenny. Ultimately emerging victorious. And that is his one and only Triton title. Made it count, didn't he? 2 cashes. One of them is for
Yeah.
almost
I would say he made it count.
15 million US. Mosbach, by the way, has really patented this look of repurposing a hoodie into a scarf.
Yeah, I thought before it was just something he brought, but this is actually a Triton hoodie he's got here that's repurposed as a scarf. So, yeah, I like it. He's got some really nice clothes.
Flavor.
I don't know. For some reason, I just thought of Flava Flav because I just saw this gold chain.
Yeah. No, that's fair. Bryn would have made an excellent third member of Public Enemy.
175,000.
King Jack off suit under the gun for Sensei as he opens the dojo. Now China's Biao Ding in the small blind with ace 10, 800K. 10 bigs exactly.
Not the best position. Small blind versus under the gun. It is Bryn Kenny, who he's seen raise a lot of hands.
Wow, puts it into the muck, Randy.
I don't blame him. It's just it's early position. It's not easy. Well,
easier for Linus, not only to defend off of his stack, but apparently to outflop, as the 8-7 tray board is squarely in his favor.
let's see if Bryn Kenny wants to fire this flop. The thing is, from under the gun, he's tend to have ace-x type hands, I was going to say, big broadways, that don't really want to fire this flop.
Certainly all kinds of ace-x could be in Kenny's range after checking back the flop, and now the ace on the turn does seem like it could invite Kenny to lay claim to the pot. Instead, he checks back and binks a jack for the winner.
Yeah, I think King Jack had enough showdown value that he was willing to not bet on the ace. Linus is trying to deduce why Bryn didn't bet when the ace came. Playing cautious.
Knuckled all the way down. You know, obviously, we know that Kenny has the heart of a lion beating in his chest, but there is nothing wrong with playing cautious against Linus and just taking the small pots and avoiding disaster.
Well, it's a very good point, Ollie, because you know how some players you're like, well, they checked me 3 times. There's no way they'll come with a check raise. You can't say that about Linus.
You can't. You really can't.
Yeah, and it might not be a small check raise. It might be the good old all-in jam.
Some like ICM insane kind of move that just sticks you in the most uncomfortable of positions. And then whenever that happens, you rewind a street and you go, how did I end up here? What?
I know.
What did I do to deserve this?
Like, was I not pot controlling to contain the situation?
Right. Tommy Kim now. Ace Jack. Gonna jam just south of $1 million. He's got one of those bottom 3 stacks.
We got a count going, and Chris Brewer has woken up with Big Slick.
Yeah, he sure has.
I think we have the exact same stack.
Tommy cashed 13th in the 20K mystery bounty. Just shy of 800,000 in career Triton earnings across 3 caches. His first festival was our Cyprus warm-up to kick off 2022.
Looks like Chris Brewer taking some time, but we'll be...
No, by the way, they have the exact same chips by our count right now. And, of course, we know Brewer was never going to put it in the muck.
Means we'll have a guaranteed elimination unless we chop it up somehow.
Seldom do 2 stacks square off at exactly the same depth, but that's where we find ourselves as member of the South Korean delegation. Tommy Kim recognizes that the light is flickering a bit at the end of his tunnel here in event 6. Jack high board, and suddenly the bulb burns bright in Camp Kim. Can't say the same for Mr. Brewer. Fishing for a king as a 7 rolls off on the turn. And can Chris find a little run good here? No. Trip jacks on the end for Tommy. Of course, can sympathize with Chris. And that image there, Randy, is reminiscent of one that we saw so often here on the Triton Tour. Chris Brewer taking the best of it and ending up showered. Good news for him, though, obviously, is it's on the right side of the bubble, as he will be collecting 15th place money, $111,200.
Yeah, we have a small and a big.
And for Tommy Kim,
Say 1-1.
Really fortunate to double up. Happens. No shame in it.
Yeah, you're right, though. It seems to happen to Chris Brewer quite a bit. He makes these deep runs, gets these unfortunate spots.
Well, fortunately for Chris, he's going to be able to shake it off a little bit better than he would have without having taken down two big ones at the EPT. And on the topic of big ones, how about two aces for Biao Ding in the cutoff?
10 blinds. It's a little tricky because usually you'd be jamming with this stack size from the cutoff.
You're right.
But this hand is so much... Oh my, look at this trap.
Naughty, and Linus on the button with ace-9. Might end up nibbling on this hook.
1.85.
So Linus is getting the chip counts of his opponents behind him. Because he knows that he might have to risk a lot of chips against them. Wow, this ace's lip is sneaky.
And
Trapped.
trap has been set and sprung. Lolliger is going to be in dire shape here. Oh, wait a minute.
Wait a minute,
Mario Mosbach, pocket nines. Ugh.
This pocket nines is a favorite against Linus's jamming range, most certainly. What's a little bit annoying, though, is that
You really don't know where Biao Ding's at.
they have no idea. They haven't played much of him. There's no data on how many times he's limped the cutoff of 10 blinds. I guess you'd want to look at the overlay you're getting in case you do beat Linus. This is a tough spot.
I'm putting you out there. What are you doing, Randy?
I couldn't answer right away because I was about to say call, but then I'm thinking, I feel like that 800K of Biao Ding is really the deciding factor. He's going to go for it.
Yeah, and Mosbach obviously hates hearing the snap behind him from Biao Ding, who really played this one to perfection. And how is this even possible? The nines blocked by Lolliger, and then, of course, Biao Ding with two aces doesn't have to worry. This is insane levels of interference here. And wait a minute, 8-10 queen, and those nines are working hard as they turn into gut shots with 2.5 million in the main, 1.4 on the side. And suddenly, other paths. Same jack. Different strength straight, and somehow the case ace winds up hitting the river as Biao Ding will double. And
what did I just see?
Oh yeah, the ace. Oh, I was like,
Is that a one-outer?
hang on, the nasty news is the fact that Mosbach was playing for the side against Linus, and it was a pure one-outer. To shower him, obviously, the jack for the straight, as producer James is reminding us.
What?
What just happened?
Get most of his money back.
King on the turn, so we had the jack still straight at Broadway, but yeah, the original ace.
Nines were in pretty good shape for the side. Had to fade a jack or an ace. Somehow one ace in the deck and it shows up. As My brain is
Yeah.
scrambled.
Yeah. I'm
What's
just a
yours,
lost
over
for
easy?
words.
Yeah. Yeah, true.
I just can't believe
Yeah,
that
if he would've
Linus
raised to 2 mil, he can't ask for a count.
won that hand against Mario.
Yeah, well, clearly he was just trying to get some extra time. And then he was on his phone too. I don't know if you can be like looking down at your phone. He looked at his phone multiple times in the hand too.
It's going to be dead small blind, big blind.
Yeah, you definitely can't be looking at your phone.
So onwards we march, absent Mario Mosbach,
Are we
who
playing like
finishes
$100
in
MTT or something?
14th, picking up 111,200, just like Chris Brewer before him, in a pay jump enjoyed by the field. 121.6 on tap now, as 13 remain. Flat payout up to 12th. And how about a follow-up act to the two aces? Biao Ding with that big triple. Now sits on 2.5 million, third in chips overall, and goes to work with them.
It's good to see because in yesterday's final table, he was card dead and just eventually bowed out in about 6th place. Biao Ding rocking the China flag. Gotta put some pressure on Ben Heath. Connected, suited. Oftentimes you'll see these players throw in one more chip.
Heath, the new arrival at the feature, courtesy of some rebalancing. Defends the big. Club in the window. No others to join it. Queen high paired flop. Quick check from Ben.
These are the type of boards that are pretty good to throw out a tiny bet out there. 25% or less pot. Oh, gonna play a little tricky. Does open the opportunity for Ben Heath to maybe steal this pot now.
Yeah, the check back from Ding, now producing a club draw for Heath on the turn. You like a lead?
It's tricky because I'm gonna expect the pre-flop raiser to bet this flop a lot, so I almost think I'm getting trapped to some extent. So normally I would say yes, but Biao Ding's been throwing some curveballs, right? He's limped the aces in the cutoff. It's hard to figure out. Even this bet though, I could see Biao Ding consider calling here. He does have the best unpaired hand. There's draws out there. Wouldn't fault him for folding, I guess. If he thought he was up against a queen, he wouldn't be drawing so well. Yeah, this is the right call.
Ben taking a little shot, but 2 overs and the gut shot Broadway draw, as you mentioned. Worthy of a continue for Biao Ding. Now a third 3 on the river. The ace and king both play, and the question will become, is Ben Heath paired in any way?
Yeah, so Biao Ding, I mean, Ben Heath is wondering what his opponent could have. I guess he's wondering if Biao Ding would check back a queen on the flop. At what frequency? How often does Biao Ding actually have like ace high, a small pocket pair? Thinks he's getting trapped. Nicely done. Biao Ding has actually extracted 3 extra big blinds in his pot.
Happy to check back, get to showdown. Like how the dealer scoops it up and then snaps it onto the felt as though the 7 high is even playing. I've been impressed with Biao Ding, Randy, just in terms of keeping himself out of trouble, and then of course showing that he's not a one-trick pony, can get a little bit slippery out there.
Oh, for sure. I mean, these regs are going to need to pay attention. They could be missing some key information on some of his trickiness. Are we coloring him up or are we moving Linus Love? Nope, we're coloring him up. Sad for them.
What a disappointment for the field.
Fold. Fold. What's the thing done?
520, including the small blind.
Fold.
Sensei, ace-8 offsuit.
Raise 165,000.
Tommy Kim's got suited wheel cards. Got a decent amount of stack to play for. Increasing your implied odds.
One thing Tommy Kim isn't out there on the felt is a pushover, Randy.
That's right.
He's got a little bit of tough.
He's got these tough vibes. Right?
Yeah.
Don't mess with him because he's got flop, trip sixes, my contacts.
I think we have to reboot Randy. Trip 5s on the 7-5-5 board for Tommy as he slips it over to Bryn. Ace of diamonds and the 8 both working for him.
135,000.
I think the key part of his hand is going to be to flop on whether Tommy Kim check raises or check calls. It's a type of board where you kind of want to check raise for value, but then again, you're up against such an aggressive opponent where maybe you want to leave him some rope. Let's see.
325,000.
Going for value. It looks bluffy whenever you check raise on a paired board, as you're representing the trips or nothing. Bryn's probably a bit suspicious, and when you got suspicion with potential backdoors, it gets a little dicey.
But when you're blocking the ace of diamonds, perhaps it, and an 8 as well, perhaps the check raise with a draw, you know what I mean, starts to fade from
True.
the range of hands that you think Tommy's doing this with. But now that you've picked up the queen of diamonds, courtesy of that stickiness on the flop, you're unlikely to go anywhere. 1.1 in the middle, but Tommy could put max pressure.
Yeah, Tommy doesn't want this one to go check through on a 3-diamond board.
But obviously a little bit of vulnerability now, courtesy of that 3rd diamond. What are we looking at? 325.
Actually, you'll see this a lot. On when the flush gets there, people downsize a bit since things are a bit more polarized. You're expected to have flush draws when you check raise. So when it gets there, you downsize a bit, give your opponent some opportunity to throw in more chips unnecessarily. Now, Bryn Kenny's just got too much of a piece here. It must be crossing his mind to jam this turn. Don't think it's a play that you would do too often.
It would be hard for Tommy to have a boat. Bryn Kenny feels like he's drawn live, which we know that he is. Calls the 325,000, looking for a diamond. Right color, wrong suit now. That is a brilliant river for Tommy Kim's purposes.
Tommy, just trying to think. It feels like
1.3 back.
He's going to go for value here. I wanted to see if maybe there was a chance that maybe checking to induce was a potential plan, but it is kind of hard to imagine. Wow, did he just check it? Tommy Kim's on another level for figuring this one out.
Kind of nasty.
Yeah.
But whether or not he elects to check raise, provided that Bryn even gets after it, which we know that he likes to do, would be a function of the sizing.
You made a really good point earlier about the 8, how you block the straight draw. So that's going to make Bryn want to push chips in more often as a bluff because,
Oh
yeah,
my goodness, he's jamming.
this makes sense. Because if Tommy had 8-6, 8-9, you block those hands, so it's more likely that Tommy Kim's got some piece. Maybe Tommy might just have a random king that he just went crazy with, right? That he can move him off of. This is... Ah, sick.
The bulk of the decision here for Tommy Kim, who, it bears mentioning, does have Bryn Kenny covered,
yes,
is going to center around whether or not Kenny would flat a flush on the turn. Or better.
I believe the answer is yes, that he would. So this is a tough decision, Ali. Because it's hard to imagine obvious floats.
The kicker is not an issue on the trip fives, just in case he and Kenny share that card.
Yeah, I would say that's the case. I'm left, of course, ace-5, but nice call.
Yeah, reluctant call as Kenny gets caught.
No time.
It's out.
Tommy Kim with the big call there. A nod of affirmation. And for Bryn Kenny, bitter disappointment. But his results across the arc of his career have included spots exactly like that one, Randy.
Bryn Kenny, I mean, he's willing to make the plays. It's been a pleasure watching him here in this 50K event.
And what a big boost that's going to be to Tommy Kim's stack. Bryn Kenny not going to work his way to the final table on this occasion, but he will be adding to his career totals on the Triton Tour. And another look now at some of the possibilities for those that get involved with our official staking partner, PokerStake. Head over to pokerstake.com, get your beak wet, make an investment in one of these players, and just look at the sorts of returns that you might be able to get. Swinging around to something developing here at the outer table that appears to include Sam Greenwood on the other end of it. Vyacheslav Buldigin. He's not on his feet, but he does look to be the all-in player who is hauling one in. I believe it was a small blind jam. Greenwood was a customer. Board was ace, ace 9 on the flop. Turn was a 4. River was a 4. And 8-9 for Buldigin versus the king high of Greenwood, yielding him the double. Bryn, by the way, taking home $121,600 for the finish. Just a sprinkle on top of his already over $30 million in career Triton earnings. 7 cashes, 2 titles coming in. This is 8th cash. As we get a look at the chip counts here, blinds heading north to 50 and 100,000 with a 100K ante every orbit, costing $250,000 in chips. Those chip counts brought to you by our title sponsor, GG Poker. Ben Heath with 5 bigs.
Yeah, Linus has been on a run, 6.5 million. Did lose some chips on that other hand, but still looking in great shape. Tommy Kim, that big hold, big call down with the trip 5s. Sitting comfy in second, 40 big blinds. Looks like we brought the Vietnamese local hero, Dao Min Phu, doing really well, 35 big blinds.
But also finding himself on that stack depth, Randy, that can kind of be jailed.
Of course. It's
caged.
Can't be jailed in cage if this man up top is at your table.
And players working their way back to the feature.
You ready to go? That's a Linus raising hand. Suited king.
I feel like Linus should just look up at the dealer and be like, what do you think I should do?
Just
How
give
much
him
should
a
I
look.
make it?
Just look at him. Oh, you want to raise? Let me put out the chips for you, sir.
All right.
Ben Heath in the dealer button thinks that Linus is just opening way too wide. Gonna go with Queen Jack for his remaining 5.
I mean, the reality is Linus is going to have a wide opening range, and with just a modest added cost, he is going to have a wide calling range as well. Heath, unfortunately on this occasion, catching Linus in front of him as just south of a 3-2 favorite. To the flop they go. Ace, ace, jack. Heath binking the best hand, nodding in affirmation.
Not too shabby.
Turn card doesn't help Linus. And now we need to fade a king if we're Ben Heath. And he's done it as Linus hits the 5, but that's not going to be enough.
Much needed chips for Ben Heath. 1.2 million. Gives him some breathing room.
Heath not going to take it personally that the rest of the field was really hoping that he didn't get a W in that pot.
Sir, would you like to be unlucky this pot so we can get closer to the final table? No thanks, but wow. There's that pay jump there, isn't there? 121K, they're guaranteed right now. Survive one more, 139K. Almost an 18K pay jump. So yeah, they would have won Ben Heath to get sucked out on.
Yeah. Well, now Heath up to 1.2 million. Facing choices with ace-8 off.
See him thinking about this decision. It's an awkward stack size. He's got 1.2, or close.
Preserves of 50K held back. Dowman, Foos, Ducks find the muck, as do both blinds. Back-to-back pickups now for Heath. I would like Linus Love to purchase a nightclub.
Yeah, you must wear anything from his Linus Love line of clothing in order to enter. You must, to get into club, you must use Linus chips.
I'm just telling you,
it's an exclusive club. You have to win chips from him in order to get into the club. You must use those chips.
Look, we're going to have a private game upstairs overlooking the dance floor, right? You have to wear at least one piece of Love Industries clothing to get in. We'll have a gift shop inside.
Mm-hmm.
Possibilities are endless. What would you do, DJ?
BDJ? You think I'd be DJ? DJ Nano.
What do you want to do?
That's a pretty good name.
I like it. DJ Noko?
DJ Noko. Oh, that's that's better.
42 bigs deep is Tommy Kim. Action on him.
You'll have more action coming up from the house tables, so just keep an eye on that.
Dalman Fu, ace queen suited. Slight pump fake.
Reaching back, realized he grabbed a little bit too many chips.
Two and a half. And Linus is going to have a couple of tens in the big. Fu, I would imagine, a little bit too deep.
Look, these chips can go all in. Linus, the guy expected to kind of push you around. You sit on ace queen suited. You think he doesn't got it. Move in. You could also call a 3-bet. This is a big pot.
Yeah, 850,000 as Lolliger elects to 3-bet. And now, Dalman Fu, who comes into this one third in chips overall, understands this is the one guy that it's very dangerous for him to get involved with, and that explains his choice to simply muck the ace-queen suited.
100%. This is, I don't want to risk my stack when I'm doing really well in terms of being third out of 12 remaining. The Linus factor.
I don't know what the solver says there. I just know I'm not going to judge a man who decides he doesn't want to get out there in the swamp with Linus Love.
I don't blame him.
It's just tidy.
He's like, he saw what Linus did to other people, like Mario Mosbook. I'm not having any of that.
Okay, that was nasty. The man somehow collected chips with ace-9 against aces and 9s.
Yeah. Pre-flop has one out.
That was just bizarre. Adding to the bizarre nature of it was how both of us had aneurysms in terms of understanding what we just witnessed.
Loon Loon, ace-5.
All in.
Jams. No customers in his future. That's perfectly fine by him, by the way. The ace-5.
Yeah, he wants customers.
Doesn't want to hear a call.
That restaurant will be closed ASAP. That moves him up to 7th place, 15 blinds. Look, these little pots add up so much for the bottom half of the stacks. Every 2-3 big blind pickup is important.
King 10, the follow-up for Loon in the hijack.
I could see him coming in for a little mini raise. 15 blinds is starting to get that point where you don't really want to jam. Maybe you just fold because it's awkward.
Because you got Linus Love on your left.
I
with
thought
the
about
big
saying
stack,
that, but I feel
Randy.
like I've been saying that over and over again, Ali.
I mean, it's the truth.
Do you ever like sigh a little bit when you see Linus fold after? You're like, oh, I should have played that.
Oh, yeah, obviously. You're expecting high-frequency participation from Linus, but the 8-6 off deemed not enough.
Benjamin Heath here. Jack 10. 12 blinds.
1 million.
Preserves.
Self-service as he reaches over and scoops up Tommy Bucks.
Got some outer table action here. Looks like
Yeah, I had you covered me in the beginning.
Nicky P's in motion.
Dan Smith involved with
I think I had 8, 9.
Petrangelo.
Now, these are the two shortest stacks in the field coming into this pot, Randy, with Smith covering Petrangelo. Looks like Nicky P got showered here on the Queen 4 tray flop. Awaiting the Triton Poker Plus app update us here. King turn. And then a 10 river. It was 10 jack suited for Petrangelo, who picked up an open ender on the turn, being up against top pair on the flop. On the river, he paired his 10, needed a 9 or an ace. Didn't happen for him. So Nicky P out of there in 12th, pay jump secured by the field. As Petrangelo picks up his third cash of this Vietnam Festival. A seal-breaking one for him.
Been a pleasure to watch him play. He's not done.
No shot.
He's got many more tournaments of no limit hold'em.
12th place, good for 121.6. Now 139 locked up by the field. A flat payout at 10th. Jack 8 deuce, meanwhile, as we return to the feature table and find Loon Loon, the opener under the gun, having the action checked to him, unimproved, against Al Minfu's 4s.
Does have pre-flop initiative, backdoor draws, backdoor wheel, backdoor flush draw. Makes you want to stab a bit more. Just under half pot. Pocket 4s in a murky scenario here. Is going to make the call. No. We got a new move. The check raise almost min. Just
wow, this was unexpected.
Yeah, it's more like if I'm going to continue, let me define and find out right now. If you call here, then maybe I'll just shut down.
He's spending $260 to figure some things out. But with the right opponent who feels sticky in position, sometimes that $260 doesn't tell you anything at all. Backdoor equity for Loon Loon in the form of hearts and wheels. But
that's a pretty boss play.
Gets out of there. Yeah.
Like, because think about it, 4s is so vulnerable. He denied equity against pretty much any hand.
And the other thing is he's got Loon Loon covered, so obviously Loon not looking to maybe get put to task.
And you know what? If you're going to make that play, I think it's okay to do it against the short stacks because they can't float you as much with like ace-5 of hearts because those two big 0.4 big blinds extra that he'd have to put in means so much more when you're at the end of the tournament. Those chips have value in trying to get you further in getting those top prizes. King-Queen for Linus Love. Above average holding for his pre-flop raises.
Below average situation, though. As Tommy Kim on the button with ace-king.
Tommy Kim's been pretty solid today.
600.
Going to 3-bet to 600. It is a dealer button raise, which could be interpreted as a lighter open. And Linus might be inclined to fight back with King-Queen. I think all options are possible. This is a decent hand to actually 4-bet bluff. It's got... He's going to make the call. Out of position, dominated. Not ideal.
Almost 1.5 in the middle.
That's not fair.
Two biggest stacks remaining in the event, and this queen high flop is all Linus.
How does he do it? Just flops it.
King of diamonds working for Kim.
Hand's not over. You're right. Small bet.
375K follow through here from Tommy.
A lot of stack to play for. Linus might want to slow things down. It is a comfortable call, but we do know he's got some moves that are unorthodox. But he is going to go for the more comfortable check call.
Another 750 into this one as it grows to 2.2 million.
9 on the turn is, I would say it's pretty safe for both players, although the straight does get there. But 8-7, not a strong part of, large part of either opponent's hand range in this 3-bet pot. Let's see how ace-king was. Wow, he's actually leading here, Linus. Do you see that?
After the check call, he takes a swing. $500,000 into 2.2 sub-quarter pot.
Linus must be recognizing that the 9 improves his range more than Tommy Kim. It's a 3-bet pot, 8-7 suited, defending, out of position, makes a lot of sense. Pocket 9s, call 3-bet, check call. So I suppose that's why he's leading here, controlling the action.
Yeah, and you can see Tommy irritated, but correctly finding the muck. As Lolliger gets the best of him there and puts a little runway between their stacks. Awkward line there for Tommy to contend with.
Yeah, it's
so self-evident that a check call and then a lead looks strange, out of place, unorthodox.
Of course.
Once upon a time, it was regarded as high-frequency weak.
Yeah.
But
it's just great how this game has evolved.
To the point where, yes, we know that it looks strange. Linus is absolutely aware, and yet he is still doing it. So you're sitting there with that ace-king going, man.
Yeah, and you know what? It's like the guy in position, he c-bets flop, gets called. He usually is either betting the turn or get a free card. He didn't even get the option to get that free card.
Right.
He somehow negated that positional disadvantage a bit by coming up with these leads. Linus, a pleasure to watch. Always surprising, and you learn a lot, really, taking notes.
Ace-8 suited, turning into a flush draw on the Queen 6-4 board for Biao Ding, who defended against the upfront open by the Queen Jack of Linus, which is top pair.
Yeah, this is so much connection for both players.
150.
Linus gonna start with 150. Biao Ding, known for changing it up. Wouldn't surprise me if he wanted to go for a check raise. Check call seems fine too. Let us see what he decides to do. We'll stay passive for now.
Eight of clubs on the turn, and now Ding improves to a pair and a flush draw. After the check call, checking once more, as Linus eyeballs his stack. 2.3 back.
This board is getting a little straighty. Not as more like a pair and a straight draw. Combinations do pick up equity. Linus is aware of this. Most likely leaning towards firing more chips in there. Getting value. It's not the type of card you get check raised on. So you can comfortably bet. Feeling pretty safe. Although if a check raise came in now, that would be nasty. I don't think Biao would do it, but it's definitely something that's crossing his mind.
What are the arguments for and against it?
Arguments.
I know one of the arguments against, by the way, Linus. Walk me through the rest of it. As we see him once again check calling for 450.
Yeah, but the thing is, if by raising,
open up the action,
yeah,
but maybe getting stuffed on.
Putting in too many chips for no reason. We can still realize all your equity.
Board pairs on the river now. It's kind of dry out there.
It's pretty dry. For Linus, though, it's a little tricky because he could be up against King Queen, a better kicker, very possible. The 4 is, would say it doesn't bother Linus that much. It's unlikely his opponent is check calling twice with 4. His kicker just isn't strong enough. He most certainly would be value betting King Queen plus, but Queen Jack is more of a check.
Linus feels at showdown here like perhaps he left meat on the bone.
Yeah, I mean,
seeing the ace-8 suited, of course.
It's probably right. But never hurts to question yourself and try to review the hands to try to play them even more optimally next time.
So yet another pot goes over to Team Switzerland. Chip lead grows even greater for Laliger. Tommy Kim with a couple of 9s in the hijack.
Mini race.
Dao Min Fu. Ace Trey.
Hasn't let it go yet.
Now it's official.
Linus is he staring down Tommy Kim right now with 10-3 offsuit? Usually this hand goes into the muck. He's getting me nervous.
Oh, wow.
What?
This is so naughty.
Are my contacts in? Is he 3-betting him with 10-3 offsuit?
Confirmed up to 750K. And just look at Tommy Kim. He's like, what's with this dude?
Yeah, it's like every time I want to play a pot, he wants to play a big pot with me.
1.5 million.
Nice.
He's taking a stand and a snap fold there from Linus. And the fact that the snap fold comes in, by the way, kind of affirms for Tommy Kim that Linus is out there making a few moves, looking perhaps to put that pressure on Kim as a big stack that doesn't want to get involved with Linus, but nice timing there for Kim.
Kim looks a little pleased of himself there. I mean, he thought about that decision pretty quick. Didn't use a single time chip. Was like, I know I've got it.
Yeah.
10-3 offsuit.
A little bit of, I hope I got it. Because if all of a sudden,
I mean,
Linus plays back.
he would have folded, but it would be pretty sick. Considering, wow, that's actually number 1 and number 2 in chips right now. Linus and Tommy Kim.
Kim pulling ahead of Dao Min Fu, who is thinking things over with a 7-5 suited. Lays it down.
Biao Ding, King 4 suited. Playable. It's playable until you look again who's on your left, and it starts to be a little funny. Alright, he's gonna take a stance here by limping the button. Man, they all know he limped aces in the cutoff.
That's a good point.
This allows him to hopefully get more free flops.
Yeah, kind of protects his limp range by showing up with aces.
And let's see how Linus reacts to this.
With 6s.
See? Look at this.
Yeah.
Linus is worried. He's just calling 6s.
Remember, this is a guy that 3-bet with 10-3 offsuit against Tommy Kim's open. Just a pot ago. Maybe 2. But point being, in this spot, approaching things with maybe a little PTSD. Jack 10-4, as 6s are still ahead of the field. Ben Heath was able to take this one free of added charge, as both he and Linus check in front of Biao Ding's limp. Bottom pair turns into trips on the turn.
Well, you know, those aces limp from earlier is paying off because it's allowed him to see a free flop, get a free turn card, and now being able to likely scoop this pot unless a 6 drops off on the river card.
Yes, it would be 46.
Ben Heath perhaps trying to rep some piece? No. I don't think either player has any idea of Biao Ding's limping range right now. The sample size is so small.
But we know it includes aces.
We know it includes at least aces. This guy's got game. Overbet.
Yeah. 1.25x.
Linus is like, I'm just getting out of here. Let me get some more data.
Heath, of course, never a caller. It'll be a little disappointing for Biao Ding. Looks like a coffee delivery back there, Randy.
Is it what I think it is?
What?
A Vietnamese coffee.
Vietnamese iced coffee, first off.
I want one now.
I'm going to nickname it Brown Bull.
Brown Bull.
You know, Red Bull gives you wings, but Brown Bull. Brown Bull gives you solid booster thrusters.
Would you like a bramble?
Ace-5 for Loon Loon. We saw him jam this earlier.
Well, he's down to 8 blinds. I'm sure he feels that he needs to chip up soon. He's already gotten the pay jump just now, so now's the time to chip up a little bit, then go for another pay jump.
He tends to agree with you.
Or you wait, because Ben Heath's got ace-jack, and he's going nowhere.
Small blind, 1.2 million.
This is just a cooler, really. Ben Heath is not looking to go anywhere. Just balancing some timing.
There's the jam that we anticipated. And Heath will be able to pull back some of his chips as Tommy lets the boys breathe easy, but short of breath is ace-5 right now for Loon Loon, who is going to need some help. Does have 25% equity, though.
Yeah, he could still tie the pot as well, which improves the equity even more.
18 big blind pot, king, queen, deuce. And ace-5 needs help.
Yeah, not so good for him.
Turn card does seal Loon as unable to win this thing. A 10 would have been a chop, but instead it's the 8 of clubs. And he wraps the table politely, but will depart in 11th place. Taking home 139K as he notches his second career cash on the Triton Tour. His only other one coming in Cyprus as he picked up 165K for 5th place finish in a 50K short deck 1 bullet.
So we'll be coming up to a scheduled break. Scheduled break here, we're shaving delay, and you'll be sending us to 5 minutes of commercials. Give me about a minute and a half coming up.
So that's gonna bring us down to 10, Ali.
Sure is.
What's important here is that we are on the cusp of a final table, which means you would get a pay jump. You can survive to the final 9.
Talk to me.
In the form of about 37K. That is a good pay jump.
That's real money. Biscuits with gravy.
Current short stack is Patrick Antonius on the outer table, 14 blinds. Tide of Greenwood. Got some action here.
Yeah, Linus showing love from the cutoff to Queen Jack suited, and Ben Heath showing even more love to Ace 10 of Hearts as he piles.
2.28.
And that Queen High shrivels up real quick. Nice pickup there for Heath as we approach
So dinner break after this?
the dinner break. Not lost on Tommy.
45? I don't know.
30-minute dinner break.
30?
Still a little bit of time left on the clock.
King Jack for Tommy on the button. Shall we come in for a raise?
Why not? Click up. Xiaomin Fu just right out of there with the Queen Jack, which was performing very poorly. Both against the King Jack and, of course, against Ace 6, which is what Biao Ding mulls over.
Yeah, suited Ace 6, 20 blinds, mixed strategy. going to jam all in like this. Just allows you to take the pot down pre-flop in a spot where the button's going to open pretty wide.
20 bigs. It's not bashful.
No. Certainly call was a reasonable option pre-flop, but sometimes you got to risk it. It's just scary because we're on the final table bubble, and we know that every knockout now gives you more money.
Tommy's asking for a count.
I don't think he's looking to get this one in. It's just a bit too much. Sweat it.
Into the muck it goes. And off to the dinner break we go.
30 seconds to you.
En route to that break, where the blinds will scoot up to 125,000 upon the return of the field. We get a look at the feature table chip counts, where Linus Love has been diluted down to 58 bigs, but far and away the biggest stack in the room. Almost 7.3 million in front of him, with just 2 tables remaining. Next player we lose will be down to our final table as we welcome you back inside the broadcast booth. Randy Lou, Ali Najad, event number 6, the 50K 8 max, where Patrick Antonius has the short stack, and really it's been the Linus show, Randy.
Yeah, it's all been about Linus. Linus has been raising a lot. He's been making moves. He's been making leads that we did not expect, right?
Yeah.
With the king-queen, but the 10-3 offsuit was a massive disrespect to Tommy Kim, but Tommy Kim was having none of that, and he clicked it back with pocket nines to 1.5 million, knowing that this man is just relentless. He cannot have it every single time.
Linus, Tommy, and Dao Min Fu, the local player, the only 3 stacks ahead of the average of 2.8 million. As we send you to the break, don't go anywhere though, just a few minutes time, we will resume from here in Hoi An with the 2023 Triton Super High Roller Series. Stay close.
Start your journey towards becoming a winning poker player today with the Tournament Masterclass. I designed a blueprint that has helped me and countless students to become consistent winning players in poker. We simplify and teach concepts that work. Pre-flop, post-flop, ICM pre-flop and post-flop, final tables, multi-way, a whole population analysis, a GTO Bible, and many play and explain live footage showcasing all the concepts and exploits taught in the Tournament Masterclass. Don't waste any more time on complex strategies that simply don't work, and join the Tournament Masterclass and start winning in poker, whether it's online or live poker.
And welcome back inside the broadcast booth here from Hoi An, Vietnam, where we have traded Randy Liu out for Henry Kilbane, Ali Najad alongside, continuing coverage of Event 6, our 50K 8 max no limit, where we are on the precipice of the final table. 10 remain, 9 will make that final table, despite it being an 8 max, of course, because we don't want to play imbalanced tables, or unbalanced rather. Patrick Antonius currently the short stack as we take the Triton Poker Plus app. 13 bigs, still certainly a decent amount off of which to navigate for him, but the real story, as we mentioned prior to the break, is that of Linus Love. 73 big blinds prior to the uptick to 50 and 125,000. It'll be diluted a little bit to 58 bigs, I believe. Just a real clinic that he's been putting on here, Henry, and it's not something that's foreign to us. We just sit back and we observe. But when you look at this breakdown here, which includes, by the way, Carl Chape-Gatien in 5th. Let us not overlook that. In what world does Linus not really lay claim to a title, bar some sort of cooler?
Well, I think it's a bit premature to say that he's, it's his tournament to lose, but I know exactly what you're talking about. I mean, on the bubble, he was in first, Patrick Antonius was in third, and they played this massive hand where Patrick ended up turning to Linus saying, did you have it on the river on it? I think it was a 9-8-7, 3 clubs. Turn brought the 4 of clubs, and Linus continued for 75%, then overbet jammed river. And it's not often that you see Patrick Antonius not stoic, not composed. The moment he was put all in, just body deflated, ended up using all of his time banks. At the end of the hand, after folding, he turned to Linus and said, did you have it? And Linus just shook his head and said no. And he's just been, he's been abusing the money bubble and now abusing the final table bubble.
Yeah, well, listen, fair play. As obviously, he's ridden that reputation to great success on the Triton Tour. By the way, we did get the memo on what Patrick had in that spot.
Go on.
Producer James efforting his journalistic integrity.
Can I guess?
Expose. Go ahead. Talk to us.
Queen of clubs?
I'm sorry?
King, queen of clubs?
It was a king high flush. I'm not sure whether it was king, queen of clubs, but spot on, Henry.
Flopped it.
Well met, exactly. Flopped it, and then obviously the arrival of that added club was a real issue. I think it's fair to say that was the kind of pot of the event thus far. Bryn Kenny has been dispensed with, Henry. I know obviously from a self-interested standpoint, seeing the likes of Sensei on the sidelines, always a bit of a disappointment because he can bring so much theatrics and so much unconventional flair to the affair. But we do have some, excitement in the form of KCG. I mentioned him earlier, 2.4 million, obviously a man who rode his approach to a Triton title in North Cyprus. Might he be looking to add another one here with 10 remain? Certainly, we would imagine he is going to give us some real memories,
really
memorable moments.
Yeah, I mean, on the bubble, by the way, Stone Bubble just called off the Bryn Kenny jam button v big blind with King Queen. I believe he was kind of comfortably in the middle of the pack, and with someone like KCG, who, not to say that he's not aware of ICM, but more so leaning towards that, maybe he's not the guy to try and push around, because if he feels like putting chips in the middle in a marginal spot, he's shown that he doesn't mind calling off in some of these close spots, and here he is, 5 of 10.
Also some things that have been on display. Biao Ding limping with a couple of aces and luring Linus Love into a really bad spot with the ace-9 and then the 2 9s of Mario Mosbach behind him. That was also a pot to be circled. Very fortunate was Linus actually to hit the case ace on the river there and shower Mosbach. But Biao Ding protecting his limp range there, and he does have a cash in his previous event that he played here in Vietnam, so the seal has been broken. Remember, the Chinese delegation looking obviously to improve upon his last performance. As we take it back to the feature table where we find KCG, but we also find the shorter stacks in the field as his 19 bigs boss out of this 5-pack. Really a shocking tale of the rags table and the riches table.
Yeah, that's pretty disgusting, actually. I haven't seen that in a very long time. You just quite literally have 5 of the bottom 6 players at one table, and then all 4 of the larger stacks on the outer table. And Linus Love, Tommy Kim, Dao Min Fu and Ben Heath. So maybe eyes on this table in terms of final table bubble boy, as these guys will be more inclined to get their chips in the middle. Though, you know, the shortest stack, Patrick Antonius, 13 bigs still. I do apologize. The app hasn't been updated yet. Just noting that he's actually down to 10 bigs. As Kate plays some water bottle basketball with the trash can, aren't they? In the background. Swing and a miss. No Kobe Bryant. Rest in peace. KCG. Blind v blind.
Greenwood in the hunt for the Ivan Liao Player of the Year award. Second coming into this event, I believe. We'll be adding handsome points to that tally with the absence of first place Stevie Chidwick and third place Seth Davies, the latter of whom did not pick up any points.
First and second, Ali. Seth's moved up into second.
Ah, okay.
3 final tables here in Vietnam. 3 for 3. This was the first event he didn't cash.
Yeah, he really has been a final table monster of late, has Seth.
And his bust outs, by the way. 9s against pocket 8s of Chris Brewer to come fourth in the 15K, if I'm not mistaken. And then lost pocket jacks against King Queen of Jonathan Jaffe in the 30K to bow out in fourth. That was a chip lead pot. So not only is he making these final tables, but his exit hands have been somewhat grim.
I just grabbed Linus. In that hand, he had the ace of spades and the 3 of clubs.
Well, it looks like producer James has grabbed Linus Love to get us the other side of the equation in that pot that we discussed shortly before we resume play here.
250.
Ace of spades, 3 of clubs.
Do you think he just looked down at the ace of spades, 3 of clubs? It's like, you know what, it looks close enough to the ace 3 of clubs. Yeah, black ace. Could fault him for thinking that he flopped it. I mean, this guy kind of reminds me of Marcus Lykanen's hand the other day, where he's just like, you know what, king 4 of diamonds, why not? I won't quote McBoyfin on what his exact quote was, but you guys can catch my drift.
Yeah, I think it involves some choice profanity. Is Sam Greenwood, nothing profane about opening the button. Min raise, ace kings, got Dan Smith in a bad way, including post flop, as Smith defended and now checks queen 9-6.
Neither player with a spade. Greenwood going to check back.
Yeah. Now Smith picks up the bad end of a gutter on the turn with 675 out there. Deliberating. Eighth in chips coming into this one. Is that a little flick of the index finger as a check? Okay, now it's official.
Green with a lot of hand, but not enough to put money in the middle, one would assume. Wants to try and get this one to showdown. Does look up at the clock. Maybe, just maybe, a low frequency bet here. Or maybe that's him just balancing his clock looking range.
Tell you what, this is a bad card for him on the end here. Of course, the spade draw shows up as played. Not a whole lot of concerns about that sort of kit. Smith, top pair, out-kicked. They're both playing off of 1.3 back.
Looks like a one big blind, just north of one big blind river probe. Blockish size from Smith. Greenwood, a very interesting decision. Just going to call.
Yeah.
Ali.
Some coordination there. Quite a few straights available. No spade in Greenwood's hand. Just keeps it tidy. Smith, such an even keel professional, and we touched, I believe at one point thus far in the streams from here in Hoi An on all of his philanthropic efforts, really just a model member of the poker community at large. Founded the Double Up Drive.
Yeah, so good to see him back at a Triton series.
Agreed.
Last time we saw him, 2019. Came third. That £1 million buy-in for £7.2 million sterling. That was back in the day as well, Ali, where the pound was performing well.
How much are you playing, Patrick?
Upswing on the exchange rate. Greenwood, ace-jack from the cutoff.
Well, on the topic of exchange rates.
Are we going back to the Vietnamese dog?
Never have I felt like more of a sultan. Maybe Bali. I think I mentioned that, but Southeast Asia, the kind of place where you add a lot of zeros to your net worth instantly. Greenwood. 2.2 million to start this one. Ace Jack. Getting his bearings.
On.
Jamming.
Can you donate, please?
I don't think this is posturing from Smith. This is a genuine inquiry.
Off of Ace 7 suited, which would be performing poorly were it to choose to
2.1 million.
confront
2-1, yeah.
Greenwood's Ace Jack.
Oh, my, Dan Smith makes the call.
Genuine surprise there, Kilbane.
No, I mean, surprise in the sense that I didn't think we'd find ourselves all in so quickly. The hand, a lot of hand, given the stack depth and distribution. Greenwood, more than capable of having Jack 10, suited broadways, etc. So I understand the call from Smith. And it is a 20 big blind pot. I mean, some worlds in which they chop this pot, but if Greenwood can hold here with the Ace-Jack-O, we are going to be down to the final table. 5 to come.
Smith with 28% equity. 2.5 million out there. A 7 in the window and 2 clubs behind it. Advantage Dan Smith in oh so real a way.
How'd you like that flop when you're all in for your tournament life? King of Diamonds on the turn changes nothing. Greenwood drawing to just 2 outs. 2 outs once.
And the 8 of spades is not one of them. Greenwood, of course, has Smith covered.
115.
But that is a poor outcome for the Canadian. There's the owl again.
Must be something to it. Both O'Dwyer and Smith cashing this event. O'Dwyer busting in 20th, min cash 90,400. Dan Smith with that double, moving up to, well, I was about to say moving up to a certain amount, but have to restart the app.
Earlier, I thought I was going to have to restart Randy.
Oh, that doesn't surprise me. Did you switch it off and switch it back on again
I
from the
hit
socket?
Control Alt Delete.
F5.
Pretty unresponsive, so I just unplugged him
Yeah.
and plugged him back in. As Greenwood has an opportunity to plug the rest of his stack in, and 2 queens. Going to get a little action from KCG, but in what form might be the question.
It's the high stakes capital with a lot of hand, 5-handed. Does love the pocket 9s as Gatian comes over the top. Greenwood in great shape, although he found himself in great shape just 1 hand to go against Dan Smith. Would be a brutal way to bust out.
Yeah, ace-jack against a7 and 2 queens against 2 9s. Shades of Kiat Lee at the final table, where he took 2 7s up against ace-4 to lose most of his chips in a bid for a title, and then 2 9s against ace-king. Brutality is out there in these decks.
Don't you dare, Ali. Not on the final table, Bubble. Not Sam Greenwood. Oh, hang on. Wild Banana has appeared.
A wild banana?
Come on, stop making me laugh. There's poker to be played.
If I lose, the banana might be.
I have never seen a piece of fruit more mangled.
What on earth was that? Did he just eat some of the skin? The banana peel?
Have I been doing
For
it
good
wrong
luck?
all
I think
these
so.
years?
Still hasn't let go of the banana. For good luck, maybe.
No, he's ready to huck it at KCG if he loses this pot. 2.3 million in the middle. A 6 deuce. Greenwood looking good. Same deal on the turn. Is KCG gonna ruin that man's day? No. 3 on the river, and a little bite taken out of both the banana and KCG stack by Greenwood. Bears mentioning some of that banana appears to still be present somewhere in the beard of Greenwood.
And there's some potassium. It's hard to get the right amount in on a daily basis.
It's also hard to absorb it through one's facial hair. At least I think.
There's some method to the madness, who knows?
KCG. Didn't like the taste of that one, did he?
Jay said, never make eye contact with another man whilst eating a banana. Unwritten rule, Ali.
That's, yeah, generally sage wisdom. 6-7 suited now for KCG, and good on him for not taking that kind of rattled fallout from 9s running into 2 queens and deciding to maybe follow it up with something reckless, especially given that Dan Smith, off of his double, is now looking at an ace-queen. Where's he going with this?
He's going for the min open. Wants to induce jams from hands he just has crushed that may fold if he opts to just open jam himself.
Now pulled again off of 1.4 with the king-jack in the small.
One of the most entertaining people we've had the pleasure of calling the action on in the past few days.
I was wondering whose skateboard that was parked at the valet. Now I know.
Russian Tony Hawk's lookalike. Very similar banter to that of Pack and I. Just great timing, great comedic timing.
Wildigan?
Yeah.
Yeah. You see the little reaction there to Greenwood mucking, just as if to be like, well, maybe I want the king jack now.
Well, he knows that Dan's going to be widening up that chip up.
Well, from chip ups to level ups, we celebrate our winners with the finest from Shambhala Jewels, makers of handmade Scandinavian jewelry crafted with diamonds, precious stones, and 18-karat gold. Perhaps even a future collection collaborating with Love Industries. That is the yet-to-be created fashion house that we are all hoping Linus Love will leave us with. It's going to happen, man. He's got too much swag. Remember Fedor did something like that after he retired. Wasn't he doing those like hand-painted jean jackets or something? Remember that?
No, I don't remember that.
I'm telling you. Look it up.
Are you talking
It's a real
about
thing.
Primed Mind, the
No,
meditation app that he created with Elliot Rowe?
He had a fashion thing. He was invested. I remember this. Somebody out there back me up.
Who's he going to partner up with? Alexis Ponakovs? That would be quite the collab.
Linus?
Linus and Ponakovs. Oh boy.
There we go.
Vyacheslav just open jamming his final 10.5 big blinds on the button. Nothing short of standard.
Carl, are you shuffling 10 in your hand or 12?
Hmm?
How many chips of that?
1.1, I think. 1.5.
Greenwood getting his bearings before deciding what to do here with 2 million and comes with the jam.
1.1.
7th in chips to start this pot. 10 runners.
Are you going?
All in, all in.
I thought KCG was pondering a hero call there.
Relax at the final table.
Cash game, I call.
Relax at final table.
What?
KCG.
Relax at final table.
If it was a cash game, you would call. Different beast here. The final table bubble.
Just salivating over the prospects of a triple up. But this 10-7 suited. Not really the one, especially not off of this stack. Agreed, Henry?
No, not at all. I mean, he's covered by both players. I think he just loves to gamble too much, Ali.
Before we leave Hoian,
Searching for his pulse.
I think it's something that I need to check off my bucket list to head into the casino with KCG. I think we could find some real trouble.
May never see you again. It's going to be you out in that swell all over again, except in the pits. Greenwood, swingy. FT bubble for him so far.
I didn't say I wanted to gamble. I just wanted to be with him while he gambles. I prefer the low variance line, spectatorship in the pit. As King-Queen turns into kings on an Ace-King-Jack board. Good news for Buldigan for the time being. But Greenwood wants his man to make kings and queens.
Just a little early on it.
10 on the turn is an awkward little path here. Greenwood makes the set, but it gives Buldigan Broadway. Don't pair the board is what Vyacheslav is thinking. And on the river, compliance from the stub.
We've had some insane run-outs over the last couple of days. Sam Greenwood not entertained by that run out.
Not at all.
Now the shortest stack. Got it in with ace-jack against the ace-7 of Dan Smith. Couldn't hold.
Well, no one said poker was fair. But it's certainly lucrative for the likes of Sam Greenwood. Currently finds himself 10th in chips, but poised to pick up a cash to add to his 9.3 million plus in career Triton earnings. 1 title. 18 cashes, including this one. Coming off of a 13th place finish in the 30K 8 max. That's staggering, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, he's only got to be behind, what, Kuhn, Bossman Paul, and Ike Haxton with that amount of cashes. Although Seth Davies has been making quite a name for himself recently.
Patrick Antonius activating. And his willingness to put a million plus out there from the hijack with this ace-6. In spite of the fact that Greenwood is a shorter stack out there, and there is a jump to be enjoyed from 10th to 9th, does suggest a tighter range?
Suggests a tighter range, but also Antonius sub 10 big blinds. Probably not. Hang on a minute, because you never know with KCG just what he's thinking of. Does find the mark.
Good on him.
But yeah, 5-handed. Patrick passes up on this spot. It's going to be in the big blind in the next hand, forced to put in 25% of his chips. It's a big pot played on the outer table, by the way.
Go on.
Biao Ding picking up a 3.4 million chip pot.
Not quite as much being picked up, by the way, by Antonius. Bit more modest, but walk us through it. Linus Love, Biao Ding, collision.
Yeah, blind. Oh, no, sorry, not blind v blind. Ben Heath open to 275. Biao Ding flat from the small. Linus defended the big. Came king, 7 deuce, 2 spades. Checked through. Turn brought the 8 of spades. Biao Ding checked. Linus bet 300k. Biao Ding check raised to 1.1 million. Linus called, and then on the Queen of Hearts River, Biao Ding jammed 2.2 million into 3 million, prompting Linus to fold. Ding now up to 2nd in chips. 2 runaway chip leaders in this one.
How about it? Ding in his first ever Triton Festival. Dao Min Fu as well. Here we are. Ace Queen. Certainly a candidate. And in it goes with almost no hesitation. Dan Smith asks for a count as he is peered down at 4s in the small. Sitting on 2.6, covering both KCG and Patrick behind him.
Immense ICM pressure on these middling stacks. Dan Smith happy to take the spot. If he can hold here with the 4s, would move up to 3rd in chips. It's a fair fight to get us down to the final table.
Coin weighted in favor of Dan Smith. As he jammed over the top. Now they're on their backs as mysteries are revealed. To the flop we go. 2.6 in the middle. Ace high. Advantage KCG. No spade in Dan Smith's hand. Turn card stays clean, and anti-sweating a 4 and 4 alone is KCG. Ooh.
2 across. Not enough.
Diamond made it safe, and Smith with a bit of a yo-yo act. Doubling with the A7, but now being doubled through with the 4s.
Have ourselves a new chip leader, Ali. Biao Ding has dethroned Linus Love for the time being.
First time we've said that in a long time.
Yeah, I want to say from the final 24-25. Linus getting involved in a 3 million chip pot against Ike Haxton on the soft bubble. King 10 against Ace King. Spiked the 10 high flop. It was all Linus from there on out. Down to this final table bubble. No longer the case.
Smith on the button with 1.4 now.
Really grim spot, given that Greenwood's going to be in the big blind in the next hand.
Well, whatever it was, we can safely presume that it wasn't in front of Antonius's ace-jack, that being Dan Smith's holding, which was not revealed.
All in.
Antonius jams it in on Buldigan.
It's okay.
Queen 5, easily dispensed with. Tense stretch here with 2 tables left.
Yeah, it was the same with the bubble as well. Came down to the final 3 tables. There were several sub-7 big blind stacks, and they all doubled and really just shifted the way things played out. It looked like we were set to have a really deep tournament throughout, and then a kind of stalemate, if you will, on the soft bubbles. Now brought that big blind average down to just 22. Only 3 players with more than average, by the way. So may have a really cagey final table on our hands as well.
Queen 9 suited in the cutoff for Mr. Smith.
All in.
Jams it.
1.4.
12 big blind shove. Do apologize. 11.
Well, Sam Greenwood going to be a customer with the suited 1-gapper.
We get 5 more time banks.
Yeah.
Seeking clarification with respect to time bank replenishment. Once we have the final table set, seems like he might be going through 1 or 2 of them here. Let's listen in.
Bit of banana caught in the pinky finger.
What's that?
Sounds like a glass dropping, Ali.
Before that.
I think the plan here is to waste all of the time banks in the hopes that the blind levels go up on someone else.
Sporting. Kind of move that could get your tires slashed at the wrong card club.
Yeah. See the car get keyed for worse. Or for less, rather, I should say.
Yeah.
Have you ever had your car keyed, Ali?
Only once.
Only once?
Yeah.
Do you ever find out who the culprit was, or do you have a good idea of...
Well, I certainly hope I had the right person as I dismembered and burned the remains. Never did.
Don't strike me as the type of person to have warranted such a below-the-belt attack.
I appreciate that you would publicly compliment me in that way, Henry, but...
Shameless, whoever it was.
I must confess that there's probably been a few people that...
You've rustled some jimmies.
Would have
lifetime.
Rightfully taken a key to the clear coat. Rustled some jimmies.
Toyota Prius, if I'm not mistaken. Your car of choice.
Quite mistaken, actually, Captain Kilbane. I do appreciate the environmentalism of the Prius, as you guys call it.
No, Prius, we call it Prius.
I've heard Prius.
From who? Do tell. Exactly. Vyacheslav, A6 on the button. Well, Greenwood. Gonna have him drawing to 3 outs again. Go on, pick out some random English contact from your phone. Feel free.
Jeremy Clarkson, maybe?
Is he in your phone contacts?
You'll never know. All in for 4.5, says Greenwood from the small blind. And of course, Boldigan wasn't opening with the intention of folding.
Pretty good one for me.
This little holding pattern that we put the boys in is a little excruciating, isn't it?
I'm waiting for the conclusion of the hand on the outer table to play out. Ding involved in the hand against Kim.
I spent a lot of the time in the tank with you thinking it was 150. Like, counting my big blind as 150K big blind, not 125K.
Sorry.
I had a hand with some real cracking potential.
Don't think the boys have shed light, by the way, to one another with respect to the spot here.
Greenwood did say that he holds a really good one.
Good one. But, you know.
Whatever that may be. Could just be the king of spades, you know.
Every time I look over at their table, they're playing like actual poker hands.
Well, they got a lot more chips over at that outer table, don't they? What have we here?
We have Ding v Kim. 6-6-3, 1.8 in the middle. Going to a turn. Brings in the flush. Sizable pot developing here. Looks like Ding's jammed on him. Putting Kim to the test for his entire stack, and that looks like a flush v flush situation.
Is it? Could it be? Kim flicked in the call.
No, I do apologize. Looks like Kim hero called with an overpair? Is that pocket jacks? Jacks with a club?
Well, whatever it is, it appeared to be covered by Biao Ding as Kim is on his feet. And improbably so. out of there? Could it be?
We may be going straight to an 8-handed final table if Vyacheslav can do the dirty on Greenwood.
Jack, Jack 7 and some opportunities present themselves back at the feature table here. Still efforting the hands. It was pocket kings for Tommy Kim against queen deuce of clubs as Biaoding turned the flush. So Tommy Kim indeed eliminated. Final table is set. What have we here?
Close.
Not enough for
I hate sweating Arends from the
Buldigan.
Yeah,
I don't know anyone who likes it.
no, from the 8 seat where everyone sees the card. Everyone sees the card before me.
I hate sweating in general.
So Greenwood able to hold with the ace-9.
Have you ever complained whilst raking in a pot before, Ali?
Yes.
Me too.
Yeah.
This one, a sizable one, as we've now reached the final table. But here you go. The 8 seat, sweat. Everyone else gets to see your fate before you do.
Well, for Sam Greenwood, that fate is a little bit more promising, courtesy of the double with the ace-9 against Buldigan, who ends up passing some chips Sam Greenwood's way. Once again, back at the desk, Ali Najad, Randy Liu. 10th place money collected. Sorry,
guy.
Henry Kilbane.
It's all right,
I'm
pal.
on autopilot.
That's fine.
It's late. Tommy Kim, 139K going his way. 166.8 now secured by the remainder of the field. And a pay jump of, let's call it 50K, shall we, Henry? Available once we go from 9 to 8. Just about to sort out that final table now. Just 9 remaining here. The blinds 50 and 125K. Shall we send them to a break?
Let's do it.
All right, and then we'll come back and we'll play final table poker from here in Hoi An. Don't go anywhere. More from the Super High Roller Series Vietnam Festival after this.
Start your journey towards becoming a winning poker player today with the Tournament Masterclass. I designed a blueprint that has helped me and countless students to become consistent winning players in poker. We simplify and teach concepts that work. Pre-flop, post-flop, ICM pre-flop and post-flop, final tables, multi-way, a whole population analysis, a GTO Bible, and many play and explain live footage showcasing all the concepts and exploits taught in the Tournament Masterclass. Don't waste any more time on complex strategies that simply don't work, and join the Tournament Masterclass and start winning in poker, whether it's online or live poker.
You're a savage, Ali.
28% equity. It's not a foregone conclusion. I'm just saying.
Did come in the shortest stack.
Hang on. Ace, Jack, 5. Top pair for Fedor, but the Broadway gut shot for Boytas. Turn card, not there. He rode Queen 10 to glory in running fashion earlier. Is there a 10 available here to rescue him? No, it's the deuce. Note, by the way, KCG would have made 5s full of deuces.
Yeah, I realized that.
As the young Hungarian is dispatched by the ace-king of...
Both kind of handcuffed. 18 off the money.
Most recent eliminations are those of Daniel Dvoris, Mike Watson, and of course we saw Laszlo Boytas. Overall shortest stack in the room at present belongs to Loon Loon. 9 bigs.
Shout out Loon Loon.
Overall biggest stack, Linus Love, as Fedor Holz goes to work with ace-king, and another ace-4 pops up this time in Nicky P's big blind as he simply defends. To the flop he goes out of position. Oh, but not out of run good, as believe it or not, he's got the nut flush with a redraw to the steel wheel. Unnecessary entirely is the very rare draw dead on the flop spot is the one that Fedor finds himself in. No spade in his hand.
Yeah, not much ammunition back as well. Monotone board going to continue small and wide. Sub 25%.
And Nick just trying to think about how he can make a meal of the remainder of Holz's stack. Decides to call. Board pairs, which is always unwelcome.
$160,000 out there. May this be a turn that Petrangelo's range wants to lead on. They just want to extend as much rope as possible to Fedor. You can see Petrangelo with the 100% lock on the hand. It's going to lead 45,000 to 160,000.
Feels nice, this move here.
Recognition from Petrangelo that he's going to have more 5x in his range. Fedor's going to have a lot of checkbacks on this turn. How about it, Ali? Fedor going to keep him honest for at least one with ace-king high.
45 felt like the right number to keep that spadeless ace-king engaged. Unimproved, though, on the river, and now we'll see if Petrangelo puts the rest on request. That kind of 2/3 SPR that Fedor has.
A lot to unpack this hand for the viewers at home. Both Fedor's spot and Petrangelo's spot. It's well played all round. Everything bricking. All the straight draws. All the one spade type holdings. Bar Queen X, Queen of Spade.
And welcome back to the Hoiana Resort and Golf from here in Hoi An, Vietnam. Ali Nejad, Henry Kilbane down to the final table. In event 6, the 50K 8 max, where One Tommy Kim was denied participation as 9 remain here. Sam Greenwood, the shortest stack in the room with just 9 bigs. The big stack, however, belonging to Biao Ding, who dispatched Tommy to get us to this place here. Blinds at 50 and 125,000 and 2 7-figure payouts up at the top. 1.67 going to our eventual champ. 1.135 going to second place. On tap, of course, 166,800. And Henry, as you glance upon the chip counts right now, let us circle a name or two other than that of Biao Ding, perhaps to keep an eye on.
Well, Linus Love does have position on our chip leader, but that didn't really work out too well for him when he had the chip lead on the final table bubble. So see how he's going to navigate playing in position against the chip leader. The only two with more than average stack as things stand.
Yeah. And how about the local man, Dao Min Fu, finding himself third in chips, 2.5 million. The chat has no shortage of supporters for him in it, does it?
Yeah, I mean, he's been really celebrating out. That's something that you don't necessarily see too much at a Triton series. He's been getting really emotional and enjoying the show.
All right, let's send it down to Luca Vivaldi for the final table intros.
We have an incredible 139 players in this 50K event here in Triton, Vietnam. We're down to a final table of 9, and it's my absolute pleasure to introduce you to them. In scene number 1, our chip leader from China with 8.8 million, please welcome Biao Ding.
A whopping 70 bigs for the member of the Chinese delegation who finished 6th in the 30K for 275K.
Scene number 2 with 1.3 million from Finland. Please welcome Patrick Antonius.
Really just a household name for anyone that watches enough poker. Over 2 million in Triton earnings, 1 title. This his 9th cash, already 2 under his belt in Vietnam.
Canada, 1.1 million. Please put your hand together for Sam Greenwood.
Greenwood, the short stack. 9.3 plus in career Triton earn. This is 18th cash.
Scene number 5, 6.2 million. From Switzerland, please welcome Linus Love.
Fearsome, 6.7 million plus in career Triton earnings, 1 title under his belt. This his 11th cash and his 3rd of this festival already.
Scene number 6 from the UK. Please put your hand together for Ben Heath.
Heath with 3.2 million in career Triton earnings. This is his 9th cash, but he has yet to win a title.
Scene number 7 from Vietnam with 2.5 million. Please welcome Dao Min Fu.
Hometown hero, 20 bigs in front of him, already finished 14th for 79.5 in the 30K. Looking to add to that now.
Scene number 8 from Russia with 2.2 million. Please put your hand together for Vyacheslav Uldigin.
An offer thus far here in Vietnam, breaks the seal with this cash, his 2nd.
Scene number 9 from the US with 1.7 million. Please welcome Dan Smith.
Smith closing in on $11 million in career Triton earnings. This is his 6th cash and his 2nd of the Vietnam Festival.
Not least, scene number 10 from France with 2.4 million. KCG Carl Schaap Gatien.
Almost 3.2 million in career Triton earnings. This is his 3rd cash. Of course, he took the title in the 40K short deck in Cyprus. 3rd final table for KCG, by the way, Henry.
We still have 7 minutes remaining of 50,000.
It's the only way he knows how to do it.
125,000.
So there is an official look at the 9 stacks that are vying for one of those 2 7-figure payouts. That glimpse brought to you by Poker Steak. There are the payouts, 166,800 on deck. Big jump, 50K, real ICM at play.
Immense ICM at play, I'd say, given the way the stacks, or the chips rather, are distributed between the players. Only 2 players with more than average. Our chip leader Biao Ding. Not with an overwhelming chip lead. It's not like he can just run over the table. Does have Linus on his left to worry about. That may get in the way of whatever his game plan was coming in to this final table. But everyone else under immense pressure.
Not Biao Ding, of course, as you mentioned, ace-queen suited. How about that for a start for the chip leader? And the thing about it is, everybody sort of expects him to dictate the pace right now off of that whopping stack. So when he wakes up with real hands, problems can ensue for the remainder of the field. Sam Greenwood with an ace-queen of his own in the small. Writing feels like it could be on the wall.
Yeah, as you alluded to, Biao Ding going to be opening incredibly wide from the cutoff, just happens to have a lot of hand. Slight equity favorite. Greenwood with 2 flushes, flush draws rather.
Didn't take long for us to find our first all-in and call. It's Greenwood.
Any sweats about? Well, yeah, 1 heart.
Gonna have to fade the backdoor flush. And that 5 of diamonds will make it official. Chop it up, boys. I've not yet had an opportunity to observe Biao Ding in this sort of situation at any of the feature tables that we have found him at. It's been more kind of middling or short stack stuff, and so we'll see just how he elects to proceed.
As was the case on the bubble as well, if you look back through the Triton Poker Plus. That wasn't an easy journey to get here. Picked his spots. It's one of the shorter stacks. Comes in as chip leader.
And you won.
After battling with Linus.
No, I have 1 point.
Actually burst the final table bubble. Cracking Tommy Kim's pocket kings.
No shame in it. Obviously, pretty fortunate with Queen Deuce suited to do so.
Total.
Bitter disappointment, of course, for Tommy, who's a hell of a player, Henry, I think it must be said. Certainly could have been expected to be a part of this FT. But the deck ran cold for him at the wrong time. Dao Min Fu takes his turn with ace-queen.
Yeah, highest amount of pressure maybe on the local Vietnamese player, coming in 3 of 9. Linus pouncing immediately, first given opportunity to really lean in to 3rd in chips.
Ace-queen, too much hand to find the muck, of course, especially at that price, so Dao announces call. You might remember, he opened a pot, Linus 3-bet. He held ace-queen suited, different phase of the affair, and just put it into the muck. Not so here, and on this queen-high board, he is well poised to earn tokens with top pair.
Well, this second hand
400.
gonna shift things immediately. Snap jam from Dao Min, and Linus with a misstep. And just with that pot alone, note Dao Min really closing the gap between himself and Linus. Now we do have an overwhelming chip leader.
And shockingly enough, given the better part of the day, the name attached to that honor is not that of Linus Love, but rather the Triton first-timer Biao Ding.
Yeah.
Nice pickup there for Fu, by the way. 31 bigs, Linus with 39, and then Ding with 71. Below average stack cluster from 4th to 9th. Ranges from 19 bigs for KCG down to 10 bigs for Ben Heath and Sam Greenwood. And as I've referred to it in the past, Henry, often this becomes a bit of a war of attrition between the shorter stacks with the pay jumps.
Yeah, everyone else kind of handcuffed as things stand.
Button activation from Lolliger, suited and connected, but Ben Heath with a couple of kings.
1.3.
Jams over the top, and again, Linus finds the muck. This time pre-flop. Nobody more disappointed to see that outcome than Sam Greenwood, who now stands alone on the short stack, courtesy of that pickup by Heath.
Biao Ding may be a newcomer to the Triton Super High Roller Series, but no stranger to high stakes.
Go on then.
Came second in the GGWSOP Winter Circuit Super Millions for $845,000. Very tough final table as well, including the likes of Elio Fox, Mike Watson, and Alexis Pornikovs. Plays the highest stakes online. Has been for quite some time.
Two black tens. Opens. Standard 2.5. Not X, but 100,000 rather.
All in.
And he has picked up Buldigan for the ride. As Vyacheslav jammed off of a 5th place stack. And they're going to play for 4.3. Big one, Henry.
Yeah, this would really shift the way this final table could play out if Biao Ding can hold here. Really just gets to let loose. Getting 9-4, 3 hearts. Vyacheslav with that Queen of Hearts in hand.
No heart on the turn. As Buldigan has plenty of outs, but needs to connect to stay alive. Can he do it? The answer is yes, as an ace of hearts rolls off. And the Russian can exhale a bit as he submits his tokens for review and cloning.
Moves up to second in chips. Ollie, what an insane start to this final table, just 4 or 5 hands in. You had Biao Ding and Linus Love way out in front.
Nice.
No longer the case, Linus with the misstep against Dao Min Fu. Biao Ding now losing a flip against Vyacheslav. Online heads-up specialist. Now moves up to second in chips. Wild start to this 50K.
Right about that. Ding has been disproportionately involved, but not by virtue of what we might have expected, which is simply holding the chip lead, but rather holding hands with which to get in there.
Well, strap yourselves in now, ladies and gentlemen. What could have been a swift dispatch of 6 or 7 players, it's now turned into a pretty tight match at the top. Linus again with the misstep, just timing not on his side so far this final table.
I want to talk about the top, about top of range. As Smith wakes up with the 2 queens and jams, and
1.55.
Linus asks for a count, but in the end puts the hand where it belongs, into the muck.
So good to see Dan Smith back in action at a Triton Super High Roller Series. You see these guys like Fedor, Bonamo, Smith, they disappear for 6 months, 12 months at a time. And then they just come back and it's like they never left. Just straight back in. Big final table with 7 figures up top.
Is it like riding a bike?
I don't know. What is it that they get up to during their downtime when they're not at these Super High Roller Series? They just take 9 months off and then get back into the lab 2-3 months before coming to a series like this.
Perhaps we should ask them.
Maybe. I mean, a lot changes in the span of 12 months. Form of information that is out there. Not to say that Smith's been sleeping, obviously, playing the highest stakes cash games stateside as far as I'm aware. Also been playing high stakes tournaments, but you know, Triton, different beast.
Look at this again. Linus opens, and on this occasion he doesn't get his hand smacked, as Dao Min Fu has elected to flat off of 3.5. How do we feel about that choice, as invitations were extended to those behind him to partake, including KCG in the big? Perhaps Dao looking to get KCG bucks involved?
Maybe, or maybe just the immense ICM pressure that he's under. Doesn't want to get 23 bigs in the middle with ace-queen-o, given that you have Greenwood, Antonius, sub-10 bigs. This is 2nd v 4th in chips.
Neither player connecting with the board. The Queen of Hearts, of course, working hard for Dao Min Fu. Lolliger electing to check. See what's what. Really a messy holding on that board.
Yeah, just getting smacked around a little bit.
Facing 150. A min bet from Fu.
And with that pot, Dao Min Fu now moves up into 2nd. Linus down into 4th. Not the best start for the final table for the Linus Lolliger fans out there.
Well, Fu is apparently just shy of Bouldigan, but nevertheless, just look at where the two first-timers are in chips. Ding leading the pack, and Fu right there in the conversation for second. Just a click back in third. We always knew that given the number of first-timers that showed up here in Vietnam, Henry, we were likely to see some of these storylines develop just as a function of sheer volume, but first-timer to Triton is far from first-timer to high stakes or first-timer to the stage, as really impressive performances have been turned in by the rookies.
Yeah, shout out to Webster Lim for holding it down for the OGs.
Event 1 champ.
325.
Smith goes to work from the puck. Suited king for the chip leader in the big. Dan's supposed to be pretty narrow here. No?
Yeah, certainly with ICM doesn't want to be opening too wide into the chip leader, but does obviously have power of position.
Got
some raise folds.
Got himself in a good way here against Biao. King high board, monotone, however, as those players hit top pair.
Great development for Smith. See how he proceeds, you know, with ICM on this board, maybe gonna opt to check back his top pair, does. Bit of pot control. Nice to have some top pairs in your check back range.
That allows the 6 to pair. 9 kicker still plays, 875 in the middle.
Yeah, Ding. Drawn to a chop only. No longer win the hand outright unless he gets Smith to fold the king 9. 875 out there, SPR of 2.
Now that chop does materialize a decent percentage of the time. 43% to be specific. As Ding leads for 3 1/4. Smith holds it over briefly, but ultimately without a need for a time bank. Makes the call, and now makes kings and 9s. Lovely river for his purposes. Didn't need it, but a comforting sight.
See what Ding does now. I mean, there are hands that he can still extract value from. 10s through queens, with a diamond perhaps. Maybe even a hand like ace queen, ace jack. 1 diamond, 1.5 out there. They come with sub 1/3. Don't ever see a world in where Dan raises with his top 2.
Monotone flop. Middle card paired on the turn. Chip leader can defend wide.
Has the calling chips in hand. I'm going to flick in the old 1-chip call and get shown the king 4 of spades. So a massive pickup for Dan Smith. And hold your horses, Arlie. We're talking about runaway chip leaders. Look at the cluster at the top now. Dan Smith right back in the conversation. Strong shirt game, by the way. Well played.
Not to be outdone by the likes of Linus Love. Talk to me about the rest of that cluster up top.
Well, with that pot, Biao Ding kind of tied at the top with Vyacheslav, Dao Min Fu, and Linus Love. 21 big blind average. Biao Ding, Vyacheslav, Dao Min Fu, Linus, and Dan Smith with more than average. Then a significant drop off to Carl Chapé-Gatian, 6th with 14 bigs, Ben Heath with 12, Antonius with 9, and Greenwood with 9. So Dan Smith really feeling the pressure out there at the moment, as is KCG. Difference between 9th and 6th rather. Better part of 230,000. So it'd obviously be a disaster for Dan to bow out in 9th when he's comfortably in the middle of the pack.
Now, ace-8 suited in the small blind for the chip leader, who's going to jam it on Patrick Antonius, and we expect high frequencies of this stuff from Biao Ding.
Yeah, lowest risk premium at the bottom. Patrick Antonius.
And this is going to be such a gnarly little sight if Antonius does indeed elect to defend. Currently 8th, just a hair ahead of Sam Greenwood. We're talking 50K in chips.
Yeah, Patrick's here to win. ICM is for poor people, Ali. Cards on their backs. 5 to come. Patrick, the all-in player, at risk.
%23 equity, not the way he scripted his stand, as he is dominated by Biao Ding.
Is that a 5 on the flop?
It sure is. Alongside a jack and a 6, and this 2.5 million chip pot looks poised to head the way of the fin, but hang on. 7 on the turn. Now giving Biao Ding the open-ender. 4, an 8, or a 9 would make Antonius an unhappy camper. What have we? Board pairing 7 of hearts. Antonius leaves Biao Ding talking to himself.
Yeah, some signs of frustration from Biao Ding coming in as the overwhelming chip leader. No longer the case. In fact, no longer the chip lead, would you believe? Came in with 70, Linus had 50, then everyone else had sub 21. Now tied at the top with Vyacheslav and Dao Min Fu. May be here a while, Mr. Najad.
Well, I know 2 people somewhere out there in Monaco that are certainly hoping that's the case as they root their papa on. I'm talking about Mila and Gia Antonius, Patrick's daughters. Largest stakes, by the way, that Patrick ever played. 2K, 4K, 8K PLO, all the way back in 2009, would you believe?
Any guesses as to who was in that game? Ilari, Zygmunt, come to mind?
Did he get out there and play live?
What,
With
Zygmunt?
those stakes in Vegas? I remember seeing him. Sure he was around.
It was live, right? Oh,
2009, yeah. I know he played on Poker After Dark a few times when I was...
What, Zygmunt?
Commentating. In fact, hang on. Put a pin in it. Dao Min Fu, 2 blackjacks. Makes it 325 to go, and here we find KCG with aces. The jam comes in. Nobody wakes up with anything in between.
Yeah, really annoying spot for Daomin Fu because he knows he's likely flipping. Although there are worlds where he just has Carl drawing to 2 outs. Pocket 9s, pocket 10s.
It's a good deal on request. But it's also a good deal of hand. Respect to Dao, by the way, for just taking a beat, as you pointed out, Henry, kind of the hallmark of steady hands.
Yeah, I mean, he's currently tied at the top. He does make the call, and he's going to get shown the bad news. And
yeah,
if KCG can hold here with the aces, would you believe he's going to become chip leader, Ali?
Come on.
That's how much has shifted in the space of 10 hands at this final table. Absolute bloodbath.
Palpable disgust on the face of Dao Min Fu, but I don't think anybody can fault him in a spot like that against the likes of KCG. We know he likes to activate and get those chips in motion. It's not just aces, but on this occasion, it is King, Queen, Tray, the jacks, in need of help. Turn, pairs the board. Wrong kind of paint. KCG just needs to fade the jack, and he has done exactly that. And what was that you were saying about if KCG wins this pot?
It's going to be our new chip leader. Absolute carnage. The start of this final table.
Did I use one? Did I use one time bank on the hand or no? I called.
KCG out in front with that pot. Daomin Fu
I cannot tell myself.
down to 7th.
It felt like I took more.
Still 15 bigs.
You did you?
Yeah, you used the time bank.
But did you call it? But you gave me. Okay.
And the chat, obviously, dismayed to see their local hero taking that blow, but still rests
I don't know if I gave you. We got
with
5,
15
right?
bigs after the
You got
dust
5
settles.
extra.
Yeah.
You got 5 extra and you only had 1.
Yeah, I did not give you.
I don't think we can start folding jacks for 13 bigs. Maybe some future game
Teamwork was putting the 5 out there.
coming into that decision. He did use a time bank. Ben Heath now, 8 of 9. Pocket kings.
Second tour of duty for the Cowboys in his stewardship here at the FT. I think he jammed over the top of a Linus button open out of the small
indeed.
on the prior occasion. Here he is up front with an open. Inviting anybody to get out of line behind him.
Are we just destined for a 6-handed average stack of 10 big blind kind of situation, given how the chips have been reallocated around this table? Just disgusting ICM implications in effect right now.
See, I thought that you were going to finish that sentence by asking whether or not you and I were destined for a lifelong career together in the booth.
See you at sunrise, Ali. 11 p.m. local time. Surf is good in the morning.
Will you allow me to swim then at that hour? Jack 5 tray monotone here. Clubless are both holdings as Lolliger defended the big. This cup runneth empty on this board as he checks over to the Heath bar. $150K, the bare minimum, but still too much for Queen 8. Heath quietly keeping his head above water here. Quiet, by the way, a fair way to describe this particular FT.
It makes a lot of sense given just how wild the start of this FT has been. I know the social team have got their work cut out in the form of clipping hands for social media, given the action over the last couple of orbits. KCG leading the pack. 30 big blinds, average stack 21 bigs. Sam Greenwood, the immediate short stack.
Folded around to the button of Greenwood. 10-4 suited, not the one. Well served not to be, as Linus in the small with ace-king and a covering depth versus Heath's big blind. Dare we limp?
350.
No.
Linus answering that question for you, Arlen.
Yeah, I know. You can quickly find yourself going from trapper to trappee with a hand like ace-king in that spot. Understandable defend with queen-jack for Heath, as we'll head to the flop with 850 in the middle. 10-8 deuce, 2 overs and a gutter for Heath, which is a nice development for his holding. Linus action on him. Really thinking this one over before settling on a check. It only takes 150 if you want to provide a path to departure for Linus Love.
I don't think the ace-king would be folding to a bet after checking flop.
Well, we didn't say that he would walk that path, but here we are with Gin on the turn for Heath after a check back. Lolliger drawing dead.
Linus heartless. Going to try and get his ace-king ode to showdown. Really awkward spot on this 9 of hearts turn because Ben is going to have some natural semi-bluffs. Going to be tough to realize and show down this ace-king.
A sentence seldom muttered from the booth, by the way, there, Henry. Linus heartless. This occasion it is, of course, accurate in the literal sense.
40% on the turn. Met with a snap muck from Linus. So the two chip leaders coming into today not had things go their way so far. Biao Ding dethroned by KCG. Linus now down in the middle of the pack with Dan Smith hovering around 22 bigs.
tell you what, if Boldigan tried to get into the casino and that get up there, they're likely to card him. And I don't, is it 18 and up here? He's still getting asked for an ID.
Oh, man.
Pocket threes. Work their way into the muck. A6 for KCG, go on.
Kelly Slater and Tony Hawk had a love child.
Yes.
And he
I like
turned
it.
pro as a poker player.
2.675.
A couple of ace-X's found the muck in front of Linus's button here as he gets after the boys with queen 10. This jack 9 suited looks a little bit better closing the action out of the big than in the small. Heath fires it into the muck. A skeptical looking Dao Min Fu.
Yeah, this final table going to be a case study for many poker groups over the next couple of weeks. Note the Jack 9 fold from Ben out the small.
Queen 10. Queen 10 and
Queen 10.
Everyone keeping an eye on that Greenwood stack at present, Henry. 6 bigs.
I'll make it 300 with Queen 10 suited, I think. What?
Greenwood doesn't believe Linus.
Thinks he's fibbing with respect to having opened to 300 on the button with queen 10 off? I mean, it's the truth from Linus.
Yeah, don't know. Maybe they've looked at different charts, Ali.
Ace deuce suited for KCG.
It's the high stakes capital.
First learned to play poker back in 2007. His favorite poker player back in the days was Tom Dwan. Says Durr used to play like he trades.
That's right. I remember him saying that back in Cyprus.
Now, however, KCG says he likes to observe the likes of Tan Xuan. As we see him open to 350K. Hold again. Ace 5 in the big here.
Just you there? Yeah. Need to be sure. A lot of misclicks. Just you, yeah? Call. Sorry, guys. Today had already some. Yeah.
So this is first v third. Squaring off, heading to a flop.
Doesn't rate to be the board that would yield any pyrotechnics. Checked over to KCG. Originally from Paris, currently lives in Dubai. No shortage of big private games going down in that part of the world these days. KCG finding his way into a few of them, alongside the likes of Boss, Paul Foy, and Rui Cao. Little 1K, 2K, if you will.
Sounds like a standard Wednesday night for that bunch. Four clubs. Giving Vyacheslav a double gut shot. A ball texture that he may opt to lean into after defending the big. Actually checking it over to KCG.
Well, we often see deference when players are out of position against the resident Reaper, a man who can hold all fates in his hands as the chip leader.
Well, we may have a new chip leader if this one goes to showdown. Ace-5, kicker plays.
Oh, I
yeah.
win.
Incredibly so. And
Yeah.
Hooligan
This is high. What a chance.
shocked
Oh.
to hear it. The likelihood of hearing your opponent say
I
ace
thought
high there
about
and then
bluff
scooping
turn,
this
but
pot.
Forget what ace I have.
So improbable. Do you feel like KCG should have put something out there? Try to take it down? Not being results oriented.
No, I think ace-high, too much showdown and not enough hand to really start turning into a bluff.
Unbelievable enjoying. Beautiful hand.
Especially after picking up the gut shot on the
So
turn.
maybe split, but win. Okay.
Doesn't want to have to bet fold.
Much better looking ace being delivered to the doorstep of Biao Ding. Min raise open. Three-5 off for Dan Smith. Man who's not afraid to play all parts of the deck, but deeming it imprudent on this occasion. A lot of tiptoes out there, Henry.
Well, given just how wild it's been, just by folding, can get to witness 4 or 5 hands, 4 or 5 all-in hands. Ladder, several hundreds of thousands.
Black 5s, awaiting guidance from Dan Smith. And the directive is hold your ground as he limps in. KCG 2.0 here, Henry.
He's a changed man. Riley, I'm telling you now. Someone has opted to take him under their wing and it's been out there. Even in the form of live reads, if you think back to Northern Cyprus, seems far more stoic and composed at the table.
Two checks on the Jack-10-4 board where the 5s continue to perform, but no longer wish to be converted into a set as KCG picks up the wheel draw. $450 out there.
Yeah, undercard to the 5s. Dan gonna stab.
And this is Smith simply saying, if you had a jack or a 10, I think I would have heard from you.
Yeah, there's now value to be had as well from Deuce X, 4X. You can see ace 3. Picking up a gut shot on the turn.
Unsuccessful bid to hit that gut shot. Eight of clubs, not a particularly welcome card for Smith's liking. The choice here between a block bet and a bluff catch?
Yeah, he's got to try and squeeze out. I mean, he just seems to really know where he is in the hand. Check through on the flop. 175 on the turn.
Quarter pot laying 5-1 now to this ace high.
Kind of annoying for KCG. Blocking some of the hands that he'd want Dan to be double barreling with. Lets it go. Could hear a pin drop out there. So tense.
You're not wrong. And while some might presume that the levels at which we are playing here during this Triton Super High Roller Series would lend to this being the norm, it is, if memory serves me correctly, somewhat the exception thus far at this festival.
Yeah, no, it really is. And I think it's just a byproduct of the amount of brain power having to be used every hand, every decision, because of the insane ICM pressure on all of these players. We've seen the chip lead be exchanged on 3 or 4 occasions already. We had 2 runaway chip leaders, no longer the case. No eliminations thus far. 166,000 guaranteed. 1,670,000 for first.
Look at Ben Heath just dispose of Jack-10 suited here in the face of the open from Lolliger's 9s.
Yeah, I really think this is going to be one of those final tables, as I mentioned earlier on. It's going to be reviewed by many, watching some of the world's best navigate something as complex as ICM. Not just at a basic level either.
Ace 4 off in the big here for our leader.
Throwing some wild cards as well. Ali really shifts things.
What's this?
Well, this is Biao Ding, first in chips, coming up against third in chips Linus and saying, hey pal, do you really want to go home in 9th? See how Linus responds. It's a +2 open. 9-handed table. Facing a big blind 3-bet, and 9s go into the muck, Ali.
I certainly didn't expect that. And this is a very unpleasant experience. Love this shot there of Linus. Tells the story. We're accustomed to Linus being on the giving end of those sorts of transactions, but thus far here at this FT, he's been on the receiving one.
Yeah, he's tried. He has tried. So far, just stepping into it on a couple of occasions. Blinds, look at this, man. I mean, I haven't seen anything quite like it in recent memory. 26 bigs for the chip leader. Just shy of 1.7 million for first.
A shallow affair.
I mean, this is wild. The presence of Greenwood, the presence of Dao Minfu, sending those 9s into the muck. Those middling stacks. Under immense pressure. It's about as helpless as you can feel as a tournament professional.
Don't overlook the presence of Biao Ding to 3-bet out of the big there with that ace-X and put all of that ICM pressure onto the shoulders of Linus Love.
Oh, Biao Ding's an online phenom. I mean, let's not sleep on this guy. There aren't many people that can claim they've made 800,000 K score online.
Not a lot of people that can claim they've made an
No,
800K
but
score offline, but I hear you.
precisely, but online even less so.
Ace-7 suited here at the new blind level of 100, 200, 200.
Greenwood in the big blind now. Ali forced to put in 1/3 of his remaining 6 big blinds.
Such an ugly feeling.
Congratulations in order, by the way, to the team. Crossed that milestone of 150,000 subscribers over on the YouTube channel. We know the amount of hard work that goes in, not just at these festivals, Ali, but around the clock, year round, to put out world-class content over on our YouTube channel. So we do appreciate all of the support being displayed in the form of engagement in the chat, likes on the video, and of course, to the 150,000 subscribers.
Also a lot of hard work by me to create that many email accounts in the interests of
Jerome
having
and Lisa and
adequate
Andre.
numbers of subscribe opportunities.
How long did it take you, Ali?
To be fair,
You do seem like the type that has way too much time on his hands.
I hopped onto Fiverr and outsourced it. It's the way to do it. Few 100,000 dong, get the job done.
Funding the GDP of... No, come on. Stop it now. Dan Smith, pocket threes. Cheeky open, but here he is. And Greenwood just gets to look down at ace-king off of 6.
He's ready to go. Of course.
At threes?
Yeah.
Smith.
Thought you were weak.
Not going to go anywhere here, and he does have the edge in this 1.7 million chip pot in which the hopes of Sam Greenwood.
How do you wake up with
are
ace-king
ensnared.
off of 4 bigs? Teach me.
Well, more importantly, how do you hit the ace-king, as Greenwood has done in key manner? Smith doesn't pick up the straight draw on the turn now. Rooting for a 3 to roll off that stub.
Oh, the prepay.
Always an unwelcome sight
Before the river, almost like I'm fucked.
for the
7 even?
superstitious among us. And Smith.
Only takes 95% equity to be confident.
Doubles
Real
up.
brave guy.
You tell him,
The
Dan.
arrow, you know, maybe if I was at like 65%, the arrow would have done it. But you're saying I need 95% to steer the arrow, and
The Owl card protector has been the story of the festival somewhat. Steve
No.
O'Dwyer
No, it
sharing
hasn't.
it.
Really hasn't, Ali. Story of the festival is how you're still here, 6 events in.
What was that, Henry?
Buzzing noise, I believe. Hornets in the booth.
Dare I invoke
Dow just open ripping +1 into 7 players. With the ace-4, maybe early signs of frustration. It's going to get round to Linus in the big, and it's going to work.
As I was saying, dare I invoke any number of cautionary parables that speak to poking the bear, Kilbane.
No poking of the bear.
Pay some bills, would you?
Please, please do.
I was saying you should pay the bills. Pictures tell the story, but nevertheless, as the professional, allow me to direct everyone's attention to the Triton Poker Plus app and the multitude of platforms that allow you to engage with us here in the Triton Poker family, along with our adopted son, Henry Kilbane. Not really a blood relation.
But a choice that you guys made, nonetheless.
I'd say it was a good one, just, you know.
Hey, I wasn't the one twisting your arm, pal. Dan Smith, 14 bigs, pocket queens, early position.
No arm twisting required here.
Yeah, with that double just moments ago, Greenwood still 9 of 9, but has closed the gap on Patrick Antonius. But their presence still keeping the likes of Ben Heath, Linus Love, Dan Smith handcuffed, taking a lot of hand to get involved. We've seen Ben Heath pass up on the opportunity to play hands like Jack 10 suited, Jack 9 suited. Smith chipping up nicely.
Add Queen 7 to the list of hands he has declined to participate with. Dan working his way back up off of that Greenwood double. This is a real operating room we have upon us.
Yeah, brain surgery. On the main stage, 166,800 guaranteed for these final 9. Could have very easily been down to the final 6 of 5 players given the action that we've had so far.
King 10 for Sam Greenwood, who remains at the bottom of the chip counts in spite of that double through Dan Smith.
On.
Rips it in. Linus
1.6.
folded the ace deuce. And this one's going to get through. We don't want to hear call in that spot.
No, especially given that the calling range is probably 10s plus ace queen suited. Still seeing a lot of support for the local Vietnamese player, Cao Minh Phu, in the chat.
Does he owe a lot of money out and about in Hanoi, or what? Why? That's not the reason? You never know.
Yeah, I'm not going to speculate as to who owes what.
Few markers?
Yeah, you know.
Up and down the block?
We've heard the stories.
How much you play?
No one roots harder
Total
than a scorned creditor.
Now with the 2.5x, the 4 deuce.
Giving us a new look there. Note the way his hand started kind of going into the muck alongside Bouldigan's. I don't know if you catch little things like that. I'm, of course, a sick degenerate. It hadn't been released. Like, what if Bouldigan pulls his hand back? And he's like, wait a minute, why are you so keen to get this one over with.
Very suspicious.
I have the menu. I'm just gonna look at it.
Don't know if you heard that, but it would appear Patrick Antonius just asked for a menu.
It's been a long old day. You know, you've got to get those 2,640 calories in somehow. What are you shaking your head at, Ali?
This time I just want
Go on,
to sleep.
lay it out.
Well, for those that may have missed it, as we see KCG opening with the pocket sevens earlier, there was some speculation as to Antonius's daily caloric intake to maintain that Adonis-like physique of his. And
the offer still stands, by the way.
To light a match to hard-earned money of your own. Uh-oh, wait a minute. On the topic of matches being lit, how's Dan Smith going to react? The two kings in the big. An opportunity, perhaps, to put a modest 3-bet in there or lie in wait?
It comes for the non-all-in 3-bet for 15.5 bigs.
These are the kind of spots that it feels as though we've seen KCG just mash.
See, it would be a massive misstep for the fan favorite.
He's reaching. Really sizing Dan up here. Smith started this pot 4th in chips, and with those shorter stacks out there, we do presume his willingness to put a 3-bet out there against a larger stack would be in association with a real hand. Oh my.
Yeah, flatting really feels out of the equation here. Question is, does Dan Smith have 3-bet folds at this stack depth? Certainly good enough to have them. Question is, how likely is he to go after an under-the-gun opening range KCG?
A fold from KCG, Henry, and I believe for me, this is what marks the 2.0 edition of the Frenchman.
No, 100%. He's been putting in work. You could tell. He's just a different man. 5 months later, coming 3rd in that Coin River Invitational, 200k buy-in.
It's got my respect.
Not his first time playing for 7 figures against Linus Love as well. Linus came 2nd in that, runner-up to Sam Grafton, of course.
How about it?
Finally convinced, Ali? He's been in the lab.
Any suspicions as to who it is that might have guided him into that lab?
No, not at all.
It was me. No?
What lab are we talking?
Level 5, chemical warfare.
Pony.
No. King Queen suited suddenly under the gun, being jammed upon by Dao Min Fu.
2 million 3.
Ding wants a count. 11.5 bigs. Biao's the chip leader, but the cluster is fairly tight, and once upon a time included Dao Min Fu. Comes into this one in 7th. And did I hear the words call? I did. Premature celebration, perhaps, though, from Dao Min Fu, who is tempting the ire of the poker gods. We're going to play for 5.1. Dominant spot here for the local.
Pretty surprised to see the call off, personally. I know King Queen suited a lot of hand, but give up the chip lead.
8 high flop. Dao Min Fu draws nearer to the top of the leaderboard. Turn card of no assistance to Biao Ding.
Local Vietnamese player looking to dodge. 3 outs once, Ali.
And he's done it. I don't speak Vietnamese, Henry, but I know what that means. Can't contain his excitement. Love to see it.
Love to see it. From 9 of 9 just a couple of hands ago. The chip leader, that's how close it is out there. That just goes to showcase just how wild this ICM situation is. Dow was 7 of 9 at the start of that hand with 12 bigs, doubles up. Now first in chip. First in chips, rather.
I can understand.
Crowd goes wild over on YouTube. Got a funny feeling.
Just thinking, I think I win.
They're rooting for Dow.
Snap Bonamo.
Yeah, but
Boy, look at the chat scroll just ablaze with elation.
Love to see it.
Now then, Sam Greenwood, ace 9 suited.
400.
Raise fold from Sam. Early position. Nice hand to do it with.
Well, no need to fold just yet. Resistance not encountered and not likely. Biao Ding slipping to 4th in chips. Gonna dig in with the Jack 8. And flop top pair. Very poor board for Greenwood's purposes.
This single raised pot. SPR less than 2 going to the flop, Ali. Really in the weeds now.
$250K follow through with the action check to him from Greenwood, who really would like to draw the curtain. Not gonna happen.
Biao Ding with the check jam, and just by opening and firing out a continuation bet for 1.25 bigs, Greenwood down to 7.5 bigs now, 9 of 9.
Ding begins the reclamation process. There's a good chunk of his doubloons were pilfered by Dao Min Fu. You'd think I would have flicked on Pirates of the Caribbean or something in my room with that last effort.
Have you flicked the like button over on YouTube yet, Ali?
I'm banned from YouTube.
928 likes. Would love to get that number up to over 1,000 Continuing coverage from this Triton Super High Roller Series here in Hoiana, Vietnam. 50K 8 max event number 6. 2 7-figure payouts. Eventual champion going to be going home with 1.67 million. Takes a couple of seconds to just click the like button. It's free of charge as well, Ali. And, you know.
What, do you got action on this?
Well, no, it's not that, but you know what it is. The team out there working behind the scenes. It's just a way of showing some support to the crew.
Suspect levels of enthusiasm for the achievement. Got my eye on you, Kilbane.
You know what, Ali? Take a day off.
Middle pair, bottom pair on an ace-high board here as Antonius defends and outflops KCG, button aggressor. Following through. Questions asked by Antonius now. Off of the second shortest stack. No hesitation from KCG at that price point. Extra 300. Plunked in. Oh my. Trip fives. Such an improbable card to leave KCG in front of Antonius, who adeptly knuckles in this 2.1 million chip pot. KCG could get a little naughty with a check back here.
Yeah, it's really interesting. You'd, not to be overly presumptuous, but predict that most ace-X would go in pre from the big. That leaves Patrick with busted straight draws and 8X. Not many ace-X in his range, and KCG sizing down, targeting precisely that.
$825 left. Almost half of it on request. And that's tidy there from Patrick Antonius. Really just good situational awareness. We've touched on it on multiple occasions, Henry, the fact that he senses that he is playing the best poker of his career. On display right there.
Really has been playing some world-class poker.
Let's see if he can spin it up to a more playable depth as he sits with just 4 bigs.
Greenwood having to put in 2 of his final 7 bigs out of the big blind now. Their presence really working as an aid for those at the top of the counts to just lean into those middling stacks. Although no one really stepping up to the plate in the form of table captain. Linus did try at the start and just ran into top of range on a few occasions.
Ben Heath guiding 2 9s into battle. Now Ding on the button. Ace 10. Chooses to flat, and now Patrick with a couple of red 6s in the small blind off of 4 bigs. Devastating spot to be in. And he just pitches it.
And it goes into the muck.
How's that for discipline?
Yeah, +1 open. This button flat. Ambitious, but in position. Covers Ben.
Does it reek of strength? And it would have been bottom set, ace, king, 6. Biao Ding, top pair. Patrick gonna be sick to his stomach.
Such an annoying spot for Ben. 2 overs to his pocket 9s. Still going to have the best hand a decent amount of time, but opts to just check it on over.
Now from 2 aces to 3 on the turn as Ding checked back. Heath going to look to represent this stuff or just needless?
It's really tough to put Biao Ding on a range of hands that wants to flat on the button. Some suited broadways come to mind. Maybe a hand like ace-10, ace-jack suited. Offsuit feels a bit loosey-goosey.
All stuff that is heavily in the vicinity of this texture. As a wary Ben Heath knuckles once more. And now Ding activates. Barreling 350.
Really grim for Heath. Ding has been one of the most active players at the table.
Is that sizing and the price being laid to Ben Heath such that he would think he can make a call and with some frequency as a result be allowed to get to showdown without added investment?
Yeah, it's certainly a board texture that you'd think favors the +1 opening range. If you were to check flop and then check call turn, would prompt some shutdowns from Biao Ding. Maybe attempting to get a cheap steal through on the turn. Takes a lot of discipline to fold this spot. In Heath's shoes, wouldn't fault him for putting in this 350,000 and seeing a river. Problem is you end up playing a guessing game on so many river cards, and he does just let it go. World-class fold there from Ben, not easy. We can obviously see the whole cards. That one definitely not an easy fold.
Do we narrow it down to like Queen Jack, Queen 10?
Yeah, Jack 10, Queen 10, Queen Jack as you mentioned.
The hands that we're performing well against? Maybe some smaller pocket pairs?
Feels
or
unlikely.
Wouldn't they just be more likely to check back and... Yeah.
Those small pocket pairs. Feel like they should be pitched pre. As we saw the 6s of Antonius go into the muck. Still no elimination at this final table. Average stack with 9 left is 15 bigs. Less than 150 big blinds in play.
Spread across 9 seats as Heath goes to work once more. 2 queens on this occasion.
2.2, I think.
Folded around to Linus. And King 5. Not enough, kid. I tell you what, Henry, this is...
It's unbelievable.
Something to behold.
really unbelievable. I know I'm going to look forward to nerding out when I get home and reviewing this one. So much to learn. Some of these players, I know I would have found my way to the pay desk already in a few of their spots.
Any hand in particular that you are most eager to run through?
The Jack-9 from the small blind from Ben. The Queen-10 min open from Linus. That one seemed to catch Greenwood's attention.
Sure did. As does an ace-queen on the button. Off of 8th place chips.
On.
Ready to go is Greenwood.
Oh my.
Oh. From 9s to queens to aces for Ben Heath in succession as he shows up with the medicine for Greenwood's aspirations for continued participation here at this final table.
That was like killing a snap calling range.
Sam
Greenwood.
saying he was killing
Yeah.
the snap calling
Shook.
range, and instead he is situated to be the casualty.
9 Jack Queen needed. King to stay alive. No
Not
dice.
there. Mm-hmm.
Dead. First elimination thus far. Ali took us a while. But it is Greenwood bowing out in 9th.
And look what it required, by the way, as ace is full. Case card on the end for Ben Heath. A collision of that nature.
Yeah, top of range v top of range, especially for those stacks.
So for Sam Greenwood, a disappointing end, but a $166,800 payout to add to his career Triton total of $9.3 million. 18th cash of his career, second title eludes him.
Yeah, adding a few points to the Ivan Liao Player of the Year leaderboard as well, as came into this series second on that leaderboard. It's now been overtaken by Davies. A lot of points going his way now. The seal been broken. Ali, are we expecting a flurry of bust outs now?
I don't think so. I mean, I don't want to attribute the tension in the room exclusively to Sam Greenwood's presence. This feels like the order of the day, given chip distribution, lack of real depth. As Bouldigan up front with the ace-9 suited. You know, given the climate out there, Henry, it feels as though we have maybe some more incentive to open up ranges
That's a good problem.
a little bit, just based on what, at least from my eyes, seems to be reluctance to get out there from a lot of these stacks.
I'm not sure whether reluctance is the word I would choose, to be perfectly honest with you. Just a byproduct of just how much pressure, ICM pressure, these players are under. You know, when folding can make you thousands, in this case tens if not hundreds of thousands.
Well, to whatever we attribute that sense of reluctance, which oftentimes is ICM pressure, the vibe that I get is that there's some real snugness upon us. As it's folded around to the blinds.
Thank you.
I can defend this chip leader.
Down in Fu. Raise and take it. That's Buldigan.
I don't see the girl for massage.
Everyone guaranteed 215,000 now, Ali. Next jump, a sizable 76,000 between 8th and 7th.
I got so sunburnt the third day that I haven't been able to have a massage.
I don't know. I thought about it because
Oh, what's that, boys?
Yeah, no.
Talk of sunburn.
No massage.
The inability to get a massage due to sunburn.
No, you said he went for a massage. Definitely heard those words come out of his mouth.
Right, but you're overlooking how we got there. Kilbane. Sorry.
Yeah.
Buldigan again, acknowledging chip lead of Dao Min Fu. Dan Smith with Queen 8 suited.
Yeah, the presence of Patrick Antonius working as an aid to Dao Min Fu, and Dan Smith having none of it. Because here's your ICM, boys.
He's got 18 bigs to start this pot.
He's about to have significantly more.
Posturing here, of course, from Fu with the Jack 4, but when you encounter a move like that, you begin to realize the caliber of opponent that you're up against.
That's pretty gangster from Smith.
Yeah, that's not your local card room louse there.
No, not at all. With that, moves up to 3rd in chips. Kind of tied at the top there, by the way. This is just unbelievable. 17 big blind average. How'd you like that?
Look at the cluster between 1st and 6th. Just 4 bigs separate 6 different stacks. And the blinds will be moving to 125 and 250 when we return from the break. As you get a look at that just closely knit field. And
this is fantastic. This is just...
You know, it's interesting. I love that you say it's fantastic, because obviously there's something oh so technical about what we're bearing witness to right now, and much greatness assembled around this felt on display. I think a lot of times, though, we just expect that we're going to see these fireworks, these massive pots, some recklessness, and I admit, from a self-indulgent standpoint, we do appreciate those moments, but even I have an appreciation for the likes of KCG, who I think some would have anticipated based on that which we've observed from him on prior Triton festivals, like in North Cyprus, you know, to be responsible for
to come in like
stirring
a
it up.
wrecking ball.
Yeah, exactly. Little Miley Cyrus, if you will. And yet even he operating like top-class opposition.
Yeah, he's clearly been putting in work, man. And the reason I just get excited over a final table like this, you know, I understand from an entertainment point of view, maybe not as many flops, but just getting to experience the world-class knowledge being displayed of how to navigate such an ICM difficult situation, if you will, from these guys is a treat.
Yeah, no question about it. All right, speaking of treats, maybe it's time for a round of brown bowls, as I don't think this one's going to wrap up quickly. I will leave you all in the hands of Randy, Lou, and Henry as I step out of the booth. We'll take a quick break. Don't go anywhere, though. Plenty more of Event 6 still left.
Start your journey towards becoming a winning poker player today with the Tournament Masterclass. I designed a blueprint that has helped me and countless students to become consistent winning players in poker. We simplify and teach concepts that work. Pre-flop, post-flop, ICM pre-flop and post-flop, final tables, multi-way, a whole population analysis, a GTO Bible, and many play and explain live footage showcasing all the concepts and exploits taught in the Tournament Masterclass. Don't waste any more time on complex strategies that simply don't work and join the Tournament Masterclass and start winning in poker, whether it's online or live poker.
This little holding pattern that we put the boys in is a little excruciating, isn't it?
I'm waiting for the conclusion of the hand on the outer table to play out. Ding involved in the hand against Kim.
I spent a lot of the time in the tank was thinking it was 150. Like, counting my big blind as 150k big blind, not 125k.
Sorry.
I had a hand with some real cracking potential.
Don't think the boys have shed light, by the way, to one another with respect to the spot here.
Greenwood did say that he holds a really good one.
Good one. You know.
Whatever that may be. Could just be the king of spades, you know.
Every time I look over at their table, they're playing like actual poker hands.
Well, they got a lot more chips over at that outer table, don't they? What have we here?
We have Ding v Kim, 6-6-3, 1.8 in the middle, going to a turn. Brings in the flush. Sizable pot developing here. Looks like Ding's jammed on him. Putting Kim to the test for his entire stack, and that looks like a flush v flush situation.
Is it? Could it be? Kim flicked in the call.
No, I do apologize. Looks like Kim hero called with an overpair? Is that pocket jacks? Jacks with a club?
Well, whatever it is, it appeared to be covered by Biao Ding as Kim is on his feet. And improbably so. Out of there? Could it be?
We may be going straight to an 8-handed final table if Vyacheslav can do the dirty on Greenwood.
Jack, Jack 7 and some opportunities present themselves back at the feature table here. Still efforting the hands. It was pocket kings for Tommy Kim against queen deuce of clubs as Biao Ding turned the flush. So Tommy Kim indeed eliminated. Final table is set. What have we here?
Close.
Not enough for
I hate sweating Arends from the
Buldigan.
Yeah,
I don't know anyone who likes it.
no, from the 8 seat where everyone sees the card. Everyone sees the card before me.
I hate sweating in general.
Players, only 2 players with more than average. Our chip leader Biao Ding. Not with an overwhelming chip lead. It's not like he can just run over the table. Does have Linus on his left to worry about. That may get in the way of whatever his game plan was coming in to this final table. But everyone else under immense pressure.
Not Biao Ding, of course, as you mentioned, ace-queen suited. How about that for a start for the chip leader? And the thing about it is, everybody sort of expects him to dictate the pace right now off of that whopping stack. So when he wakes up with real hands, problems can ensue for the remainder of the field. Sam Greenwood with an ace-queen of his own in the small. Writing feels like it could be on the wall.
Yeah, as you alluded to, Biao Ding going to be opening incredibly wide from the cutoff. Just happens to have a lot of hand. Slight equity favorite. Greenwood with 2 flushes. Flush draws, rather.
Didn't take long for us to find our first all-in and call. It's Greenwood.
Any sweats about? Well, yeah. 1 heart.
Gonna have to fade the backdoor flush. And that 5 of diamonds will make it official. Chop it up, boys. I've not yet had an opportunity to observe Biao Ding.
$145,000. Very tough final table as well, including the likes of Elio Fox, Mike Watson, and Alexis Pornikovs. Plays the highest stakes online. Has been for quite some time.
2 black 10s. Opens. Standard 2.5. Not X, but 100,000 rather.
All in.
And he has picked up Buldigan for the ride. As Vyacheslav jammed off of a 5th place stack. And they're going to play for 4.3. Big one, Henry.
Yeah, this would really shift the way this final table could play out if Biao Ding can hold here. Really just gets to let loose. Getting 9-4, 3 hearts. Vyacheslav with that Queen of Hearts in hand.
No heart on the turn. As Booligan has plenty of outs, but needs to connect to stay alive. Can he do it? The answer is yes, as an ace of hearts rolls off. And the Russian can exhale a bit as he submits his tokens for review and cloning.
Very warm welcome back to the break desk here in the Hoiana Golf Resort and Casino in Vietnam. Event number 6 of the Triton Super High Roller Series. We are down to the final table. Randy Liu alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. Randy, you've been away for the start of this final table and we're probably expecting to come back with maybe 5 or 6 players, as we did start the day with an overwhelming chip leader, Biao Ding, and Linus was comfortably in second. Not the case. Still 8-handed, took us for the better part of 2 hours to lose Sam Greenwood in 9th. And note the stack depths at this featured table. 8 players remain, average stack of 14 big blinds, and 6 players with more than average due to the fact that Patrick Antonius is down there on just 3 bigs. Are we to expect a very similar KG style of play until either we see a double up, triple up from Patrick or an elimination?
Look, like you said, I expected a lot of people to be busted out by now too. It's going to be very cagey. We know the pay jumps are very massive, right? Patrick Antonius is so short, and after, whether he busts or double, let's just assume he busts. These other guys are so short, they're going to have to try to squeeze in to get those pay jumps, and there's a lot up top, and it's very top heavy.
Yeah, I mean, sizable pay jumps. The current one from 8th to 7th. 76,000, and as you mentioned, 1.67 million up top. And given that, you know, if Linus, who's currently 7 of 8 rather, doubles through any of the stacks that have him covered, he then moves up to first in chips. So really is just a waiting game until Patrick either finds the spot, and with the pay jumps getting bigger as, you know, we continue. Expect to see some hearts being broken, depending on who you're rooting for out there, of course, as we throw it back down to the main stage. It is the local Vietnamese player, Dao Minh Phu, leading the field by just 2 big blinds. I do apologize, by just 1 big. He's out in front with 19 bigs. Second in chips, Biao Ding and Dan Smith both sat on 17 big blinds. Vyacheslav on 16, KCG and Ben Heath on 15, and then a drop-off to Linus Love. He's currently in 7th with 9, and Patrick Antonius going to need to get busy down there sooner rather than later. Going to be in the big blind in just a couple of hands, I believe, Randy, as we dive back into what I can only describe as, well, a study-worthy final table thus far.
Yeah, it's going to be very technical. Each chip is so important with ICM in play. Queens is a good start for Linus. Actually sitting on less than 10 big blinds.
Yeah, sub 10.
1.5 million.
Going to effectively jam. Patrick just gets to watch on and pray that someone behind wakes up with a hand, and Dan Smith, precisely that on, I do apologize, thought he was on the button, in the small blind with ace king, and we're going to be flipping for 6 figures in equity, Randy.
These chips are definitely going in.
All in.
Patrick Antonius is going to be rooting very hard for an ace or king to drop when these cards go in.
KCG going to get out of there with the barking shark. Linus just gets to click call, and we are flipping for hundreds of thousands in equity. Winner of this hand will be the chip leader. Linus looking to hold to double up to just north of 20 bigs. Dan Smith looking to find an ace, a king, or some hearts to be the overwhelming chip leader and eliminate one of the toughest players in the world. And ladder 75,000 in the process. Queen in the window.
All Linus, 3% for Dan Smith.
King, queen, 5, all spades. Running spades, always an option for Dan.
Or
ace of clubs now gives him 4 immediate outs. Running boat cards was what was needed on the flop. 1 to come. 9% equity would be one of the sickest beats we've witnessed in recent memory, and it comes running aces, Randy.
No way.
Running aces for Dan Smith to eliminate Linus Love in 8th place after he flopped middle set. Put that one on the highlight reel.
Look at the disgust on everyone's faces.
Lucky. On the break, I texted my mom that she should watch.
Today, you come here.
Lost for words as we say goodbye to Linus, who came in 2 of 9. Going to bow out in 8th, collecting 215,500 for his efforts. Not the way things were expected to play out with him starting the feature table, the final table with 50 bigs, but that is tournament poker in a nutshell. Wow. How about that? Dan Smith, top of the count after finding running aces. Patrick.
Relieved.
Laddering.
Pay jump?
Yeah.
How much are we talking?
Oh, that hand alone managed to ladder 76,000. Everyone now guaranteed 291,800 for their efforts. Note the pay jumps from here on out, just shy of 100,000 between 7th and 6th. Then 108,000 between 6th and 5th, and then we head into the high 6-figure payout territory. Average stack 16 big blinds.
Big blinds coming soon for Patrick.
Yeah, it's going to be in the next hand. Does he want to take this spot or take a gamble and be all in?
Well, he did wait a hand last one. Look what happened.
Yeah, no, precisely.
Look at these stacks. Easily can get it in.
Certainly a consideration.
He's going to try, though.
725.
Patrick doesn't want to leave it up to chance in the big blind. Dan Smith on the dealer button. King 8 suited.
It's interesting because Dan Smith, no real incentive to actually eliminate Patrick.
Gonna make the call here.
Bar the ladder. Patrick's presence kind of working as an aid for Dan Smith to lean on those middling stacks, but he is going to go scalp hunting with the King 8 of spades.
He gets a bit of an overlay because him calling a button should make the blinds play pretty tight, and he can get that small blind, big blind, and big blind ante into that pot, but doesn't look like he can shake Yao Ding here.
Three-way affair. Patrick, the all-in player at risk. 2.5 out there. 2 live cards as well for Antonius. 6 in the window, would you believe? Then 6 deuce, 2 spades flop. Dan Smith drawing live to the king high spades. Patrick with top 2 pair.
Well, he hasn't tripled up yet if one of those spades drops off for Dan Smith. Dry side pot, important to note. Got a little bit less incentive to go for what's in the middle.
It's unbelievable run-outs so far today. I mean, flashback to the bubble. 24, 25 players left.
Actually a bad card for Patrick Antonius. Now an ace or king could change things up.
Ace, king, or a spade needed to get us from 7 to 6. Looks like it's bricked out, Randy, as it's gone check, check. I do apologize.
Well, it's bricked out now.
It's Dan Smith just checking back on the turn.
Guaranteed full triple up for Patrick now. No player has any incentive to bet as there's no side pot. Dan Smith doesn't really need to bluff off ace high. Usually Patrick would have king high beat.
Check.
King high tabled, ace high tabled, no good against the flop top 2 of Patrick Antonius, and with that triple up, right back in the thick of things. Still 7 of 7,
Triple up. Triple up.
but 10 big blinds.
It's not over.
A lot more ammunition now.
Almost 4? Ah, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
The Antonius fans loving that. Shout out to all of you, wherever you are tuning in from, keeping us company here. This final table event number 6. What a final table it's been. For those of you that missed the start, it took us 2 hours to have our first elimination. Sam Greenwood eliminated in 9th. Linus Love out in 8th after flopping a set of queens. The king, queen 5, running aces, gave Dan Smith aces full of kings.
I know those fans are happy for Patrick. I'll tell you who's not happy. Those 6 other players at this final table would have got another pay jump. A 6-figure pay jump, to be precise. Yao Ding, king 6 offsuit, has the opportunity to jam into Patrick Antonius's short stack. We'll take it. Really, with these short stacks, these opportunities to just pick up 1 or 2 blinds is really going to pay off, as it gives you a chip advantage on your opponents, allow you to survive. We know the blinds are going to go up eventually, and stacks will get even more shallow.
A couple of prayers out there between the boys. Praying to the poker gods, maybe. Or in Vyacheslav's shoes. The skater gods, the surf gods. We've crowned him Tony Hawk's and Kelly Slater's love child.
Nice spot for Biao Ding, ace-6 suited. Dealer button. 2 stacks he can just safely jam into, hopefully picking up the blinds and antes. Ben Heath is gathering a count here in the big blind. bit of a decision. But because we're at a final table, every chip matters so much that calling here, might I say, ambitious?
Bet on 13 bigs. A lot of hand. Gonna have the jamming range of Ding dominated a decent amount of the time. We can obviously see he is up against the suited ace here. Not always going to be the case. Also future game decisions for Ben, but does let go of the king jack. Biao chipping up to above average now. Chat, as always, let us know who you're rooting for. Let us know whereabouts in the world you're joining us from as the West Coast, the United States, wakes up. Do take a couple of seconds, as always, to drop us a like. Really helps grow the channel, helps us reach a wider audience. And whilst we have you here, we crossed that milestone today, Randy. 150,000 subscribers now over on the Triton Poker YouTube channel. I know the amount of hard work that's been going in, not only during these series, Randy, but the likes of yourself putting in work in the form of post-production, finding exciting hands from some of the cash games from the previous series. If you want to check out more of that, do drop us a subscription and you'll be notified as to when they go live.
It's very...
Carl's got Jack 10 in the hijack.
Pretty good. Yeah.
Might be a spot he want to put in some chips.
No,
500,000. Minimum raise going to be the standard with these stack sizes. King Queen for Dao Min Fu. Not too bad. Let's see if he wants to keep things slow. Just call. Play aggressive. Both options viable.
Total 2 million? 3.2.
So Dao Min Fu is going to take a flop here out of position. 1.375 million. Very important pot for both players. Dry. Well, more like a miss for both players. 2 high card hands.
Both players bricking on the 8-6-4. Maybe a board texture that one would argue favors the big blind. Although with ICM, some of those offsuit 6-5, 7-5 type holdings going to find the muck.
I would like to have one.
You can see that Carl's respecting this big blind defense and checking rather than c-betting. Dao Min Fu now checks King Queen high. Interesting spot. He doesn't really have much of a piece, Carl. But does he want to actually fire here? I don't blame him. Without a spade. Be a pure bluff.
Spadeless going to the 4 of diamonds river. Jack high with no real showdown.
I suppose the King Queen's pretty happy to check down. Carl's got a teeny bit of showdown, but that's more like 10-9, Jack-9 exclusively. Does he want to fire? He's
Surely.
pretty sure his hand will take it down. His bet will take it down because those chips are so important. Gonna give up. Might regret that one.
Dao Fu being able to table the King Queen and scoop the pot.
Dan Smith, tournament chip leader, applying pressure. Just knows that these players cannot really respond without the goods. Easy chips for him.
This is how you play the ace of clubs.
I could win.
Classic
with ace
show
of
to ace.
clubs.
Thank you.
For those of you just joining us, average stack 16 big blinds. Shortest of those stacks belongs to Patrick Antonius, sat on 8 bigs, chip leader. None other than Dan Smith. Hasn't been with us since London 2019. Now finds himself chip leader. 7 left and 1.67 million up top. The return of Cowboy Smith.
Yeah, Dean picks up ace queen. Just gonna rip it in. Keep it simple. Jam. Ben Heath's got pocket jacks. This is a spot. Key moment for him. 12 blinds. I don't really see how he can do anything but put the chips in there.
So grim. Currently 5 of 7. Given how happy people have been to put chips in the middle, Ben probably not thrilled.
Not thrilled, but necessary.
Does make the call, and we're going to be flipping for the chip lead. You can see one ace dead. So Ben Heath, the all-in player at risk. Just shy of 100,000 difference between 7th and 6th. We know who everyone else is rooting for.
Pocket 5, step 5.
8. I have 8 as well. Set of
Ben's
8.
come so close on so many occasions since Madrid. Can he hold here with the jacks queen in the window?
Looking grim.
Not even a running straight or running flush possibility for the Brit. 2 outs once. Going to the river, the prepay. As the chips get put into the middle, 6 of spades completing the board, and we're going to lose Ben Heath in 7th. Heading home with 291,800 for his efforts. Adding a 9th cash to his Triton track record. 2 for 5 here in Vietnam. This one maybe going to sting. Randy getting it in for the chip lead with pocket jacks. Queen high flop. Had other ideas for the Brit. I'm sure we'll be seeing plenty more of Ben Heath. True force to be reckoned with in the high stakes arena.
Yeah, one of the UK's finest players, Regs. Travels to circuit, played the highest games.
Chip lead, second chip lead.
We will see him in the bigger binds coming up, most certainly.
If you have
75k, up and running, main event just round the corner. Then there were 6. 2 ladders for Patrick, by the way. Was down to just 3 bigs.
Pocket 8s for Dao Min Fu. Carl Chappé-Gatien got 7-5 suited. Sitting on 9 big blinds. start this hand. Getting a good price, suited and connected.
又820了，赢了这把。
Playing 8 big blinds effective. Flop a 7, but followed by a jack and a 9. Monotone, no diamond in either player's hand. Tough spot for Dao Minfu actually to bet this. He could get check jammed on a lot, and he could be wasting some really good equity. 4 diamonds. Dicey.
Dicey, but neither player with a diamond in hand.
They do have showdown value each. So I think they're going to want to try to get there. Stabbing unnecessarily could be you throwing away chips that are quite important for you in terms of surviving in future hands, as well as giving you ammunition for future shoves.
KCG seems content to try and show down his flopped pair of 7s.
It's an ugly board, but it worked out for the 2 8s. 6 million in chips for the Vietnamese local.
$114 big blinds in play. There have been tournaments, Randy, where have been heads up at this stage.
Thank you.
That gridlock, 9-handed.
Yeah, sometimes this is how the tournament happens. It just depends on how the cards fall. Everyone these days plays so technical. Play cautious, understanding that in ICM each chip matters so much. Even just one big blind.
Our standings brought to you by GG Poker. Believe the clock has been reduced now that we are down to the final 6.
Makes sense.
See Patrick and KCG tied with 8 big blinds. Biao Ding rather.
Wow.
Top of the counts.
Take note that Dao Minfu folded ace-10 just now with a 6 million stack. On to Dan Smith. Dealer button. Ace-8 suited. Couple options. Raising being the standard, but there's a chance he moves bigger. But I guess because Biao Ding's got him covered, probably going to not take that option.
Wow.
Ace-King.
Gonna be glad that he didn't. Because our chip leader has woken up with a legit hand out of the big. See if he comes for the 3-bet in juice.
Yeah, I think both options are pretty good. The way he's been playing, I've been seeing all in more. Sad face, Dan Smith. Unfortunate, but
yeah, Dan currently
seems like
second in chips.
It's the right play, yeah. Do you really want to risk 5.7 million on a hunch?
Today, you champions. Must champion. I think champion today.
Nice little run of cards for our chip leader, Yao Ding, repping the Chinese flag.
Dao just saying he's going to be champion today.
He's going to be champion today?
Love the confidence.
Okay, let's find out. Playing just fine. Baoding gets ace king again. One more jam. It is.
Mate, what time to wake up with hands? 6 left.
Back to back.
Overwhelming chip leader. Who we got, Randy? Who's your money on if you were a betting man, which I believe you have been at times? You've dabbled.
If I had a pick from these remaining players, it's tough to be honest, man.
I feel like a local player.
Dalman Phil, you thinking
Yeah,
this is
I mean, look,
because he
the
just
run,
said I'm gonna win this.
The run itself already world class. KCG. Oh my word, what a run of cards
Ace
for
king,
Baoding.
ace king, followed by aces, and now he has a jam in front of him. Guaranteed action.
KCG tied at the bottom. Just 7 big blinds. And can we just credit Patrick Antonius with 2 ladders, now 5 cards away from receiving a 3rd ladder. 83% of the time, we're going to see KCG depart in 6th place, Randy. Let's run into the aces of Baoding. Wow, it's never easy. King 10-6, middle pair for the Frenchman. 5 outs twice, 20% equity. It's the 8 of hearts. Changes nothing on the turn. Three of spades seals KCG's fate. Love to see him here at these Triton Super High Roller Series. Truly an entertaining player to watch as he heads home, or heads to the pay desk, I should say, to receive his check for 389,000 for his 6th place run, adding another 6-figure score to his Triton track record. Fan favorite. It's the KCG. Really brought the attention on himself back in Northern Cyprus due to just his fearlessness and playstyle. I mean, he was the first to admit that his playstyle similar to the way that he trades on a daily basis, Randy. High variance, I believe.
High variance indeed.
1 title, now 3 cashes. Over 3.5 million in earnings over the last 2 series. And then, Randy, there were 5. The last 5 guaranteed just shy of $500,000, 497,000 locked up for these final 5 players. Get some GGs and love in the chat for KCG.
Dao Min Fu attacking the big blind with 7-4 offsuit.
Oh, dude, this is the absolute nuts for him. He did this with 4 deuce. He did this with 5 deuce earlier on. Every spot against Vyacheslav.
And this is interesting because the raise is quite small. He's getting the right price to continue. The problem is his chips are so important and he's so shallow that he might just be wasting chips because Patrick's has got 5 big blinds. Jeez, look at that. Almost a min raise, out of position raise. Perfect sizing to risk the minimum and get the result you want still.
3 for 3 now with those funky little min raises. Small blind v big blind.
Three.
Antonius, by the way, just laddering another 100k there. 108,000 with his 5 big blind stack. Legend. And why not continue to fold and print money?
Suited ace here. I wonder how Vlasislav's gonna react to a button open. He's got 12 blinds, a hand worthy of a rejam, has lots of fold equity. Or is he gonna play a little snug still?
17590.
Gonna go for it.
Yeah, way too much hand. Well, that's the button open. King, Queen, O.
Notice that he
will be
wants
like
to play as the aggressor rather than the defender in the previous hand where he folded. Jack
look at
X
that.
suited.
I didn't.
Down. First resistance shown from the small blind. Happy to just fold. No time wasted there. What could have been coming into this FT? We had 7 players with less than average. We had an overwhelming chip leader, Biao Ding, with 70 big blinds. We had Linus Love very comfortably in second with 50 bigs. And after about an orbit of play, nobody had more than 30 big blinds, Randy.
Well,
Can you
Patrick's
count it,
gonna
please?
jam here. 1.3 million. We're getting a count for Dan Smith. Dan Smith's holding Queen 10.
Yeah, 5-handed.
1.3.
Antonius going to have to put in 2 of his remaining 5 in the next hand. And we saw him last time jam the 10-6-0 from under the gun. So the Queen 10 performing well against the jamming range of Patrick, although sample size
I mean,
of 1.
assuming 10-6 offsuit is in the range of Patrick Antonius, but I don't think it is in this spot, given that he has a little bit more time to wait around. We'll lay this Queen 10 down. Biao Ding's got 7-5 offsuit, 4 more blinds. One might think this will go straight into the muck. A little bit too many chips. Just feels so bad to lay down 2 shoves for so few more big blinds, but necessary as we play with so few big blinds at this final table.
Well, Patrick's presence sat there on 5 bigs,
Yeah.
kind of working as an aid to our chip leader, Biao Ding, who is the overwhelming chip leader, might I add, with 45 big blinds, second in chips. The local Vietnamese player, Dao Min Phu, with just 22 big blinds. So Patrick, in a weird way, helping Ding to just lean into those middling stacks until Patrick either finds a double or is eliminated, given just how distant he is from the rest of the pack.
Small blind versus big blind. A massive chip lead. Going to jam 8-3 offsuit into Patrick Antonius's 1.4 million. Gets it done. Has to feel good picking up chips of this type of hand.
I mean, this guy, legend. He's the one responsible for getting us to this final table. Flashbacks to 2 tables of 5, check raised. The Queen Deuce of clubs on a 6-6-3 2 clubs board. Turn brought in the club, giving Ding the Queen High flush. Tommy Kim couldn't let go of his overpair pocket kings, the King of clubs, and found himself as chip leader. Not the start he would have wanted to this final table, but after 4 hours of play, finds himself out in front.
Patrick finds a spot here to jam all the chips. Gets a fold from Jack 10 offsuit. A very good win, nice win for him. Little pickup. Adding a couple blinds to that much needed stack.
We'll go again. We're all human. Mistakes are made. Redeal. Some of the best dealers in the world, Randy, on tour with the Triton Super High Roller Series. You would think it'd bring some of the best commentators in the world.
They did.
Go on.
They brought at least 2 really good commentators. Now you just got to figure out which 2 it is.
There we go.
Here we go.
Petrangelo, Ace King, gonna make the call. And again, by the way, Patrick Antonius potentially gonna ladder, although this time a big ask as Vyacheslav has Biao Ding in rough shape, dominating our chip leader pre-flop. Have to come ace in the window. Ace 7-7, but listen. Don't kiss your hat just yet. We've seen the running cards already on several occasions so far. This final table 7 would chop it.
Oh,
how about?
Split was possible.
Was possible, but
it's not split.
Did not arrive.
Nice. Oh, chop chop.
Chop chop.
The heads up specialist. Vyacheslav Bordajin doubling up. 7.8 million, and with that, tied at the top with Biao Ding.
I think there's small blind missing in the hand.
Studied psychology at university. Another one of those fields that you can see the obvious benefits and crossovers into the poker world. First learned to play poker in his dorm room.
It's a good spot.
At uni.
Common spot.
You can only imagine as to kind of shenanigans go on there. As in any university dorm. But one that includes gambling and poker.
Easy flop.
Sounds like my kind of place, to be honest with you, Randy.
Blinds up. Blinds up now?
Blind's not up yet.
Yeah, the blind are up.
Oh, are they?
Okay.
50 short, yes.
Okay.
Sounds like we got a little blind increase. 150K, 300K with a big blind ante of 300K. Biao Ding's got Queen Jack down to 8 million. Still the tournament chip leader.
Yeah.
But Bodigin is right behind him.
Just reading his answers to some of the questions he was asked before coming to this feature table, or final table I should ask. Favorite sports team? He supports the team on which he has wagered money on, Randy.
Makes sense.
Dan Smith.
Attacking.
Ice
Biao
cold
Ding.
from the big, chopping out the 2.5 x3 from the big blind.
I'm going to play offsuit ace. Is a great hand to do so from the blinds. You block the ace, hands willing to get in with you. But you unblock the hands that are going to raise fold.
Yeah. Because if it's
Added with the fact that
Thank you.
ace deuce doesn't really play that well
Sorry,
post
my
flop
bad. Yeah.
in a single raise pot.
Maybe. No, okay. So yeah. Sorry. So it's
Patrick hanging in there. Jack 10 now, 6 blinds. Finding an opportunity to hopefully chip up. King 10 is down. Nice scenario.
He's done an amazing job of not only chipping up throughout the day, but laddering 4 spots. Been nursing a sub 10 big blind stack for the better part of 3 hours. Was down to 3 big blinds at one point. Favorite sport for Patrick Antonius, Randy? Any guesses?
Tennis.
Is indeed.
It's a trivia.
Something he wants the people at home to know about him. He's the co-founder and ambassador for First Land of Poker. And if he could change one thing about poker to make it better, it would be faster shot clocks in tournaments, is a topic that's been discussed by many.
Yeah, it feels like something that could come. But, you know, player input. Tournament director will take off that feedback and decide what's fair.
Yeah, we know Andy, Darren, Paul, all open to feedback from the players to make the overall experience a more pleasurable one.
EBV gonna open up Queen 5 suited in the cutoff. Dan Smith's been making some sneaky plays. Not this time.
Just to clarify, you said BVB.
VBV.
Online moniker for Vyacheslav, for those unaware.
BVB would be blind versus blind.
I was going to say, it sounded very similar. I didn't want anyone at home kind of saying, what on earth is Randy talking about? Which, as you
blind
can
versus
imagine,
blind from the cutoff now these days.
There we go.
Patrick Antonius has got 8-6 offsuit. Interesting. Seems fine. Really don't want to be defending the big blind so much with these shallow stacks. Although you're able to realize your equity pretty well. Problem is we're at the final table. Massive pay jumps. 6 digits increase for surviving another.
Dan Smith, by the way, prior to regging event number 6, this 50k 8 max, needed just 323,000 to cross the 40 million in total live earnings mark, which we can obviously now confirm he has, with a guaranteed 497,000 guaranteed here. Worth adding that a win here would have him on the heels of David Peters and Jason Kuhn.
Biao Ding is reaching for re-raising chips, ace-3 offsuit against the new chip leader. Just like Dan Smith, ace-3 offsuit, making it 1.5 million. Very credible. Snap fold, really nicely done, and not having to risk too many chips.
Yeah. Seen this time and time again being displayed here.
South. 6. 4, 15 to 6.
Dan Smith suited ace. First one to go. 5-handed. Upwards to minimum. 600K.
Smith, by the way, for the longest time, for as long as I can recall, was widely regarded as one of the best players in the world without a bracelet. That monkey coming off of his back last series in the heads-up championship, and now looking to get the monkey off of his back in the form of a Triton trophy here. 5 left in the 50K. Recall an interview with a certain Jeff Platt, if I'm not mistaken.
Call.
Dan Smith explaining just how much that bracelet meant to him, and we're sure adding a Triton trophy would mean just as much, as he flops the nut flush on the 10-3 deuce. Mono, unfortunately, Vyacheslav with just ace high.
Maybe Dan Smith can think about checking this one back. Let's see what he comes in with. It would be a very sneaky check, but I like this check. It's just so hard for Bodegan to have any piece of this besides 10x that can continue, since they won't want to float too wide in this high ICM pressure spot. Now Bodegan here has ace 8 high. Still looking all right. It's got showdown value. Can Dan Smith check one more time with flopping the nut flush, or is he going to start to try to build value against 10x? 10x is the most likely hand that can pay off a turn bet. Otherwise, maybe check and hope your opponent finds a piece. It's a hard one to do, to check such a good hand twice. Looks like he comes in with quarter pot.
Yeah, a snap fold from Vyacheslav. Dan Smith closing the gap on Biao Ding with that pickup there.
Very nice for Dan Smith. Give himself the best chance to hopefully pick up another with that flop check.
Let us know in the chat who you're rooting for at home. 5 different nationalities battling it out here for the event number 6 trophy and 1.67 million that comes with it.
Dao Minfu's got 8-4 offsuit on the dealer button, and he's making a play. He likes these little numbers offsuit, huh? $1 million. He's made it over 3x. Something about these cards that speaks to him. Oh, he's like stacking them like he's ready to push in the rest of the chips if you put it all in on me. Some fake tells. That was slick.
The hoodie being used there, Andy. Well played. Speaking of well played, something I'm not very known for over on GG Poker. Daily Triton free rolls, as always. Passwords dished out in the chat, and you can qualify to future Triton events, as did over 10 players into event number 1, the 25k GG Super Millions. New player sign-up bonus offer, $50 Global Millions ticket. Promo code Triton 2023 offer to new players only, and there are plenty of free rolls throughout the day. So do stick around for those passwords.
Maybe.
Apparently you can win a package into the Triton Super High Roller Series from as little as $25 for on GG.
Sounds like a dream. Dan Smith's got ace, queen, blind versus blind, 20 big blind effective. Let's see if he comes for potentially a raise, a limp, or an open jam. Variety of different plays. Gonna go for the trap against Biao Ding here. Limping ace queen.
We've seen Ding pounce on weakness, this time opting to just check the 4-3. Dan laying the trap. Fortunately, the trapper has not become the trappee in this occasion, queen 10-6.
Well, let's see if Dan Smith wants to start value betting now. Top pair, top kicker. Ace queen on quite a drawy board, two-tone. And a nice little pickup. Good for you, Dan Smith. Up to 6.8 million.
Just saw Linus's name come up in the chat.
He came up in the chat himself. The real Linus.
Someone.
What's he saying?
I mean, I
got
completely
unlucky.
forgotten about how things played out for him at this final. Came in
You
2
don't
of
remember
9.
the ace in the ace, turn in river.
The ace ran out after flopping a set of queens. First time I've ever really seen Linus flustered as Dow open rips the ace king. See if anyone wakes up with a hand behind. Not gonna be enough for Ding in the small. Patrick munching yet again. Down to sub 5 big blinds, but a territory that he is all too familiar with as he's nursed a sub 10 big blind stack for the better part of 4 hours now.
Ace jack for Linus Love.
6.
Looks like we're going to get a couple walks. Folds.
Took us near on 3 levels of play to lose our first player. Since then, it's been pretty fast action down to 5, and now these guys trading blows back and forth. Everyone in the final 5 bar Patrick Antonius has held the chip lead at some point during this final table. Henry Kilbane alongside Randy Liu in the booth for event number 6. We'll, of course, be bringing you more coverage tomorrow, same time, same place, from the 75K.
4 blinds for Patrick.
King Jack, a lot of hand for 4 blinds.
Pocket 6s. This is a spot that can easily call it off. Does Dao Min Fu want to take this spot?
Right.
I believe he's announced raise. That should get rid of Vyacheslav.
Oh, they're going to get it in. Ace-3 in the muck.
Cards on their backs. 121,000 difference between 5th and 4th. Patrick with the 2 overs. Has done so well to get down to the final 5, given just how short stacked he's been throughout the entire final table. Needs to win a flip if he's to find any more ladders. Get back up to 10 bigs. King Jack against 6s, 10 in the window with a couple of hearts on board. Running hearts as well as running straight opportunities for Patrick. And now on the 5 of diamonds turn, drawing to just 6 outs once. No dice as the 10 of diamonds completes the board, and Dao Min Fu scores a KO to get us 4-handed. Patrick Antonius, fresh off that victory in Cyprus, by the way. Flashbacks to that hand that went viral, the Jack Deuce hero call. Another sick run for Patrick here in Vietnam. Adding a 9th cash to his Triton track record. Bringing his total Triton earnings up to over 2.5 million. 3 cashes in the 5 events he's played here in Vietnam. This one, the biggest one so far, obviously 497,000 for Patrick. And now
That's same.
a bit tighter out there. Randy, you just saw chip leader Biao Ding with 24 big blinds and Dan Smith in 4th with 23 bigs.
Yeah, I mean, with the extra chips, definitely got some room to play a little bit. Biao Ding is going to work here, 8-6 suited. Dan Smith here, 9-8 offsuit. Gonna make the defense. Air ball. Biao Ding. Let's see if he sprinkles in some chips, knowing that it does not hit the big blind. $300K minimum bet. Nicely done.
$20 bit, 20 bit, 20 bit, 20 bit, 20 bit blind.
20 something.
Yeah.
Yeah, 20 big blinds, that's right. Shallow game, but this is considered deep stack poker given what we have been playing for the past hour or so.
We're at the level, by the way, that I predicted we would be heads up with producer James when we were talking about the commentary rotations and whatnot. We crunched the numbers. Don't think anyone predicted just how wild things would play out at the start, as it looks like we're going to move Dao Min Fu over a few spots. He's not enjoying being that close, that intimate with Vyacheslav, maybe playing a bit too much footsies under the table as our chip counts brought to you by GG Poker, 150,000, 300,000 with a 300,000 big blind ante.
6.
Vyacheslav, pocket jacks. Makes it 600K. Biao Ding with a dusty hand. Little raise and take. Increasing his stack just a little.
Ah.
Oh, sorry.
Bad juju.
You get lucky with that hand.
Cowboy Dan gonna throw his hand into the
Maybe
muck.
not this time.
Blind versus blind. 9-5 suited versus ace 8. A lot of stack to play for. Both hands worthy of potentially seeing a flop. You can see that Biao Ding is actually reaching for raising chips.
Yeah, he loves applying pressure pre Dao Min Fu with an ace in the big. Given how tightly packed it is, you can see arguments to approaching with caution.
Going to use a time card here. I think depends on how wide he thinks that Biao Ding is opening small blind versus big blind. The wider it is, then maybe you put in a re-raise. Nothing wrong with playing cautious. Tournament life is so important when we're playing for such massive pay jumps. 618K guaranteed. 750,000 for the next spot. Ace 6-6. Biao Ding is the pre-flop raiser. Got the betting initiative. And he might be discounting aces from Dao Min Fu's range just a little bit because the big blind has a lot of incentive to put pressure on pre-flop blind versus blind. Small bet incoming.
Does continue precisely that. Randy, that 9-5 wrapped around the 6 backdoor diamonds. Also,
very fast call from Dao Min Fu. Potentially raising alarm bells, or more of a sign of king high type hands.
yeah, 10 of hearts on the turn. None of those backdoors rolling off for Ding. See if he just waves the white flag right here, right now.
Well, he's thinking about something. It seems that he's going to reach for chips. Really just trying to muscle away at king high type hands. He must think that Dao Min Fu isn't that ace heavy, given he didn't get re-raised pre-flop. Otherwise, this bet isn't accomplishing what it wants to do.
Yeah, this is getting really uncomfortable now for the local Vietnamese player, but waste no time, Randy, in making the call, and out of nowhere, 5.1 million in the middle going to this river as Vyacheslav and Smith watch on.
Blank. I think Biao Ding knows that Dao Min Fu has at least an ace. Can he get him off of it with a big play? That's the question he's asking right now.
Was that a big sigh coming out of Dao Min Fu's seat just there?
Check is good. Looks like he will concede this hand. Dalman Fu happy to be able to get to show this one down, and he wins a 5.1 million chip pop. Vaults him to the top. 9.2 million. We got a new chip leader once again.
Slight misstep there from Ding as Dow glares over to his rail. They are here in force. Giving them the little nod.
This is Biaoding's second final table. Yesterday getting 6th place. Today faring much better. Yesterday he was very card dead at that final table. Here we get a sense of how creative and active he is. Dan's gonna jump it up. Taking a driver's seat in his hand. Queen 8 suited. A little mini raise. Always nice at these final tables with shallow stacks when you can just min raise and take it down. No resistance is the ideal spot. Blind versus blind. Ooh, I sense a chance chips could go in some manner, at least. Oh, this is two premiums, but we do got some stack to play for 20 big blinds. I wonder how Bodigan approaches this. He's using a time card. I think all options are viable. Open jam if you want to keep it narrow and straight to the equity of the hands. Limping, raising, all good options. Let's see what he decides. All in is the play.
Slides the time banks in as well.
Yeah, so, I cover you a little bit.
How annoying is this with pocket fours? Open jammed into 20 big blinds. It is realistic that Bodigan could jam better than fours, like pocket 5s and 6s and 7s. Lays it down. Tough spot.
Can't show because it's kinda... I'm not sure about it.
Even...
I hope you folded ace. King queen.
Small pair.
Good as well. King jack. Yeah.
They're keeping it honest out there.
Yeah. He's admitting he's not sure what to do there.
Note the wall of chips.
See?
In front of Dao Min Fu. Spread out like the Great Wall of China. Looks like a 1-2 limit game at the Horseshoe.
So you got 10 stacks going on.
To be fair, it looks like any PLO game out west.
You're allowed to stack your chips however you want. Jack 5 for Dan Smith.
Actually, not true, but I'll let you off.
Tempting to take a flop here. Biao Ding's got King 10 offsuit. Interesting proposition. I think check or jam is probably ideal. Raising is probably the worst of the three options. We'll go for the check. King high is best. Dan Smith with the uncapped range. See if he wants to stab or not. Start for check.
Yeah, these two the shortest as things stand. And maybe a way for Dan to win this hand on this 7 of hearts turn, giving him an inside straight draw.
You know, always looking for a reason to bet. Inside straight draw gives you extra equity in case your opponent does continue to hand. Dan Smith trying to decide if Jack High has enough showdown value. Probably does not think so, hence reaching for those chips to bring out a bet. 2 big blinds. Biao Ding just has King 10 high. One might imagine this hand would be done, but he has not folded yet. Suspects that maybe he's just up against a straight draw.
King high, a lot of hand.
It's a tough call to make. I mean, if you're wrong, those 2 big blinds are so important to your stack. Dan up to 6.5 million. Ace 10 suited. Not bad.
6.
Not bad. I mean, a lot of hand. 4-handed. 25 bigs. Things not been going Biao Ding's way. 4-handed. It's the overwhelming chip leader. Dan Smith with a lot of hand. 4-handed as well, as he does jam over the top of the cutoff open. So we see Ding wake up with 10s in the small, asking for a count. What an insane setup. After a bit of a stalemate 4 ways.
Yeah, by no means an easy spot. 15 blinds is going to make the call.
Yeah, I mean, look, 4-handed, pocket 10s. Going to make the call as Vyacheslav gets out of the way. So Dan Smith, the player that covers, jamming over the top of the ace-10 open. Going to need some help from the deck. 618,000 all guaranteed for these final 3 players. A king, a queen, or some spades for Smith. Would have them all locking up. 750,000, 9, 6, 4 rainbow safe so far for Ding. 4 hearts on the turn. Leaves Dan drawing to just 6 outs once. No dice. Ding holds with the 10s, and he's now regained the chip lead up to 10.7 million. And with that, Smith down to just 5 big blinds.
Yeah, Dan Smith's in dire straits now. Will be quite desperate with the big blind coming around just around the corner. Just when it looks like Dan Smith was on a roll. I suppose eventually when you get it in, it's who wins that flip. That all in, that's going to decide who's in the driver's seat. 36 big blinds. plenty of room to make some plays. Raise and takes.
38% of the chips in play, four-handed. And more importantly, has chopped away at one of the legs of arguably the toughest player at the table, Dan Smith. Down to just 6 big blinds. Can't fault him for taking that spot. Button v cutoff.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate for Ding to wake up with it behind.
And I think he would have got bowled again to fold ace-10 suited as well.
Ah, yeah.
Blinds up again, 200K, 400K. Just when you think they're getting some kind of deep stacks, they just shrink it, just like that. Like, hey, Dan Smith, didn't you have 6 big blinds? No, we've got 4 now.
Well, all 4 of them have held the chip lead, and all 4 of them have been under 10 big blinds at some point.
Ace-king suited for Biao Ding. What's he got up his sleeve? Min raise. No chance VBV is going to play this hand. As Biao Ding extends his lead. Playing great.
Yeah, running well, playing well.
On.
Dao Min Fu to Loco. Sit on 8.275 million, 21 blinds. Now it seems it's going to be a bit of a waiting game for Dan Smith. Action on Dao, offsuit king. Dan Smith, keep in mind, in the big blind with just 4 big blinds. And Dao Min Fu is going after it. King 8 offsuit. Vyasheslav's got Jack 10 suited. Normally a hand worthy of a rejam or maybe see a flop. It just seems it could be a disaster if you jam, Dan Smith folds, Dao Min wakes up with a hand, and you're just out of the tournament. Don't forget, we're guaranteed 618K, 750K if you can survive a little bit longer. He knows this is a good rejam spot, but he knows Dan Smith is just sitting there with 2 more big blinds. He's not pleased with it. I understand the agony. Into the muck. Now Dan Smith. Definitely hand he can continue. But maybe there's merit to just putting 1 more big blind in and seeing if some disaster flop comes out, like ace, king, queen. Wrong color.
Or the old stop and go.
看到1200万就29个 BB，
Does make the call.
推一杯他就4个 BB。
I don't know if stop and go is going to work when you've got 1 big blind left. Normally
That's
you
true.
need
That's true, but
2.5 or so, but
given that it is big blind ante first, yeah, I like where your head's at. Fold the ace-king boards of the world.
How about that one? That is just a flop straight for Dan Smith in contention to get a full double up. But Dao Min Fu's got a really nice hand against this.
So Dan Smith, Cowboy Dan, flopping the queen high straight. Note the equities, by the way, Randy. Is this really a thing? Down with the open ender and
The
flush
favorite.
draw. Favorite with no pair.
It's a thing.
4 left.
I mean, think about it.
2
Any
to come.
ace, any 9, any diamond.
Dan Smith looking to fade precisely those outs, Randy, to double back up and be straight back in the mix for the title. 3 of spades on the river. He somehow manages to fade the world of outs.
Sigh of relief from Dan Smith holding the impossible.
It's been the story of this final table. Not just this final table, this series, if you will.
Survival of short stacks. Just getting pay jumps. Finding opportunities. That is a much needed pot for Dan Smith. 3.2 million, 8 big blinds. Big blinds up top for Balding. Big chip lead.
Yeah, now just 60-ish bigs in play. Dan Smith gets the first double. Still an uphill battle for the American. Looking for his first Triton trophy. 5 cashes on his Triton track record, 10.8 million in earnings across 4 series. It's gone quiet again. These guys, 12.5 hours into the grind.
Do you blame them? I mean, we're playing for so much, 1.67 million up top. I think they're allowed to be as quiet as they want.
Yeah, $1,050,000 difference between first and fourth. Also maybe some fatigue kicking in. These guys been grinding for a week now.
Seem like they're playing pretty solid. Bao Ding here. Small blind versus big blind. Attacked Dao Min Fu before. And he's going to do it again. Last time, Dao Min Fu had ace-8, called the raise. Let's see if he approaches the situation in the same manner. Dan Smith, noteworthy. Sitting on 8 big blinds, and he knows it. Time card coming in.
Right.
He saw Biao Ding raise that garbage hand in the same